Good morning everyone. Bore Croeso i'r the Sapphire. Welcome to Sapphire Gardens for the third day of the Rothesay County Championship match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. The game will be resuming at 11 o'clock. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides once again extending a very warm welcome to everyone here at Sapphire Gardens today. A warm Welsh welcome in particular to the players and officials who've travelled here from Gloucestershire, as well as to our two match umpires, Chris Watts and Ant Harris, as well as match referee Steve Davis. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games taking place here at Sapphire Gardens. That includes the International T20 contest on Wednesday the 10th of September, when England meet South Africa. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages, which are still available for all games here at Sapphire Gardens. If you're seeking a scorecard for this game, they're available completely free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's also where you can purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sport, is also open once again. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and will be open until 5 o'clock this evening. As always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castead Harold stand, that's situated at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. And with temperatures once again set to be rising towards the 30-degree mark, don't forget that there are various refill points around the stadium where you can recharge, completely free of charge, your water bottles, and most important of all, remain hydrated for the day. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, which occupies 3 floors of the National Cricket Centre, these facilities have recently had a refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. As a result, there are a host of new bilingual panels and displays for you to look at, as well as new films in both English and Welsh for you to watch. And one of the new features in the museum are a series of archived films which are being shown at lunch, at tea, and during any other delays in play. Now for this game, and I know already something that has proved very popular, the memory match is the Sunday League game from 50 summers ago, when Magic Khan scored the fastest televised 50 of the 1975 season. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for the running of this facility. Also on sale are copies of the newly published research monographs which the museum staff and volunteers have produced. The first traces the fascinating history of women's and girls' cricket here in Wales. The museum will be open until the end of the evening. Finally, a date for your diary, Thursday the 10th of July, that's when the next Walkers and Talkers initiative will be taking place. The speaker is going to be Terry Davis. Now you may remember Terry as Glamorgan's wicketkeeper from the late 1970s and the 1980s. Terry, after retiring, has subsequently emigrated to Australia and New Zealand, where he's become a very successful administrator in both cricket and business. Terry will be talking in the Museum of Welsh Cricket on the 10th of July, with the Walkers and Talkers event starting at 10 a.m, with tea, coffee and light refreshments available from 9:30.
Good morning, guys. Morning, guys. This is Gary. Morning.
Hi, Gary.
He's a Yorkie, but we make allowances.
Didn't know much about cricket.
He said that. Bob said that. I didn't say that, Gary.
I am a light man, but I was telling him about the story. I watched Gloucestershire this year. At Bristol I went.
Right.
And I got amateur arrested, and I was telling him I got told to go on by arrest, lost a player.
You? You're on our side.
Oh, you better be. I'm not getting him tomorrow's ticket. We're going to be late in tomorrow. We're going to
Yeah, sure.
They're ready to see us at 11 o'clock in the morning.
So we'll be a bit late tomorrow coming in.
Here for lunch.
Maybe just a bit over.
He's optimistic already.
He's in 3 days.
We're telling him all about you keep scoring and everything. We've got to get your total cricket score next.
They were still going with Jeff and I
He was just telling me last night about it.
What time do you leave?
Less than half were left. I think it was after that now.
Yeah,
Because it was a circular conversation, and the result
Don't tell me your wife
was
last night.
Oh, he's on it. He's just been telling me about it.
Don't tell me your wife. The only answer is I don't know.
Well, yeah. The result was there is no result.
Yeah, because they don't know anything. And they can't tell us
It
anything.
was all circular arguments. People asking the same questions and getting
Yeah,
the same
he got to the
answers.
stage, just went round in circles.
I mean, we got up for 2 hours, which I think was great.
But I wish I had an overseas player.
Do you want one for 4 games next season?
Well,
You can sign him for 4 games for me. That's what my accountant's going to do. You'll sign anybody. You sign anybody.
where does he sign one for 1 game and he wins the match?
Yeah.
He's got to make a man. Are we going to have a team? You ask me to do it.
Well, Dan Cherry, in all fairness, just spoke very well. It's just like a...
Right.
I don't know. Well, he could have done. He might have just put a cardboard cutout of himself there and put a recorder, but I don't know.
Best player was Sunday, obviously, the weekend.
They don't know.
And it was Saturday, so the youngsters got in front. And it was still
But they didn't find out the result of these 5 things until last Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
The team are on the balcony.
Oh yeah.
ACB was going to rush something for them, which seems to be counties would have, because they haven't got a clue what they're up to for.
down there. I mean, we're over this side. Normally, I mean, that's where previous came, where those two pitches there. And they allow it to be getting out because it's so far from the pavilion.
Yeah, the dressing rooms are on the top floor.
Yeah, as I say, I've never been in, so I just saw coming down the road there.
Come down following me.
I'm working with him on Thursday afternoon. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, he's not working.
Knocking up all day in Fulham. And then I'm doing Friday, Saturday.
It's going to be dancing away Friday night. I kept going to the Stereophonics. They're up in London.
Yeah.
No, I think they're on.
Finchley Park, they got the same as they got here.
I was saying to them, I walked the right part of the house. Going to show me around the castle tomorrow and everything, eh? Oh.
Yeah, I charge a fee. That's a guy.
How much?
50 quid. Whatever you've got, it'll be more than that.
I shouldn't really tell you, but I do know one of the lads who's playing with us. Charles, right? I know his lad, his dad. Right? His dad's at Oxford. Right. Yeah, the both at Gloucester.
He wasn't the one who swore at you?
Sorry?
He wasn't the one who swore at you?
It was Josh Shaw.
Oh, fellow Yorkshire.
Yeah, it was Yorkshire. I was saying so. Yorkshire told what sort of show it was. So I improved the game more. We'll move on. I was watching it on YouTube yesterday thinking I could see him in the crowd.
You know what I was saying about seeing some of you guys went on watching? They have had, when the camera's up here, looking down at you with your hands.
Have they?
Yeah. Yeah, looking over your shoulder.
When I watched the games last week, the game was come off at 20 past 10. I left because it was freezing cold. 20 past 7. I just got back to where I was staying.
And that came up over Jerry's head. You've got to understand the fact that he's now I mean, he was saying, because he was up there, and somebody said to him, well, you're not coming up with the clubs. You're not coming up with the clubs with the thing. But what are your views? And
only get, I mean, I have some days the problem with this one was I should be doing more because our women have got to just start the season and we've got to the finals. Yeah, I don't know. Because I played in the old ground.
It's good morning, Borada, to our two-match umpires, Chris Watts and Anthony Harris. And it's good morning, Borada, as well, to the Gloucestershire team, led into the field by captain Cameron Bancroft. And good morning, Borada, as well, to the two not-out batters for Glamorgan, Colin Ingram and Ben Kellogg.
Very good morning from your BBC Sport commentary team here at Sapphire Gardens for day 3 of Glamorgan against Gloucestershire. Had to think about that for a moment. Glamorgan resuming on 228 for 4 in their first innings in reply to Gloucestershire's 380 all out. Ed Seaborn and myself, Nick Webb, with you to start the day. Kenneth Davis will be along in half an hour or so. And the news is that the sky is overcast. Conditions still reasonably warm and pleasant enough, but none of the scorching sun that we saw for the last couple of sessions yesterday. 69 overs have been bowled. 2 well-set batters at the crease have a century partnership to their credit. And a bit more hard yakka ahead, I guess, for the bowlers, Ed.
Yes, I think that's probably the term for the rest of the game, really, for bowlers and batters. It's hard to see the pitch doing anything other than getting slower and not really offering a great deal. There is still, I think, at least one more go on the heavy roller. I don't think Gloucestershire took the heavy roller when they were batting, so yes, that's going to make things even better.
Here comes Ollie Price for the first delivery of the day to Callaway, who drives it into the offside and will pick up at least a single, just a single, to deep extra cover. 229 for 4 as the left-handed Ingram comes on to strike. Gloucestershire's over 8 is +2, despite our late finish yesterday. Who knows?
Yeah, I suppose we might have been about 6:30 were it not for those. They made about 2 5-minute delays, seemingly. It wasn't quite that long, but the ball seemed to get caught in the hover cover a couple of times.
And we had drinks breaks, understandably, on a very warm day. Probably about 5 degrees down today. As Price bowls and Ingram plays it away through the offside, we'll pick up a single out to a deep point. The crowd, which were in the shade yesterday, enjoying the sunshine, but from a safe vantage point, well, there's no sunshine to worry about so far today, and the crowd is pretty sparse as Callaway is forward to one that might have turned a bit from Price there. Had to watch it carefully. 230 for 4. Glamorgan trail by 150. Price just his second over in to bowl, driven down the ground by Ben Kellaway for a single up to long on, and Glamorgan have avoided the possibility of being asked to follow on.
Oh, should have been a sleepless night with that still as a possibility. 6 wickets in hand.
As in comes Price, bowls. Ingram pushes it away on the offside. Price likes his work. Arms upraised. But it was perfectly safely played by Ingram to Bancroft, who's in at cover. There's a leg slip in Actor as well as a slip in Hammond at the moment. As Ingram is forward, pushing it very dead bat out on the offside. A fairly gentle opening over. We've got 10 to go until the new ball is available for Gloucestershire, but having said that, Glamorgan didn't actually take it on 80 overs. They delayed by 3, since the spinners seemed to be going quite well at the time, but were clonked round a bit by Bracey and quickly took the new ball, who continued to clonk it round.
Yeah, it looks like double off spin.
Todd Murphy.
Todd Murphy will open the bowling for the Cathedral Road end. Ollie Price getting the first over. I don't know whether that was something that was discussed in terms of let's do the double off spin and try and particularly have a go at the left-hander Ingram to start with. I'm not sure. It's the first time that has really happened in the match. Van Buren bowled really tightly again yesterday, 1 for 28 from 12 overs. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. 16 overs for Murphy, wicketless for 53 runs as he bowls now, and this is driven out through the offside and for 4. First ball, a drive ball from Murphy, a little over pitched, and Kellaway in immediate attack mode. He's on to 61. No sweeper out on the offside, and yeah, you just can't. We saw it with the seamers really as well. You just can't overpitch on this surface with this ball. It's coming on well enough. No change of field. There's a deep mid wicket and a long on. As Murphy bowls and is on the money that time as Kellaway defends it back up the pitch. In terms of the most obvious route for Gloucestershire to try and win this game, you'd have thought that it really does depend on a morning when they take 3 or 4 wickets. It's got to be something of that order really, as Murphy bowls and tickled down to fine leg by Kellaway. He's on to 62. The deficit for Glamorgan 144. I still feel that even if Glamorgan just get within 70 odd, by the time they've done that, the rate that it's gone, that's going to be the end of the morning, and then Gloucestershire will have to bat for 2.5 sessions, and then it's 2.5 sessions back, isn't it? Becomes a 1 innings 2.5 session game. Murphy into Ingram on the back foot, runs it out through the offside. Bancroft in pursuit, but he'll take a single through cover point. 237 for 4.
Yeah, Kenneth was interviewing Tim van der Hoogten last night, and he said he understood to some extent the impetus behind the use of the Kookaburra ball. It behaves completely differently in Australia to in the UK.
Murphy bowls and Kellaway on the back foot just defending. Yeah, and well, it may be that even with the Duke's ball, the feeling was there was quite a lot of grass on this pitch, and as Murphy is in bowls and played carefully into the onside for no run. 6 runs from Murphy's first over of the morning, 237 for 4. The feeling when you get quite a lot of grass left on at this time of year, and potentially later on as well when it's been very dry, is that you can see the colour of it. It's not this is not green grass. This is like a sort of a matting of dead grass, and that is quite a soft landing area for the ball. And as if it's not going to be green, then I almost get the feeling that you actually get a slightly quicker pitch, at least, if that grass is removed. There's the general feeling that lots of grass on this pitch must be a good thing, but I'm not sure that it is really when conditions are so dry and warm.
It's gone noticeably browner since yesterday's sunshine, as we've got another over of spin, this time from Van Buren, and Ingram drives up to mid-on. You're not playing T20, Mr. Bancroft.
Yeah, go on. One over spells.
Used 3 different spinners in the space of the first 3 overs. So Van Buren, who's in his 13th over, 1 for 29, the slightly odd wicket of Sam Northeast. As this sees Callaway forward, deflecting it down to point, where the ball appeared to have maybe clipped the top of off stump, and it was the leg bail that fell off. As Van Buren bowls, Callaway drives fiercely into the offside, but it's well intercepted by the skipper, going down to his left at cover, and there is no run. It's a short leg and a slip for the right-handed Callaway, who is forward, defending on the offside. Second slightly peculiar dismissal for Northeast in successive matches, because up at Leicester he was given out, caught behind. As Callaway comes down the pitch but defends when he gets there, and the feeling was that the ball had actually hit Northeast's helmet rather than his gloves or bat on the way through to the keeper. So he was feeling slightly aggrieved. Well, he didn't say, he was too polite to say so, but I would imagine he felt aggrieved by that one. As Van Buren is in, and Callaway forces this one past Bancroft. There'll be at least a single. In fact, there'll be all there will be, because he had to wait to see if the ball had passed the infielder before really starting off on the run. 239 for 4. And the third day starts in fairly gentle fashion so far.
Yes, I mean, they maybe just feel that they need one thing to happen, Gloucestershire, and maybe they will start to believe again. But yeah, there is a fairly flat feeling out there to start the day. And I mean, in some ways it's hard. I mean, of course they go out there, they'll try their hardest in the circumstances, but you just need that lift, I guess. Sometimes early on in the day, big partnership that you need to break. Callaway forward to defend this one, and also just because it is so tricky to see how a result can be achieved unless there's some sort of collapse from somebody. So really Gloucestershire's main focus and work probably has to be when they bat. This is driven in the air and on the bounce to mid-off. That would have been a fluky dismissal if that had stuck. He met it on the full toss, Callaway, and then timed it on the bounce to Singh Dale, who's quite deep at mid-off. That would have, I mean, he'd been kicking himself all the way back to the pavilion for several hours after if he got out like that, Callaway. Murphy bowls a little bit short and well fielded by Bancroft, scrambling across one of those used pitches at mid-wicket, saves a run.
Leads from the front, doesn't he, on the field, the skipper? He's really throwing himself around.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was noticeable how good Gloucestershire's fielding was after tea on that final day against Derbyshire. Not just the 2 sensational catches from Miles Hammond, as Murphy is in round the wicket, bowls, and that's knocked firmly past the bowler down to long on for a single, 240 for 4. But I mean, it was 169 without loss at tea. Derbyshire chasing 316, and really the feeling was that Derbyshire at that stage were just going to get there quite comfortably, but they came out with terrific energy in the field. Obviously what had been said at tea had worked as Murphy bowls to Ingram, and this is defended away, and it dribbles just with enough pace on it to get back to Murphy, so he doesn't have to move forward and pick it up. But yeah, I think for the most part, apart from that one over of Murphy where there were a couple of misfields in succession yesterday, fielding's been pretty good. Haven't had a great deal of chances in terms of catches, and they won't be catching that one because that's an on drive from Ingram, and he's really played that with perfect weight of shot to beat the bowler and beat mid on. It wasn't hit the hardest, you'll see, but just efficiently done by Ingram. So another boundary, and the partnership up to 1-2-3, and for most of it really has been as easy as that. 244 for 4.
ABC 1-2-3. It's Ingram on 59, Callaway on 64. The members' forum, which lasted about an hour and a half last night. It
was a members against them, not a members' forum.
As the first ball is lapped away by Callaway. Shouts of catch. He managed to hit it where leg slip wasn't, rather than where short leg was, but it was in the air and not entirely secure from Callaway, who looks a bit itchy to get on with things, doesn't he? He's come down the wicket a couple of times. Ingram just placidly going about his work, putting away the occasional opportunity and milking a few singles. Callaway looks busier. 245 for 4. Van Buren bowls, and back on his stumps goes Ingram. Plays back to the bowler. So the online survey of members, which only got a couple of hundred responses, to be fair. Van Buren bowls, Ingram pulls at that one as if to disprove my remarks. Pulled furiously at it and really clobbered it a very long way through mid-wicket, beating the in and the infield and the sweep at 249 for 4, 1 for the bonus point.
Joe Phillips fearing for his life there.
Yes.
Get down.
So, unsurprisingly, 76% of respondents to the survey were against any cut in the playing schedule. 63% of those surveyed had the championship as their favourite format. Ingram pushes forward, and that dribbles past leg stump. Didn't know much about that one as it trickled down towards short fine leg. 249 for 4 still. There are still 5 different championship options on the table between the counties and the ECB. Ingram forward to defend. Obviously a very large, if not unanimous, majority against any cuts the playing schedule at last night's forum, but that was attended by Kieran Carlson and Joe Leach of the PCA, as Ingram plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run, putting the case for a reduction, pointing out the large percentage of players who reported physical as well as mental strains during the course of the current season. Anyway, it looks as though basically the counties are not hugely further forward on agreeing any change to the championship format. There is, and Ed had heard this one as well, some agreement on a slight reduction in the blasts, which means that Glamorgan and Gloucestershire and Somerset could end up playing Northants, Worcestershire and Warwickshire rather than the South East England counties. One Day Cup looks to be as is. Some speculation about the final moving back to Lords instead of Trent Bridge.
Right. I'd also heard there was the possibility that there may be a few 50-over games played at the start of the season, but I don't know whether that's something that's ended up happening.
I don't think it has from the tenor of last night's meeting.
Right. Murphy round the wicket, bowls. There's an inside edge from Callaway there. I think that was more inside edge than a deliberate turn round the corner, but he'll take a single to fine leg, move on to 66, and that will bring up the 250 for Glamorgan. So first batting point, meaning Glamorgan have nudged ahead 4-3 on the bonus point tally. Murphy round the wicket to Ingram, who drives in controlled fashion wide enough of extra cover, and Bancroft falls to the floor slightly comically. Fell over backwards there as he was thinking about motioning to turn and throw, and then half pulled out of it, and I think in doing so that caused him to go flat on his backside. 251 for 4.
Glamorgan members who weren't able to attend should receive an email summary of proceedings, I'm told.
Murphy bowls. Callaway fiddles a defensive shot away into the offside.
Damien Owen on X says cuts the blast would be a shame since it's the one comp that gets crowds. Can't imagine the non-Munster Munch Cup counties will support that.
Here's Murphy. And he bowls, and that's turned round the corner and just not quite fully stopped by Hammond, who launched himself away from leg slip, the only close catcher. And they come through for a single. 252 for 4. Well, I guess you're only losing one home match, aren't you, from 14 to 12, and there's probably a school of thought as Murphy is in, Ingram defends into the offside, that there's actually, by losing one home game, you might not be losing a huge amount, because over the course of 6 home games, you might actually get the same number of people in the gate as if you had 7,
as long as they're properly scheduled.
Yes, and there would be a bit more time, I suppose, to do that. Murphy bowls a wide ball which is driven in the air by Ingram. It's lobbed out through the covers, nowhere near a fielder. A slightly odd shot from Ingram. Either he was going to try and go in the air over extra cover and take a boundary there, or just keep it along the ground, but just lobbed it into space in the covers. It's another single to end the over. 253 for 4. There are 5 overs left until a new ball is available, and the rate it's going, I think Gloucestershire are going to have to take it.
Yes, I mean, there are sort of moments of loss of control from these Glamorgan batters. Basically, Callaway has looked a little bit itchy this morning, looking to get on with it. So if you want to email us about these things, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, and equally happy to hear from Gloucestershire supporters. Here's Van Buren over the wicket, minimalist run up to Ingram, who works it away through the offside for a single. It's almost cricket by consent at the moment, isn't it? 3 singles and over. Okay, fine, we'll settle for that.
Yeah, there's not really a massive feeling of intensity out there, I have to say, and I can't imagine that this is the only game in the country where there's that feeling.
As Callaway plays it into the offside to some excitement for no obvious reason. Yes, perhaps members would be willing to accept a reduction in cricket as long as it's the Kookaburra games that go. Callaway forces this one past Bancroft and out to the sweeper Charlesworth on the cover boundary, away to our right in front of the empty grandstand. 255 for 4. So another 10-15 minutes of this and we'll get to the serious business of the new ball as Ingram pushes one not past mid-on.
Bancroft again.
Yes, after quite a long pause in which the batters looked to see if he was going to stop it, and indeed he did, making good ground. As Van Buren bowls, Ingram knocks this one past short leg for a single out to deep square. Again, Charlesworth is the fielder. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk for your emails if you want to ex-post us at BBC Sport Wales. As Van Buren goes around the wicket for the right-hander, slip and a leg slip is there, are there. Callaway square drives on the offside for a single. 4 singles off the over. Glamorgan 257 for 4. You can read my summaries of events on my X account, NickWeb 2017, which is also what I am on Blue Sky. Cups of tea, coffee, yogurts being taken, the Glamorgan balcony. It's all very serene and sedate up there by the look of it.
That's quite nice, actually. Sort of 11:25 yogurt. Quite want one myself now. Sort of help the digestive system the morning after some Chinese food last night.
James
might need a bit of help on its way.
James Harris, who's very keen on his fitness regime, was the yogurt eater that video stream viewers could glimpse there momentarily.
I had a couple of fortune cookies actually with my Chinese food. You never know quite what. I mean, sometimes you get the prawn crackers free, but didn't get that. But I got a couple of fortune cookies.
Say Gloucestershire are going to take early wickets tomorrow morning.
No, it said, I think that fortune could be found in unexpected places. So I had a look in a couple of bins this morning and didn't find any money. Leg slip. It looks as if he's been in a couple of bins this morning with the state of his trousers already. This is played by Callaway on the bounce to a short, straight mid-on. That's Ollie Price. There's no run. It's Miles Hammond who's underneath the helmet there, with a loose strap dangling from his right ear, because it's Miles Hammond. Reverse sweep from Callaway. He's not got enough on that, I don't think, for 4, but there'll be at least 2 as Bailey takes a massive divot out of the turf. Gosh,
mucky boy.
Ground staff aren't going to like that. And that, oh dear, look at the state of his trousers as well. Early in the day, 2 runs. The going is a little bit, well, let's say it's not firm this morning.
Yeah, they must have been watering the outfield a bit, do you feel?
Yeah, it does seem to retain its moisture quite well here. Murphy bowls, a good delivery, but Callaway's back and defending.
Maybe a little bit of rain overnight. The window's just a few drops of water on when I looked out first thing.
Graham Van Buren's distinctive cries of encouragement being heard over the fax microphone there as Murphy bowls, and this is whipped away to mid-wicket, knocked down by Phillips there for no run. It's also noticeable during Kookaburra rounds that nobody has any red stains on their trousers. It's just no point polishing the thing. Murphy bowls a flighted delivery, which is driven back to the bowler off the... Well, it wasn't off the middle of the bat from Callaway. It wasn't in the air at all, but Murphy just felt he was challenging the inside edge there with that short straight mid-on as well.
Yeah, and there's leg slip instead of a slip.
Last ball of the over, Murphy bowls. It's short, but he'll get away with it because once again Bancroft is there. He gets up so calmly and just strolls away after having exploded down to his left to stop the ball. 259 for 4. There is there's that sort of quiet intensity about Bancroft, really. You sort of get the impression that despite the calm exterior, there's sort of a coiled spring ready to to pounce at.
Yes, I mean,
at any moment.
don't meet Australian professional sports people who are lacking in intensity generally, do you? And effort and confidence, as my learned colleague Kenneth, who will be with us in a minute.
I was looking, just going back to these fortune cookies, though, I was looking at some fortune cookies that people have received around the world.
Okay.
You will read this and say, geez, I could have come up with better fortunes than that. I see money in your future. It is not yours, though.
Ingram turns one away on the leg side for a single, 260 for 4. Well, that's no use looking at other people's money.
You may be hungry soon. Order a takeout now.
Yes, says the owner of a takeout company, the owner of a food company. As Van Buren bowls with a bit of flight, Ingram plays it to mid-off, calls for a single, and it was Ingram who had to hurry as the throw came in from Murphy at mid-on, but hurry he did, even though Bracey disturbed the stumps. 261 for 4. As Gloucestershire certainly rattling through a few overs very quickly this morning, as Ingram was on the defensive. 2 overs after this one until the new ball arrives. As Murphy, Van Buren is in to bowl, and Ingram pushes into the covers. No run, scrambling stop by Price for a change. It's not Bancroft who fields in the infield for once. 261 for 4. Van Buren bowls, Ingram pushes forward. There's no run. And one piece of news with regard to a Glamorgan overseas player that was slightly unexpected. As Van Buren bowls to Ingram, who defends, just 2 off the over, 261 for 4. Hayden Kerr, who played the first couple of blast matches for Glamorgan, the Australian all-rounder, is still in the country with his rehab, and I suppose there's a possibility that he could feature maybe in the next couple of championship matches, because he was signed originally to play in the blast and maybe a couple of championship games. So he may be available, I suppose, if he's recovered from that hamstring injury, which must have been quite a bad one, because he was ruled out at the time from the rest of the blast, so you sort of assume he's gone home. But he's not. He's still around, although Glamorgan have signed Imad Wasim for the rest of the blast, the Swansea-born Pakistani spinner.
That was got in with delight.
Imad is a Welshman.
Yes.
La 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 la.
Here's Murphy starting a new over down the leg side. No touch on it. Bracey removes the bails for effect, but no chance for stumping as Callaway hadn't gone anywhere. You sort of feel as though you're almost more likely, and we saw it in the first innings with Callaway getting a strangle job down there. You feel as if you're almost more likely to get a wicket there than trying to spin one and hit middle and off. And Callaway turns it leg side, where there is a packed field with that short straight mid-on, Bancroft in at mid-wicket, and Phillips at square leg. 3 fielders back either on or towards the boundary at long on mid-wicket, and long leg, only 2 fielders on the offside, as this is flicked off pad, I think, loops wide of Hammond at leg slip. He'll go charging after it and ensure that there is no run. And we'll keep you updated, of course, with action elsewhere, particularly with an eye on Chesterfield, where Derbyshire, who are the team above these two in the standings, taking on Lancashire, as Callaway tries to work that one into the onside and gets an inside edge onto pad. Lancashire 142 for 3 in their second innings. That's a lead of 248 runs, but they've lost a couple of wickets, I think, this morning. Murphy in and bowl. Sweep shot from Kellaway. He's hit the sweeper at long leg. Van Buren, so just the single. Progress continues to be pretty good for Glamorgan at 262 for 4. They've got that deficit now down to 118 as Hammond switches headgear to field at slip rather than leg slip for Ingram. Doesn't feel as though Murphy's had a great deal of bowling at Ingram. He seems to have been able to find a single pretty much as soon as he's got on strike. But more of a spread field for the left-hander. Murphy bowls a wide ball and Ingram watches it go by. So 1 over left until the new ball, 262 for 4. Good morning to Kenneth Davis.
Boreda, good morning Ed, good morning everybody. Pretty mundane morning, it has to be said, which is probably a good thing from a Glamorgan perspective. There's nothing much going on out there to bother them. It's only been spin this morning, but these two have looked pretty much impeccable, adding 141 is the partnership. They've added 34 to their overnight tally, and both are looking strong. You'd feel to kick on, Kellaway included, who is on strike unbeaten on 73. A bit gloomy out there, which is odd. I think, looking at the forecast, many different versions, but the sun should peer out before lunch. We'll see. Kellaway is on strike. Van Buren, who took the last wicket, the 4th of North East, on the bounce. There was a shout to catch it. I think it was a bump ball, but they come through for a single anyway, and it dropped short of Todd Murphy. But interesting. Van Buren bowled well yesterday, but you just get the feel, and I was picking up on what yourself, Ed, and Nick were mentioning. Batting is getting easier, and they're picking off the singles. Van Buren. Oh, that just evaded slip. Not sure if it carried, but it should dribble all the way for 4. Yes, it does. So it was just past the despairing dive of Miles Hammond. Yeah, I think it was on the ground anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's mostly played that with soft hands and controlled it really. Ingram, I mean, Van Buren will feel he's had a couple of slight moral
let's
victories.
Let's be honest, there'll be always shouts of catch it when it's
exactly,
even when it's running across the ground.
If it's off the edge, the fielding side will make
something
Ingram
of
know
it.
that he can't do that. He'll surely get caught if he does that again.
In comes Van Buren, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Colin Ingram, who's unbeaten on 72. So 3 balls in which Gloucestershire can then take the new ball. Van Buren in, fullish, and that's cut. There might be 2 here on offer. Yes, there is. They'll come back for the second as Singdale launches it back to the non-striker's end.
Might help him warm up a bit. I think that he may be coming on pretty soon. He's not come out wearing a cap this morning. He was just gesticulating towards the dressing room.
Took the wicket of Zainul Hassan as Ingram plays that, but mid-wicket Bancroft comes diving again, who's been very busy. Cameron Bancroft, who scored 50 in Gloucestershire's first innings. Van Buren coming in. Ingram drives to long on for an easy single. And that's the theme of the morning. It's very, very easy out there at the present time. That is the end of the over. 270 for 4. We'll see if Gloucestershire will take the new ball.
Yeah, they've got to change the pace, I think, and they are going to, I'm pretty sure. We've got Actor doing some shadow bowling at the Cathedral Road end, but I think it will be Singdale to come on, and there are helmets being taken off the field. So, I mean, nowadays, sides very rarely have those 2 or 3 balls with the old ball and then go to the new one.
What was that website you were looking at, the fortune cookies? That was interesting because I see absolutely no money in my future whatsoever with 3 kids. The moral is, yeah.
Stop procrastinating. Starting tomorrow. Yeah.
Returning to bowl with the new ball.
There we are. Confirmation of the new ball.
Must have been, I missed the wave, but it must have happened. I think we can safely trust Dr. Hignell on that one, so Singdale marches to the end of his long run, and I wonder what the plan of attack here is, whether it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag, or I'm sure that there will be some short stuff, because this is not, in case you hadn't realised by now, they're playing with the Kookaburra ball. We might have mentioned it a few times.
We might have.
But there is absolutely no point in pitching the Kookaburra ball up in these sorts of conditions and expecting it to swing, because it won't.
Singdale did try a few short stuff yesterday, but there wasn't much lift there, was there? And there wasn't much interest either from these two.
No, these two, I think some of the problem was, especially in that evening session, that they didn't feel as if they had to take it on in terms of moving the game on. They might feel more likely to take it on now, we'll see. Singdale over the wicket bowls, and back of a length delivery, which Ingram plays as if it were a T20 game, really, just opening the face and running it down to deep third. That's the 200, no, it's the 150 partnership. Not quite there yet.
Not quite.
But it's got the feeling that it may get there yet. However, that's a little way off. 150 run partnership between Kellaway and Ingram, and when they came together, we mentioned that dismissal of North East, Gloucestershire were really looking as though they were on top, and another couple of relatively quick wickets at any point yesterday afternoon or evening, and we may well be talking about we would be talking about a completely different game, with Glamorgan probably at least fighting to scramble to whatever they could, the way that Gloucestershire did. This is worked down to long leg by Kellaway, and both batters, as we've seen a few times in this game, really, with the exception obviously of that Bracey-Bailey partnership, whether it was Bailey doing all of the blocking and Bracey doing all of the attacking, but these two keeping pace with each other. Kellaway 75, Ingram just ahead on 76, and has actually faced fewer deliveries than Kellaway, despite coming in first. Over the wicket, Singdale to Ingram, and there's a drop and run into the covers.
And it's as easy as that.
A deep cover back, and I'm not sure why there's a deep cover back. 273 for 4. That is very easy, that drop and run. I don't think Singdale is likely to be really just pitching it right up.
Very little pressure is there. They can just, the singles are on offer. They're picking them off at the moment at will.
There's no deep cover for Kellaway, but there is a deep square and a fine leg and a deep third, but that's more for the shorter ball, which is bowled there, and it's too high. It's been wided. 274 for 4, and there's the other thankless task about trying to bowl short, even as somebody with the pace of Singdale, who's got enough pace to trouble batters on the shorter ball. But you just bang it in, and you do not know what height it's going to go through to the batter at. It may not get up, it may sit up, even at his pace, or that can happen, just balloons over the head. There are 2 slips in place as Singdale bowls, and Kellaway runs that one down to deep third. He's got absolutely no bother or worry in playing with the outer part of the bat, even with the 2 slips. We're almost there for show, really. 275 for 4.
Yeah, trying to exert some pressure, but as the sun peers from the clouds, it's been pretty non-eventful this morning.
We've seen 1 slip catch so far in 2 and a bit days, I think, off a seam bowler. Ingram on drives. Good looking shot, but for no run. Josh Shaw
Was
is
that
on the
yeah?
field.
Which one was that? Ingram took. Did Ingram take one yesterday morning?
Yeah, off Singdale.
Yeah, that's it.
Going at it quite hard. And still at that stage, it was a fairly new ball. But yeah, I think it was one slip catch in the last match as well. Just struggle to see how that's a good look for the game, really. Singdale round the wicket bowls and Ingram punches it into the offside. It'll be stopped at cover point. There'll be no run. But what have we had? 4 singles and a wide from that over. So Glamorgan continue to move the board along. 275 for 4. And you know, you only mentioned the feel of things, and there's almost a little bit of a feel of Gloucestershire. Just what they feel that they want to do is at least to try and control the scoreboard. So
well,
are we in
containing mode?
Yeah,
that's the issue now. They're still they're still trailing by 105, Glamorgan, but as soon as that is under 100, with these two in prime nick, both in the 70s, and I was going to say Ben Callaway continuing his. Well, he's passed his apprenticeship, but he's flourishing this year. Okay, fine. He'll play on tougher wickets, that is for sure. But he's still shown application, shot selection, and he just looks very comfortable now at this level. Does Ben Callaway, who will face Akhtar for the first time this morning. Zaman Akhtar, who contributed with 58 runs in Gloucestershire's first innings. Hasn't taken a wicket yet. He was part of that dismissal, caught Zain ul Hassan off the bowling of Singdale.
Had a 5-wicket haul in the first innings against Glamorgan at Bristol. Akhtar.
In he comes, right arm over, and that's left outside off stump and taken by Bracey.
A pitch which I think probably makes this one look like a minefield. It was a remarkable effort from Akhtar and Singdale to throw themselves at the crease over and over again and extract somehow some sort of pace out of it, because nobody else really in the match got much out of it. It was only because they were trying to bowl as quickly as possible.
In comes Akhtar, and it's a solid forward offensive shot from Callaway, fielded at point by Joe Phillips.
It's just a lovely defensive shot, that, from Callaway. I mean, it's, you know, as you say, it may not be the trickiest batting conditions, but it's just the look of him. He just waited for that ball to come to him. He didn't go at it at all, played it right underneath his eyes, and it still made a pleasing thump off the bat, even in defence.
3 dot balls in this over. That's right up in the block hole. And shouts of catch, but it was well short of the man at deep square, sweeping.
It's really been the only way it's felt as though a wicket is going to come.
Well, we said it yesterday, didn't we, a few times, Ed? Enforced errors, I think, is the only way that Gloucestershire are going to eke anything out of this pitch, which can happen, of course. Bit of pressure. Few dot balls, few maiden overs could result in batter error, but we haven't seen it for a while. Akhtar to Ingram, who gets everything behind that defensively, prods that out to the offside, and there's no run.
But you get 2 batters who are seeing it the way that these two are now. They've spent the time that they have at the crease. They know that the ball isn't moving laterally. So it really is just pick the line of the ball and
pick
then
your
just
shot,
exactly.
There's
just
always going to be a
decide
loose
what
ball.
shot to play, and that's why it feels as if it has to be a loose shot rather than, you know, what we would often see.
Zaman Akhtar, and that's worked round the corner into the onside, and it's as easy as that once more. Well, the shot, I remember I think it was off Todd Murphy, just slightly over pitch to Ingram, and it was nothing more than a soft push, and it raced all the way to the boundary on this Cathedral Road end, and that's all they have to do
Still a fast outfield, and that is the end of the over, incidentally. Glamorgan 277 for 4. So they are going along nicely. They started out 228 for 4 overnight. And these now have added 156 for the 5th wicket.
You do sit here quite a few times and think, well, what do the powers that be want out of this? As Singdale runs in round the wicket, bowls, and Ingram forward to defend. And of course, do not get me wrong, batters are allowed to play well, and it is a good thing that batters spend time out in the middle and that they can do that. I think it's. I'm not going to say it's as ugly a look, because it can be very fun to watch wickets cascade and tumble all over the place. But when you see batters going out there and thinking, well, what's the point here? I'm just going to get a ball that's going to do something any moment that, it's either going to move sideways on me or up and down. Singdale bowls.
Well, that's an interesting point,
to the offside.
Because I think by and large bowling has been far more difficult here, and it may be all over the country given the conditions.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it. I think it's
this year
not having a go at Cardiff, especially either. No.
So perhaps it does make bowlers, they have to work out how to get batters, but it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other, isn't it?
Yeah, and also just in terms of wanting intense cricket, how can you maintain that intensity when it feels like that much of a slog even to take a couple of wickets, and you've only got 4 days to play with? Singdale bowls a wide ball, a loose slash from Ingram, misses the ball, and that's exactly the sort of lapse that you're basically looking for. I mean, Singdale he's bowled a different delivery there, whether he's meant to bowl a ball as wide as that, and then it starts to feel almost just pot luck where you get the wicket or not, and again that can't lead to intense cricket, really. Of course he's charging in, he's giving it his best, Singdale, but when there's that randomness to the outcome almost. Singdale bowls a short ball, and that's shovelled away. Low pull from Ingram for 4 between deep square and long leg, and there again you can't ask for a domestic bowler to be bowling quicker than Singdale. He's one of the quickest on the circuit. He's banged a ball in short. It's got up about hip height to a batter in Ingram who is very strong on the short ball, and the result is fairly predictable. The deficit is down into double figures now for Glamorgan at 281 for 4, and this partnership to 160. Singdale bowls, driving is Ingram off a thick outer part of the bat, but he'll still add another run down to deep third.
I mean, I'm slightly reticent to blame the powers that be. It's easy to blame them. They try to be innovative in terms of this kookaburra experiment, whatever you want to call it. However, I mean, the big premise of this idea is England going down to Australia never play well against the kookaburra ball.
Yeah.
But I'll come back to that after this ball.
Last ball of this over from Singdale. Bowls to Kellaway, and I think that's come off. No, it's come off batter. Let's say it sounded a little bit thuddy, but actually the speed that it went down there was probably the giveaway that there was bat on it. Glanced away for a boundary, and any time one batter seems to get in front on the scoreboard, the other one catches up. So Kellaway's into the 80s as well. He's to 81. Ingram on 83. It's 286 for 4. The
point being, the players that need to play in these games seldom play anyway.
Yeah, I think it's, is it about trying to find, extra squad members or whatever? But
I get it, but given what Tim van der Hoogten was saying to us yesterday and others, it's a totally alien feel anyway, because the ball plays differently.
Yeah, this is actually, it brings me on to what I was going to say, and I can say it because yet again the ball has got lost in that area behind the hover cover. We've had that a couple of times the last couple of days. And what I was going to say was, you've got 2 England Lions fast bowlers here. They've been picked for the Lions on the basis of the fact that England believe that they are close to Test quality.
Yeah.
And you know, they're picking on the basis of speed, picking on the basis of... What did he say?
It's red and it's round. I remember the famous quote from Greg Thomas to Vivian Richards years ago. It's red and it's round. And Vivian goes, yes. Smacked him for 6. It's red and round. Go and fetch it.
You know what it looks like now. You go and fetch it. Yes, and you know, I'm sure that the Spectator might have it pointed out that he could have an extremely close examination of the ball at extreme pace if he wanted to. No, but you know, yes, as I say, England are picking. We know that they're picking based on attributes now as much as anything else. But what more do you want? You've got 2 Lions fast bowlers bowling in tandem with a new ball here. You've got a spinner who's played 7 Test matches already. You sort of think, what more can you do? This is domestic cricket. This is not international cricket.
Well, what Gloucestershire need to do is take a wicket. Zaman Akhtar, and that's pushed round the corner. They'll come through comfortably in the end for a single as it's pushed out to mid-wicket, where it was fielded by Van Buren.
You know, you can't expect, especially in Division 2 of the County Championship, you cannot expect sides to have international quality attacks, and you're not going to get that by changing the ball. So
it's a debate that's going to rumble on that.
Yeah, it is, and we can see, I mean, it gives us something to talk about, so I suppose it's something good.
As Akhtar will start his run-up past the umpire to Kellaway, who sort of tried to duck out of the way and tried to weave and probably didn't do either. Went through to Bracey. Talking about Lions, still maintain that if Kellaway continues his upward trajectory, he won't be far away, certainly in those discussions.
God, that is a nasty short ball from Akhtar. That's what
they want.
When he gets it right, yeah.
Akhtar steaming in from the River Taff end, and that's a bish over point. It was slightly streaky from Kellaway. In the end, it evaded Phillips with something to spare in the end. It was up-ish, just reaching for a wide ball from Zaman Akhtar, and it sped away to the offside boundary.
Yeah, you just wonder, a couple of balls ago, rearing back, ball just whizzing past Grill. That just caused that to happen, but then, you know, then you don't get the payoff as the bowler, and you've gone for 4 as well.
Akhtar to Kellaway, and he will go for his shots. We know this. He is a batter who likes to score quickly, and you have to score quickly now, even if you've got aspirations of playing Test cricket, given how England play the game. We've seen Duckett, who plays at everything.
Yes.
He doesn't leave a thing.
I mean, that's the other part of the discussion, isn't it? That they, when this point system was introduced as well, there was this idea that way of playing was going to filter down to the county game. It hasn't.
Akhtar bowls. That's cut aggressively by Colin Ingram. It was short, bit of width to work with, and Ingram isn't going to miss out there. Another boundary.
Yeah, it's a loose one from Akhtar, short and wide, but a bit of time there for Ingram to line it up as well. But yeah, you know, there is also the argument to say that actually if you want results in these games, then you have to play a different way.
Last ball of the over, Zaman Akhtar, and that is a bouncer, and it flies over the head where it's been called a wide. So momentarily we will have another ball in this over.
You know, I was mentioning this morning that there's a school of thought, and I don't know whether it would save every game. And the problem with playing that way in domestic cricket is that you've got promotion and relegation. You've got far more to lose, actually.
Akhtar, and that's played defensively and firmly by Ingram. No possibility of a run. The end of the over, and Glamorgan racing on this morning. They started overnight, they were 228 for 4. They've raced on to 297 for 4, with this pair still going well. Kellaway is on 86. Colin Ingram is unbeaten on 88. Just changing of helmets and so forth.
Yeah, I don't think it's an official drinks break, but basically around about the first hour. But yeah, just going back to the style of play, it's very easy. I mean, I say it's very easy. Of course, you still have the potential media backlash and all that pressure. I'm not trying to say that the pressure of international cricket isn't there, but when you're sort of playing, it feels like for your counties, if not future, potential near future, when it comes to promotion and relegation, the difference in terms of attracting players to Division 2 versus Division 1, these things have a serious bearing on your side that you're playing for. Singdale, new over, bowling. Kellaway working leg side, 2 on offer here, you would think, but no, they decide against it. Charlesworth quick to the ball from deep mid-wicket, 298 for 4, so just a couple of runs away from a second batting point, Glamorgan. I don't see a future in the county championship as it currently stands, where you can make that argument of, teams just need to play more differently. Well, yeah, okay, you do see situations like last week where Gloucestershire set Derbyshire, set them a target that maybe they could have got, but that was a different situation. Round the wicket, Singdale in, and a defensive shot from Ingram, solid as a rock, out into the offside. It takes sides needing to win, and I just, you think to the teams that have played that way. I can only really think of Durham a couple of years back in Division 2, but they played that way because they knew they had the best side in the division. It's easy to play cricket and go out and play aggressively and try and win games when you know that you're the best side anyway. They're not playing that way in Division 1. Driving hard and straight through cover.
Yeah,
and that's 4. Yeah, it's not easy as it's bouncing off those practice pitches, and it was hit hard, but still, in this situation, you kind of need those to be stopped. The 300 is up.
We've been discussing it for 20 minutes now, and we still haven't come up with an answer, which proves how. But it's a good point of debate, but it'll rumble on, and of course you do get this feeling from some quarters. It wasn't like this in my day, which you always get.
Well, and they will talk about being more aggressive with declarations and things like that. But again, promotion and relegation. Singdale in, wide delivery left alone, and it just feels even. I mean, actually, I've moved it away from the Kookaburra to a certain extent as well, because there are some people that will say that in terms of the Duke's ball that needs to happen more. Teams need to get more creative with declarations in order to force results. But if you're going to do that, then I think you're going to have to change the format, and then you may also introduce dead cricket in another way, because if you go to a sort of a conference style system, for example, you've got dead cricket at the end if you're not in the top division. Singdale in, and that's a good delivery which Ingram has to rise up and out of the way of, withdrawing the gloves and the bat from. 1 ball left in this over, and we'll have a commentary change as Nick Webb can come back in, and you might get some relief from the moaning about the state of the county.
We like a good. I always like
we
a
moan
good,
because we like it.
You can't say anything against a good members forum.
No,
they're always brilliant.
Last ball of the over, Singdale is in and bowls, and Ingram works it into the leg side for no run. 302 for 4, Kenneth Davies and then Nick Webb.
Thank you very much, Ed. Well, we've done the Kookaburra conundrum, the domestic season. Nick, anything take your fancy? State of Cardiff transport or anything?
World peace. The fact that A load of concerts are being played.
Oh, yes,
not a couple of miles from here.
Let's have a go at that.
There's a drinks break, so we can have a go at
that's
everything.
That's an old favourite.
3:02 for 4. Glamorgan lead 5-3 on the board. We have had a bit of public feedback, if I can get.
Oh no! Don't give us public feedback.
Oh, come on! We asked for it. Literally, we asked for it. Right. Graham Brill, why not split the 4-day games into 3 blocks of 4 games played in April, May, June, July, then back end of August into September. 12 championship games, fill the gaps with T20 and 1-day cricket. You could have a short form fest with T20 finals and 1-day cup played over a weekend in August. Yeah, I don't think many people want a reduction at all in the number of championship games. Also, start games on a Friday, so you're never going to get big crowds on a Saturday because so many people who come to county games are also involved in their clubs, either playing, spectating, umpiring, etc., etc.
I mean, jokes aside, says he, I think I think there is a consensus that the T20 competition needs a freshen up. However, the talk is, Nick, as you mentioned, going back to 3 groups of 6.
Yes, the old West Midlands and Wales
But
group.
it would mean that Glamorgan, because the southern group, let's be honest, is a tough group. However, Glamorgan would probably end up playing equally tough sides in a Midlands group, because the teams would be Warwickshire, Northants and Worcestershire. They would be in that group, wouldn't they? So, and the other point would be that they would move the finals day forward, which is ludicrous at the moment. That's such a long gap between.
Damien Owen says that proposed new group would be much better for away trips. He had a brilliant trip to rugby school, he says.
It's all about the trips.
Yes.
I do concur with that.
Yes, I remember Glamorgan having quite a successful day out at rugby school. Can't remember if that was T20 or 1-day cup. Anyway, should we talk about some cricket? The drinks break is over. And we've got Zaman Akhtar bowling to Ben Callaway on 87 not out, and he is forward pushing out into the offside. John Hurdle, good morning to you. Would it be possible to say hello to Fraser, the Glamorgan cricketing elf, watching his boys on YouTube? And send us a picture of the said elf with a Glamorgan signed bat. Do you recognise any of the signatures and know what year it's from? Well, we can narrow it down, I think, he says, typing furiously into a search engine. As Akhtar bowls and Callaway drives fiercely but towards mid-on, and there is no run. Well, the top signature on the bat is Jamie Dalrymple, which means it's 2008 to 2010, the 3 years that he was with Glamorgan. Most of them are illegible, as you'd expect. Mark Wallace, what a fine example he's setting, but then he did some training at the BBC once
he did indeed.
Promptly got out of journalism.
Was this something we said?
Probably. Short ball from Akhtar, and no response needed from Callaway. Didn't even need to duck. So thank you for that, John. It's between those 3 years. That's the best I can do. 2008 to 2010. He emailed glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Various X points as well. As Akhtar is in, and Callaway runs it down with an angled bat towards third man. There is no third man, so it's a chase for Gully, who picks it up just inside the ropes, and Ingram is happy to come back for a third run to move Callaway up to 90 not out. Steve Grant on X says that he and his response to the survey suggested that slightly more regionalised blast, back to the old Benson Hedges groupings, possibly. Takes out the long trips to the southeast. Zigzagging the country with the blast schedule has been a major issue, so why penalise the championship as a result? Factor in Bowles and Ingram defence.
You wouldn't disagree with that last point, because, you know, taking Glamorgan games down in Kent and Essex,
they're long hauls.
They are indeed. Well, you know more than most, Nick.
Josh Curtis says if players experience mental and physical strain, why can't they ask for a rest for a couple of games? Cutting the schedule might cost one or two of the teammates in the squad their jobs, as less need for rotation. I think that's a good point. Out to Bowles. Ingram turns it off his hip down to fine leg. Charlesworth fields in front of us, and they go through for a single 93 to Ingram, 306 for 4. Yeah, I think you'd have to make it mandatory rotation. Say players play a maximum of 12 championship games out of 14. Otherwise, you know, knowing professional sports people, they're going to say, yeah, I'll carry on, even if your leg's hanging off or you're feeling mentally not quite there. So I think you'd have to make it mandatory, and to a certain extent it's become the accepted practice in rugby. There may be for international players 35 games in a season they could theoretically play in, but generally they stick to about 25. That time you did some talking, Kenneth.
I'm thinking studiously. I mean, that obviously, how would that be practically? Would you be able to? You'd have to enforce that from above.
You'd have to say that you know, a player can play no more than 12 championship games, which wouldn't affect too many. Looking at the schedule, Cook, Carlson and Van der Hoogten are the only players who played all Glamorgan's games.
In comes Singdale, and that's played through mid-wicket for a single. Yes, would affect those teams with smaller squad abilities.
But if you had to do it, you'd have to cater for it. Also on X, RJ Evans points out that Ingram is over 200 since last out, having finished 133 not out against Leicestershire.
Still 2 slips in as Singdale comes in, right arm over the wicket. Ooh, that's a good ball from Singdale. It was left, I think, at the last moment by Ingram, as it flew through to keeper Bracey.
And Dexter, the Frenchie, an alleged dog, who's obviously very adept at typing on a tablet or phone. Would it be possible for me to have the world's supply of kookaburra balls, as they're much better as dog chew toys than playing cricket with?
That's a good one. Starting his run-up is Singdale. Ingram in the 90s, that's driven, and that hit Singdale on the boot and ricocheted.
Morgan, Barrel, no, nothing on the second 11 schedule and structure as far as we know. I have enough trouble getting my head around the first 11. I'm afraid I have to leave the second 11 to others. There's been a bit of reduction in official matches there this season, possibly because counties are making economies.
Morgan, who've added 80 this morning, hoping to push on. Singdale, too driven firmly by Ingram, but too firm to take a run to mid-off. We're in the 87th over, and Glamorgan now just trailed by 72 runs, and are making light work of everything this morning.
So, yeah, there have been plays and misses, and
there was one
balls in the air that have just eluded fielders
by Ingram from a wide ball from Singdale. Apart from that, there haven't been anything to trouble the batters. And you do feel it's going to be a surprise when a wicket falls.
Yes, with regard to kookaburras, by the way, I've posted a clip on BBC Sport Wales from Kenneth's interview with Van der Hoogten, as I managed to get back from Glamorgan's Bavia, having failed to record it properly myself. So there's a clip of Tim Van der Hoogten trying to be fair about kookaburra balls, but not really hugely in favour. That's
he tried to be diplomatic.
Yes, he did, to be fair. There we are. Well, 308 for 4. It's Glamorgan's morning so far, moving on from 228 for 4 overnight. So 80 runs have come in 72 minutes. And Glamorgan is 72 runs in arrears. And we've got still a good hour and a half of battling for bonus points as Actor bowls, and Callaway pushes up to mid-off. And there is no run. So both these players in the 90s. And
it must be a benefit for Callaway to play with someone of Ingram's ilk. And I've spoken to him a few times in the past, how he looked up to Ingram and how influential Ingram was and has been on his career.
As Actor bowls and Callaway is pushing forward. When I asked Coach Richard Dawson about Ingram after his century at Bristol, I think he just brought out, he mentioned the word calm, that he brought calm to his teammates as well as himself and the dressing room as a whole, really. And I suppose if you've pretty much seen it all during a 20-odd year professional cricket career, you can put perspective on things. Actor bowls. Callaway tries to work it through the offside, but it's intercepted by Ollie Price at backward point, and there's no run. So we've got potential centuries on the horizon. We've got Gloucestershire need another 5 wickets in the next 22 overs if they're to claim maximum bowling points, which may be quite difficult to achieve, but hey, 1 brings 2, etc. Actor bowls. Callaway works it away on the leg side. There's a bit of a chase, but they will settle for a single as it's fielded by Murphy out in front of the pavilion, away to our left. 309 for 4. With Callaway moving on to 92 not out. Remember, he does have a big century to his credit already this season down at Canterbury, and he also got out in the 90s at home to Northants, so he'll be taking nothing for granted. Actor in to bowl, and Ingram need do nothing about that one as it sails harmlessly miles over his head.
They certainly have pushed on quicker this morning. So we'll see when that the arrears column decreases.
Yeah, you'd have thought that Gloucestershire would be struggling to maintain a first innings advantage as things stand. So Actor bowls and Ingram plays it gently into the offside, and there is no run. You feel that this match, if it is going to provide a positive result, needs a distinct first innings advantage for one side or the other, and Gloucestershire's hopes of being that side in the ascendancy are rather trailing away at the moment.
Yeah, they'd have been hoping for some quick wickets, getting out of the traps quickly, but we've seen nothing of the sort, partly due to playing conditions. Still overcast. That sun did appear, but it's gone back momentarily. 2 slips in for Ajit Singh Dale, who starts his run up from the Cathedral Road end. That's driven firmly. That's a cracking shot by Callaway. Past mid-off for 4. And that a shot of a man in form.
Yep, he's making his mark with the bat, certainly in the Championship this season, Ben Callaway.
Just held his poise as well. Follow through. As he goes on to 96. And despite the wicket and so forth, we've gone on. He's certainly showed maturity coming in when Glamorgan were under pressure. Singhdale, right arm over, and Callaway gets behind it resolutely, defensively.
11 boundaries so far, and Callaway this season has shown he's not just a stroke maker. He can adapt to the different rhythms, the different demands of Championship cricket.
Yes. We mentioned yesterday about perhaps not hitting the heights in the shortened form as of yet, although Singhdale, well, that lobbed up. Callaway was looking to play that in the onside, ricocheted and had a sort of edge, but it was short of Singhdale. He had a score, mentioned yesterday, of 53 in the T20 game at Bristol.
That was frustrating for Singhdale, wasn't it? It just lobbed up in the air frustratingly.
And dropped in front of him.
Wasn't able to dive forward. 147 Singhdale in 17, so he's been more than tidy, really.
As he starts his run-up, 1 for 47. Good length delivery, but Callaway gets everything behind it up to mid-off. There's no run. 313 for 4. Glamorgan trail by 67. This partnership is worth 192, is it? Yeah.
Yep, it's on the board somewhere.
Yeah. As the sun comes out
Ooh.
over Sophia Garden, Singhdale fires one in, slightly short of the length, and they take a single. Oh, that was slightly tight from a Glamorgan perspective, as Ingram dived as the shy came in.
Yeah, not only has he muddied his trousers, but I think he's also split a glove there in that dive as he went sprawling.
I think Ingram looks at Callaway thinking, slightly too close for comfort. That one.
Look, mate, I'm two days short of my 40th birthday, and I want to reach it in one piece.
Yeah.
Or as my version of that, before keeping wicket, I say to the bowlers, help the aged.
Yeah, which is why he's not interested in taking any singles, or very little in T20 cricket. I remember, I think we were down there in Chelmsford, he took a quick one and pulled his hammy a couple of years back. He was out for a few games. It wasn't a complete tear.
Yeah, Graham Brill suggests that one of the reasons for county cricket producing results in the past was, of course, uncovered pitches, as well as the use of the reader ball made in Kent. Even though downtime was lost to wet outfields, he floats the idea of wickets being left uncovered, but admits it isn't going to happen.
Can't see that. Yeah, just very, very unlikely.
Just as a talking point, but no, it's an amusing point, but it would be disastrous these days, I think, to say, why aren't you playing cricket? Because we didn't cover the wicket. Even humble club grounds have some sort of covering these days.
Colin Ingram, new pair of gloves, is ready to go once more. He's on strike. Singhdale starts his run-up, comes in, bangs that one in short. Ingram weaves out of the way and taken by Bracey, and there's no run. End of the over. So Glamorgan going along nicely. 314 for 4 to their overnight tally. Callaway is 97, Ingram unbeaten on 94.
Reminder, if you want a bit of international cricket in the Bristol area this evening, England women are playing India. A few tickets left, says Ed. Not many. So Charlesworth will take over the seam attack from the River Taff end. Elsewhere in Division 2, the Lancashire 200 for 4 in their second innings, a lead of 306 over Derbyshire. So you'd think a declaration is a possibility there. Everyone's got a few runs. Keaton Jennings, 58, the top scorer so far. Aitchison 3 wickets for Derbyshire, and a Derbyshire defeat might well be welcomed by these two counties currently in 3rd and 4th. Derbyshire in 2nd behind Leicestershire, who are 155 for 9, still 379 behind Middlesex. So the leaders in trouble. Charlesworth is in to bowl, and Callaway plays it down towards point for a single to move on to 98 not out.
I'd be interested to know what sightseeing Hayden Kerr's been doing in his time on the sidelines. He's probably been sunbathing. We haven't had any rain since his injury. It's more indicative of Rothesay's been like Bondi or Coogee Beach.
Be careful.
It's far better. Rothesay Beach, you can't beat it.
Just be careful with the tides at the north end of the beach. That's all I can say.
Yeah, we'll keep Rothesay as a secret.
Here comes Charlesworth into Ingram, who defends.
Other beaches are available. There are many in that part of the world.
It's possibly the only one where I've nearly died, though.
Well,
did get caught in a very nasty
rip
tide going around the island at the north end of the beach.
Yes, and watch the tide times going out to Worm's Head as well.
There's Charlesworth bowls, and Ingram clips it away comfortably.
As many have been caught out.
Yeah, so is I think a young teenager, and thankfully my dad was in the vicinity at some cost to himself as we got hauled out on some rather sharp rocks, but the sharp rocks were better than the alternative.
Yes.
So be careful at Rothesay, kids. 316 for 4, Charlesworth to Callaway on 98 not out, driving to mid-off, no run. So just the one maximum hit in this innings by Colin Ingram. They are level on 11 fours apiece at the moment. Bright conditions, and Callaway going brightly as he works that on the leg side. He'll get there in singles if necessary. Moves up to 99. Ripple of applause. 317 for 4. Ingram on 95. I don't think these are the conditions on which he will look to get there in the grand style. Was this the last ball of the 90th over, so another 20 for bonus points. Glamorgan could realistically think about 400 as Charlesworth bowls and Ingram is on the defensive. No run, end the over. 3 singles came off it. 317 for 4. Callaway 99, Ingram 95. We've got 20 overs left for bonus points. Glamorgan looking potentially for 400 if they can up the run rate further. And Gloucestershire looking to peg away and claim at least 2 wickets. In these conditions, as we've said, 5 in 20 overs looks slightly improbable, but here's Archie Bailey to have a bash at getting a breakthrough.
Indeed. I'll do this over before vacating my seat as Callaway eyes another century. He's on 99, but as Nick mentioned, he'll be closely watching everything, given that he was out in the 90s against Northants earlier in the season. So there is a slip in as there is a change in the shape of Archie Bailey, who took 2 wickets yesterday, those of Asa Tribe. Was caught by James Tracy. Here is Bailey then, his first ball to Callaway, who drives, and that'll be his century all the way to the boundary for 4, raises his hand in triumph. Ingram congratulates the youngster from Chepstow. He follows his century that he made down in Canterbury, raises his bat aloft to the pavilion where all his teammates are up in unison. It's been a cracking knock by Ben Callaway, and he will now hope to continue that form.
180 balls and 12 fours in the Callaway century. His second half century rather slower than his first, which doesn't often happen, and containing fewer boundaries. So Gloucestershire have put the brakes on at times.
Callaway might be looking to kick on then after getting to 3 figures. That's through mid-wicket, and that will be another boundary. It should dribble on. Yes, it will. Through mid-wicket for 4. So 2 boundaries in 2 balls.
Yeah, Bailey just overstretching slightly and dished up a fairly juicy full toss on leg stump that batters of many different standards would have fancied putting away.
I thought momentarily it was the half volley, but it was a full toss past mid-wicket. Callaway's eyes lit up onto 107. It's not a great start for Archie Bailey. Here he comes. Bowls, that's a better delivery, and Callaway works it to the onside. There's no run, and he will be hoping that his partner in crime, Ingram, follows him to 3 figures shortly, who's on 95. Callaway really has progressed this season.
Yes, his first 50 only came at Lord's in April,
and is a mainstay of this side now, and that's straying down leg, and that's going to be a 3rd boundary of this over. Archie Bailey finding life tough at the moment through square on the onside, and Callaway seeing everything at the moment. He wasn't going to miss out there. Straying down leg off his pads helped it on its way. Callaway moves to 111. 3 fours in this over. Expensive one for Archie Bailey, who starts his spell. Penultimate ball. Bailey coming in from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, and well, Callaway's tried to pull. He was on that too quickly and ended up skewing it to mid-on. Obviously confident now, as Glamorgan look to push on. They only trail by 51 now. They've made light work of everything this morning, courtesy of Callaway and Colin Ingram. Last ball of tough over for Archie Bailey. Callaway defends, and that is a good over, as Glamorgan are in prime position to haul Gloucestershire back. They have motored on this morning. They have now scored 101 so far in this morning session. Ingram hoping to get to 3 figures, is on 95. Callaway is 111, and be Nick Webb followed by Ed Seaborn.
Well, Callaway certainly dashed through the hundreds there with 3 boundaries in that over. Chris Westphal has emailed. He says enjoyed the first day live at Sapphire Gardens and the last session yesterday, but is listening to us today. He's harking back to the 3-day county championship cricket, which could enable more fixtures to be played and more emphasis on wins, maybe removing bonus points, as Ingram is squared up by that one. and not out. I thought there might have been a bit of bat in it, to be honest, from the noise, but we'll see on the replay.
Outside leg.
How it's pitched outside leg. Charlesworth with the appeal. Says this might satisfy members who want to see a balanced championship.
I just can't ever see 3-day cricket returning.
As Ingram drives through the offside and will pick up a single.
I realise it's actually going to be unpopular with probably the majority of the listenership, but I just don't believe that 3-day cricket allows enough time. And I know that you might get potentially some more creative declarations and moving the game on because it has to be moved on, but yeah.
As Callaway pulls this one away on the leg side, picks up a single to deep square. 331 for 4.
But, you know, in this, again, you have to change the format of the way that it's done, because you can't have 3-day cricket in promotion and relegation. Just be killed. So many games just be absolutely killed. Especially on these pitches, good grief.
In comes the next delivery. Ingram plays it out to cover, and there is no run. Thank you for your email anyway, Chris, suggesting one way in which the players' workload might be reduced.
He's certainly not alone. No, absolutely not. I mean, to dismiss it, I just don't. I don't agree. But
yeah, it was mentioned by
a view that is certainly shared by many people.
Ozzie Wheatley at the forum last night, the former Glamorgan captain. As Ingram drives nicely there, but won't get it past mid-off. And it leads to so many artificial situations if the weather's half decent, and I'm not sure if that's good for cricket, that captains have to pretty often agree on a target on the final day.
Yeah, which again they won't do because of so much to lose.
Ingram pulls, gets it away towards square leg, but won't beat the sweeper Salman Akhtar, and therefore he just picks up the single to move on to 97. Not out. 3-3-2 for 4, with Callaway on 112 and Ingram on 97.
To say it's a remarkable effort from Leicestershire this morning, given the fact that they started 8 down. They've still only lost 1 wicket. Chris Wright for 16. Roman Walker and Sam Wood, the last pair, are still there. So any time that they can survive and any runs that they can knock off, because Middlesex are surely... Well, I guess actually that's the other thing, is Middlesex might have thought about having a little bit of a bat if they had taken those 2 wickets quickly, whereas now it's getting towards lunch. They might start to feel that they have to keep bowling.
Here's Bailey then to Colin Ingram, and leaves outside off stump. Ingram on 97, potentially 1 shot away from 3 figures for the 3rd time if he gets there this season. He also got a century in the first innings, of course, against Gloucestershire and Bristol, 2nd game of the season.
And almost certainly would have got a second in that game had he not run out of time.
Bailey charging in enthusiastically to bowl to Ingram, who plays defensively off the back foot to cover, and Ingram batting through the final 4 sessions of the game at Leicester last week to take Glamorgan to the draw. Sam North East batted most of that time as well. It was Ingram who saw it through to the conclusion. Ingram on 97 as Bailey is in again, bowls, and Ingram works this one off his legs, but will take just the single out to square leg. Triple Nelson, 333 for 4 on the board.
Oh yes, that'll be sure to cause a few nerves. Well, again, Bancroft has cycled through his bowlers. I think he had to take the new ball when he did. As predicted, it has done absolutely nothing. Still looking to see if they can buy a wicket or two now, maybe just even slow things down. Kellaway works this one back at a square on the leg side, sprinting the first, coming back for his second run. It's good running. Charlesworth, a long boundary to come in off there at long leg. And Ingram gives Kellaway the thumbs up. Good call. 335 for 4. Kellaway to 114. He's batting at 6. Do you see Kellaway moving up the order in the near future? Here's Bailey bowling full and down the leg side and missed. Through it goes to Bracey.
Good question. He was used as an emergency opener last season without conspicuous success right at the start of his career when they said...
to be the way now, isn't it? You shove a young player up the top.
So it was just a question of getting him into the team somewhere.
I mean, it's not the case with Phillips, I hasten to add, because Phillips, I think, would be an opener, but you do see it in a lot of places now. There's not many people who really want to open. Everybody wants to open in T20, but not so much in red ball cricket. Bailey in and bowls tight to off stump, and Kellaway plays a forward defence to complete the over. 335 for 4. I mean, I'm not saying he's got to move up the order, but he certainly looks as if, from the quality that you see just by watching him, you'd think he could be somebody that could be a future. Well, 4 seems to be the position that everybody wants to bat
4 or 5,
now,
you wouldn't put it past him. It's just whether, as a bowler as well, whether that might be a bit of overload. Having an all-rounder at 6 tends to balance a side quite well. I think he's capable of holding down a 4 or 5 slot in the future.
I think these days it matters less and less, I guess, doesn't it? Batting lineups are deep, and you almost have your best players at 4, 5 and 6.
Ingram on strike for the first ball of the Charlesworth over and plays it down to point, and there's no run.
I mean, looking at international cricket, that is, really.
Morning to Trevor in Dublin, who's enjoying our coverage this morning. Fabulous knot from Kellers, and hope Colin gets over the line. Thank you, Trevor. 335 for 4. 21 minutes till lunch. As Ingram pulls this one through the leg side, and that's the moment that he's been waiting for. He has waited patiently, but Colin Ingram putting that one away for a boundary, and he moves to 102 not out off 176 balls. And that is his 3rd century of the season. Well batted, Colin Ingram.
It's a good way to bring it up. Typically belligerent pull shot, whacked away through mid-wicket, and it's been sent so far away, all the way to the advertising boards there, which are a good 30 yards back from the boundary. Certainly sent Gloucestershire fielders scrambling, and for Gloucestershire, it is another innings that has contained 2 centurions and another enormous partnership.
Charlesworth bowls and Ingram defends on the offside. 218 now the partnership is worth. And Ingram's century actually came 4 balls quicker than Kellaway's, even though he went in first, so he's had slightly less of the strike. 12 4s and 1 6, so same amount of 4s, but one maximum to add to that. As Ingram drives on the bounce to cover, no run. They've both batted intelligently, little in the way of clear-cut chances. Struggling to remember any actual drops off either batter.
No, this morning has typified it, really. There's been about 3 times the ball's landed on one bounce to a fielder, and that's been it really.
This one is pulled away without shouts of catch, but Zamanakta is nowhere near that, and Colin Ingram may be looking to step up the scoring rate with those bonus points in mind. Has pivoted on that one, smashed it away through mid-wicket again for 4 more. Not sure that Charlesworth can afford to bowl there.
I'm not sure where he does
speed
he
to
does
Ingram.
bowl, to be honest. If he bowls it full, then he'll be picked off maybe for singles. So perhaps that's just what he's got to do. But he's got the fielder at deep square. But maybe at his pace, it might need to be more somebody in front of square.
Charlesworth bowls again. Ingram respectfully plays it back to him to end the over that contained those 2 boundaries. 343 for 4.
176 balls, it included 12 fours and 1 6.
And another generous round of applause you'll have enjoyed this morning. Those that have turned up of a Glamorgan persuasion, perhaps. Well, I can still see a few Gloucestershire supporters down below.
Returning to bowl.
Very much looking forward to when their side has the opportunity to batter, I suspect, although with a certain sense of trepidation, because it looks highly likely as though they will be facing some serious pressure, and it's up to Glamorgan to decide how long they want to bat for. You know, they will probably, I would guess, want some sort of a lead, but the question is how much, when do they pull out? There's even, well, the aggressive move, I guess, would be to pull out at lunch and just say, we're going to give ourselves the maximum amount of time to get you out and then have a chase. But I don't think any side really does that now. Not many times. The tendency is just to bat on and on and on. And they may bat long into the afternoon, maybe even declare it tea, something like that, give themselves a session at Gloucestershire this evening, but can't help but feel that they may need that time. Equally though, having been out in the field for a while, seeing the game go, when you're just batting pretty much just to save a draw, and that you're still quite a long way from the end, it's very different mentality. So we'll see what Glamorgan decides to come up with. Todd Murphy returns into the attack, still searching for his first wicket of the innings, and Kellaway plays this one along the ground into the onside for no run. There's not much, if any, turn out there, and I think there's been even less turn than there was at the start of the match. Murphy bowls reverse sweep, hit firmly and hit for 4. There's nobody between mid-off and backward point. I peered round the monitor almost expecting to see a fielder out there, but there isn't one, and Kellaway will back that shot, as most batters do now, to the hilt, and he's actually fetched that from maybe outside leg stump. Just so versatile, that shot, for the current generation of cricketer. 347 for 4, so the next batting point approaches. As you say, you may well be thinking about many more. This is, that's a terrific effort from Joe Phillips, but it's actually a dropped catch. It was a sweep shot from Kellaway and a one-handed attempt to his right from Phillips as he launched himself away. He's got the shin pads on as well, which doesn't help, but that, I think, is the first technical drop of the innings, but it is another. He's actually had a couple of those in the last couple of games, fielding at mid-wicket with the shin pads on, Phillips, where he's done incredibly well and reacted so quickly to get a hand to it, but just couldn't hold on. They've come through for a single, and it's 347 for 4. I suppose I'll write it down, but feels a bit harsh. Murphy bowls, Ingram defends on the front foot.
Yeah, you get those, don't you, the technical chances, and you think, well, actually, he's done well to save a few runs rather than should be penalised on air for a drop.
he's really nailed that sweep shot as Callaway. Murphy bowls and Ingram leaves it alone. It's not taken cleanly by Bracey, I suspect partly because he wasn't expecting Ingram to leave it. As it felt as though that's been the modus operandi recently. Murphy in, gives that a bit more loop, and Ingram pushes the ball to mid-on, and 5 runs again from that over. A reminder, there will be lunch, yes.
Hope so. Nearly all gone by the time I got there 1:10 yesterday. Either that or someone's trying to tell me something about the amount that I need to eat, i.e. less than I do. 348 for 4 Glamorgan, so on the verge of batting bonus point number 3. No, bowler number 8 for the Shire.
Why not?
Miles Hammond, who of course started his career basically as a bowler, didn't he?
Yeah, off spinner, yeah, and as is widely publicised, just turned up to the nets one day and it just wasn't coming out anymore. He just couldn't land the ball and turned himself to start with into a pretty much T20 pinch hitter, and has ended up being a middle order player in red ball cricket as well. Just sometimes that slower pace can get a little bit more turn.
Here he comes, first delivery, catches Callaway by surprise, and he has to defend it rather awkward fashion. And we should say that Hammond's unfortunate hair colour is as a result of his charitable impulses in the Sid Lawrence game a couple of weeks ago. For audio listeners, it is bright blonde with a tinge of pink still. As Hammond bowls, that's wide and it's carved away by Callaway, but jogging round the rope is Actor, keeps it down to a single. That's quite a large gap through the offside for an off-spinner turning it in to the right-hander, but be bowling to a left-hander now in Colin Ingram. 3-4-9 for 4. Still a slip there. Only the 16th over with this ball. As Ingram is forward, having a look at it. Might not have seen much of Hammond bowling before.
Of course, we had Marcus Harris bowling an over here a couple of years ago. I think the last over of the match. It's one and only over for Gloucestershire.
Hammond around the wickets to Ingram, who steps back and forces it gently through the offside for a single, and the applause to recognise that Glamorgan have got to 350 for 4, and therefore their 6th bonus point of the game and the 3rd of the innings. Still 14 overs to push on towards 400, so that's fairly realistic, unless they lose a clatter of wickets as Hammond bowls, and Callaway looks for a big drive through the offside and somehow manages to drag it to short mid-on. So it looks as though there's a bit of turn there for Hammond, as he's in to bowl. Callaway drives up to wide mid off, scrambling stop but a safe single. So 3 singles in the Hammond over. Gloucestershire need Glamorgan to be taking risks, you feel, to get wickets, because it looks unlikely that they're going to be able to get a breakthrough. Otherwise, you feel it's going to be the result of an attacking shot going wrong rather than actually bamboozling the batter.
Yeah, I think we've pretty much had that feeling from ball 1 this morning, really. And although there was the new ball, which could have presented an opportunity, it still felt it would have to be batter error even with that new ball. The new ball maybe just made it slightly more likely because it would maybe come onto the batter a bit quicker, so we're going for a pull shot or a drive, for example. Murphy bowls, that's way down the leg side and taken by Bracey. And for now, umpire Harris keeps his arms down by his side, but another couple of those, and I suspect he will be starting to wide those. Murphy in, and too much flight, too full and too wide, and driven through the covers for 4. It teased Archie Bailey to the boundary, but you just cannot bowl there, especially not with this field, and certainly not to Ben Kellaway. 355 for 4.
Yeah, there do seem to be some gaps in the field at the moment.
I mean, he's bowling with a very leg stump field. They've got the deep backward point for the reverse sweep. Murphy bowls, and that's worked past leg slip down to Charlesworth at long leg for a single. 356 for 4. I mean, that's where he's. Oh, hello.
Apologies.
He's got to be bowling. That's not.
Apologies for the feedback.
Not the nicest. That.
There we are. And just trying to find the page so I can point X followers to it for our subsequent and confirmed indeed that we're still on air.
Yes, that's good. That's always good to know.
Apologies for a bit of double ed.
Unlike on day 1. Murphy bowls slow and wide. A little bit of gentle turn, but left alone by Ingram. Yeah, I mean, that boundary second ball in the over, I mean, that's just a massive miss, really, given the field. Murphy is in and bowls, and turn there. But again, it's from wide outside the off stump and turning wider, maybe more out of the foot marks, really. That Ingram doesn't fancy having a cut at that. And the last ball of this over, as Murphy bowls, and the edge found, and it loops wide of slip. I'm not quite sure how that
didn't sound like an edge, did it?
Was it an edge or was it thigh pad? It seemed to drop and just tantalise first slip, and yeah, I'm not sure. It made a strange noise and had an odd look to it. And it was a good ball because it had that dip and that swerve in, and then maybe just straightened a bit.
There's a bit of encouragement for the spinners, but on the other hand, that might be encouragement as well for Kellaway the bowler and Mason Crane the bowler, thinking about the third innings of this game.
I'll look at the replay myself, shall I?
Hammond in. Kellaway stretches forward to defend. No slip, no leg slip. With Cameron Bancroft just about on the drive as the only catcher, 4 saving the single, 4 out. Hammond in, bowls. Kellaway works us into a gap on the leg side and calls Ingram through for a comfortable single. This is not the sort of field that Cameron Bancroft would want to post, given that we're still within the first 20 overs of this Kookaburra ball. Will he be able to frustrate Glamorgan out in the afternoon? Hammond round the wicket and Ingram on the defensive, so Hammond is causing at least a bit of thoughtful consideration, and there is a slip in for left-handed Ingram, who's pushing forward watchfully. No frills or adventure so far against Miles Hammond, and this is second over, only conceded singles so far. Ingram goes back on his stumps, plays to short cover, no run. Last ball of the over. Gloucestershire have been whipping through them fairly fast this morning. As Hammond bowls, oh, that's a filthy ball, down leg sides, and Ingram helps it away for 4 down towards fine leg, having to swivel on that one and hit it fine to avoid the fine leg fielder, but he did that one. And Hammond rather spoils a decent over until that point. 361 for 4. Ingram is on to Nelson now, 111, and Callaway has 127, and the partnership is 240.
You're going to get a delivery like that every now and again with Hammond, not a full-time bowler these days, but I guess actually showing, and I suspect Callaway will bowl more like that, just a bit less pace on it and flighting it up there a bit more, and I've actually seen that not be ineffective at all in the 2 overs that Hammond has bowled. Murphy continuing a paddle sweep, that's using the pace of the ball, helped down to fine leg, and there is protection, so just the single. Callaway onto 128. Lancashire have lost a 5th wicket at Chesterfield. Michael Jones out for 63 from 46 balls, 6 4s and 3 6s, so Lancashire looking to push on. They lead by 370. As in goes Murphy and bowls to Ingram, who plays carefully into the covers in defence. So, yeah, I'm sure if Lancashire can, I guess they will probably try and set about 500 and give themselves still maybe 4 and a bit sessions, even if they keep going at that pace, to bowl Derbyshire out. Murphy bowls very wide and Ingram leaves it alone. Ashton Turner still there on 58, by the way. And Leicestershire's last pair are still at the crease at Grace Road. Murphy in now. Ingram forward defends. 173 for 9, and Messrs Walker and Wood have now been there for basically an hour. Murphy is in now. Ingram runs it off the back foot and into the offside, and there is no run.
Walker, formerly of this parish, remember him hitting a 6 at Hove to win a one-day cup game in the final over.
And he was there at the end of Leicestershire's 2-wicket win over Gloucestershire at Bristol, as Ingram goes back and defends to end the over. Just the 1 run from that one. 362 for 4. There are still 11 overs for bonus points to be accrued. Glamorgan requiring 38 runs for the next one, and Gloucestershire an unlikely 2 wickets for a second. Point, the clock 12:59, but the umpires in position for the next over. Yeah. They've just about made it. If they're going on the digital board,
clocks, is a couple of minutes advance on the one on the pavilion of the digital one, which said 12:59 and says 12:59. And Hammond is going to bowl the final and 31st over of the morning session. Ben Bonney, well done to you, Ben. Completed the 18 miles from his house to Grace Road on Sunday in aid of raising funds for prostate cancer research. He's Ben Bonney with an E, 1999 on X if you want to support him. Impressed how we've bounced back after that poor end with the ball. Byram back when Asa heads off with Jersey, he asks. Good question. As Callaway nearly plays on there to the first ball of Hammond's over, it squirted back off an inside edge and towards leg slip. So Hammond's asking a few questions. As Hammond is into bowl, Callaway drives down the ground. Single taken. In terms of replacing Tribe for the next 4 blast games, assuming that he goes as scheduled with Jersey, Byram's one option. Root, Bevan. Could be any of those really. I think Bevan has been the spare batter in the squad, so he might be next in line. He's also a top-rated fielder. Byram had a few red ball runs, or quite a few. Big century against Warwickshire. As Ingram back on his stumps. Second 11 that was referring to with Byram. Been quite unlucky to be out of red ball squad at the moment. Didn't start the season too badly. 3-6-3 for 4. Hammond around the wicket. Turns away from Ingram's bat, so he shoulders arms. 2 balls to come until lunch, after a morning completely dominated by the home side. As Ingram is forward to defend. They started with Kellaway on 55 not out and Ingram on 52. Kellaway's moved on to 129 not out and Ingram on 111 as he faces the last ball of the session and edges it rather, but safely wide of slip. They'll go for 1. In fact, Ingram turns and sees that there's an easy second run available. So Glamorgan are well placed to go for another batting bonus point in the following 10 overs after lunch. They're 365 for 4. Kellaway has 129, Ingram 113. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow shortly.
Ben Kellaway and Colin Ingram, 244. It's a new Glamorgan record for the 5th wicket against Gloucestershire, beating 188 by Michael Powell and James Franklin at Cheltenham in 2006.
It's been a fine morning session for Glamorgan, who've kicked on to 365 for 4 thanks to Ben Kellaway, 129 not out, the second century of the season and his career for the youngster from Chepstow, and the veteran Colin Ingram, 2 days short of his 40th birthday, has helped himself to an early present, 113 not out. So Glamorgan very well placed for a first innings lead. They're just 15 behind and they'll be going for a 4th batting point after lunch. Glamorgan 365 for 4.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place around the country today. Also, in their 3rd day in the Rothesay County Championship. First of all, the Utility Bowl, where Hampshire have moved on to 140 for 5. They're still trailing Gloucestershire by 539 runs. At Taunton, Notts are on 322 for 4, trailing Somerset by 57 runs. Lunchtime at home sees Sussex 385 for 4, trailing Warwickshire by 30 runs. Lunchtime at York sees Yorkshire on 236 for 6, so they're still trailing Essex by 132. And at the Oval, Durham are on 138 for 3, still 682 runs in arrears. Into Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship at Grace Road. It's not yet lunchtime, that's because Leicestershire are 9 wickets down. They're 179 for 9, still trailing Middlesex by 355 runs. It is lunch, however, at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, where Lancashire in their 2nd innings at 271 for 5, leading Derbyshire by 377 runs. And it's also lunch at the Spitfire St Lawrence, where Northamptonshire at 255 for 2 at the interval at Canterbury, they're trailing Kent by 311 runs. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game. They're available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open today, situated opposite Gate 2, and it will be open until 5 o'clock this evening. As always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, you can purchase a full range of food and drink in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget that Glamorgan members and season ticket holders have a 10% discount on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Castet Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. And don't forget, with temperatures still set to rise this afternoon, you can recharge your water bottles free of charge at the various refill points around the stadium. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open once again today, situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Like the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, it's had a refurbishment thanks to a generous grant from the Welsh Government. There are many new bilingual panels for you to read, and also new displays, as well as new films. And the Memory Match feature has also been introduced to be shown during lunch tea and during any other delays in play. And for this game, the Memory Match is the Sunday League encounter 50 summers ago, when Majid Khan of Pakistan and Glamorgan scored the fastest televised 50 of the 1975 season. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And that includes the recently published research monographs, the first in a series of booklets, and this one traces the fascinating history of women's and girls' cricket here in Wales. The museum will be open until the end of the tea interval later this afternoon. A date now for your diary, the 10th of July is when the next in the series of Walkers and Talkers events will be held in the museum. The speaker will be Terry Davis. If you remember, he was Glamorgan's wicketkeeper during the late 1970s and into the 1980s. He subsequently emigrated to Australia and New Zealand, where he's become a very successful business and cricket administrator. The Walkers and Talkers event will be starting at 10 a.m. with tea and coffee, plus light refreshments, available from 9:30. That's on Thursday, the 10th of July. And finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So, if you should witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
I've done my lap on the ground.
That fooled you, didn't it?
Hey,
That fooled you.
we've got to take you round next, he says.
Sorry, Rob.
Okay.
There's more people at the other end.
Yeah.
More disturbing ones going out. Thank you.
As I say, I did have a breakfast wrap with myself this morning, so on McDonald's, so it's all. Beautiful New Zealand, isn't it?
Yeah.
We just caught the tail end of
It's only 7 minutes.
Yeah, we're about halfway through.
I did offer him a pint of beer, but he said no.
I'm not a drinky man, really.
No, I did say I'd have one here at dinner. I'll have one at tea, and then I'll have one tonight, and that'll do me. But it's cheaper here in Bristol. As I say, when I was at Bristol, customers cost me 15 quid a pint and a pint. Yeah. And then the guy who was sat around at Bristol, he said in future I'll lend you my card to get cheap beer. No, I said, you've got to support your food council. I mean, the whole price I've paid for this goes towards the club, isn't it?
I guess so.
what's the bus fare like? Are they okay?
I really don't know. I mean, being a resident in Wales, you get a bus pass for free.
Oh yeah.
So we go anywhere free.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Which is alright if you've got a game in front, isn't it?
I went there
I've got 4 days to get there.
I went there for the snooker last year. Yeah, beautiful. I've never been there before. Beautiful.
Yeah, nice place, isn't it?
Say the worst hotel in that area. The Grand.
Oh, right. Not one in the room.
Well, it's only after it get dropped demolished.
Ah.
Where you at? We're talking to the option.
We've got to get 400 of these.
Yeah, you just send over to the next.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Yeah, I did Google it. That's a pretty quick single. What I said, so I'll get a day for 6 hours. Say it, best museum around. Beautiful. Good. I was impressed with it.
That's Eagle Road in this English foreign out. Yeah, and that's, and there's been several grounds around.
Going up this week.
Oh, well, it's wide open at the moment.
Depending on what's decided by the EPD. Possibility of
I didn't do the same, not to you.
yeah, so much.
Well, they've got all sorts of planners to make things around now.
That's Jerry saying that even when there is absolutely no consensus, you know, there are so many different views.
There is what the end of it.
Nine matches. And Leicester, 8 down on the 9, they're still batting.
Yeah. I don't know how they do it.
Well, surely if they come back down to the next league.
Very good afternoon and a warm welcome back to a warm Sophia Gardens for this third day of the second division county match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, and it's been a very, very good morning for the home side because they've added 137 runs to their overnight tally for the expense of no wickets, with Colin Ingram and Ben Kellaway surging on. Kellaway is unbeaten on 129. Ingram equally, having had his ton, is there on 113. And the big conundrum, the big question now at Seabourn is, how do Glamorgan approach this second session? They would look to power on and get a lead. I suppose anything north of 100 lead is scoreboard pressure, but time as well is of the essence, and they'll be thinking, well, the way that this pitch is playing out as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's a few things factoring in, isn't there? And especially, I mean, you I guess factor in the fact that the lead will add that pressure, as you say, but also how much time does it take to accrue those runs, and actually, if it came down to a final session chase, for example, then actually would you be better served scoring 100 runs when you know that you've got to get them in 15 to 20 overs, or are you better off getting them in this session where it might potentially take you 25 overs? Who knows?
We shall see. It'll be Graham Van Buren to open the bowling from the Cathedral Road end. Has taken one wicket of Gloucestershire's 4 that have come so far. Sunshine peering through the clouds here in the Welsh capital. Van Buren comes in, a left arm around to Kellaway, who's been in imperious form, as well as his colleague Colin Ingram. And you have to say there hasn't been much on offer at all. Nothing untoward. There has been one or two play and misses, not many. It's just a question now, will they up the ante? Will they accelerate? Will they go for their shots? And how quickly can they do that? Incidentally, there will be an eye on proceedings in Chesterfield as well, where Derbyshire are under pressure against Lancashire. Lancashire now have a lead of 377 over the visitors.
Yeah, and they're scoring at what? Close still to 5 and over.
Still 5 wickets Lancashire in hand as well.
Yeah, 5 in hand.
Van Buren coming in from the Cathedral Road end, and that doesn't evade short cover, so there is no run. 365 for 4. Glamorgan trail by 15. That is the end of the first over after lunch, with Glamorgan 365 for 4.
I reckon they would want about 500. Lancashire, I mean, partly because of the fact they've got time to get them, but also because I did have a look at some of the pictures from Chesterfield. I mean, it is an outground. It's not a big ground.
No.
And the outfield there, I mean, it could not be any different to the outfield here, which is still quite verdant. It's a pleasing shade of brown.
Is it?
At Chesterfield.
Right.
The absolute lightning speed of the ball across it once you get the ball rolling. So obviously very hard, as well as most outfields are, even on outgrounds.
Yeah.
Zaman Akhtar is going to take up the bowling from the River Taff end. Gloucestershire need 2 wickets in 9 overs to salvage a second bowling point. As it is, they just have the one of those and then the 2 batting points, as the slow going on the first afternoon meant that even though Bailey and Bracey
This is
did
where
that fine
points
job, they
come
couldn't
into
get to that 3rd batting point.
mentality as well. Which
Yes.
can be a double-edged sword.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think Glamorgan were always going to bat on a bit anyway, even if you took the bonus points out of the equation, because that psychological advantage of the lead potentially. Akhtar bowls down the leg side to Ingram, who had a think about having a go at that, but then just allows it to go by. And it, we used that word containment or containing bowling quite a bit this morning, and I have a feeling that that's roughly what's going to need to occur here. Glamorgan need 35 runs from 8.5 overs, which is hardly a huge requirement for that 400, but as long as Gloucestershire can frustrate Glamorgan potentially as they look to accelerate, as there's a drop and run into the offside for a single, as Ollie Price fields from backward point, 366 for 4. They can possibly help themselves out a little bit, Gloucestershire, and in an odd way they sort of want to be out in the field now for a little bit longer, having got themselves into this position. And so far it has just been a very slow moving game, really. Even though Kellaway and Ingram have pushed on this morning, they had to take that time yesterday afternoon to rebuild the innings. Akhtar round the wicket, bowls short, and has been, we'll see whether that's been put down by Bracey or whether it didn't take anything yet. That's, I'm afraid, going to go down as a drop, and Bracey...
He's taken a bit of a whack there going down.
It was a short ball from Akhtar from round the wicket, top edge, I guess, from Kellaway, or maybe some glove. Bracey going high and
might have been glove,
glove, high and just up to his left, and it was off the fingertips, and it was a hard landing from Bracey as he committed himself fully to rising up there. And a little bit of shoulder stretching, and it looked as if his arms, he just couldn't really protect himself as he landed. He tried to rise up as high as possible. Akhtar's running at him,
he's still wincing in pain, isn't he?
Nobody's ready. Bracey's certainly not ready. Ingram's not ready either. And there's a certain amount of concern as Bracey continues to stretch out back and shoulder, and everything just grinds to a halt. I think Bracey's going to be okay, but there we go, another one of those moments really. Kellaway's had a couple of sort of half chances. I don't know whether they've been better than half chances, but there was a one-handed catching opportunity from Joe Phillips when Kellaway was on 118, and that one, which, Bracey got up as high as he could. Akhtar bowls, and with a leg slip in place, Ingram turns it past that fielder down to long leg for another single. 368 for 4, 12 behind.
The equation is quite easy at the moment. The first target is that 400, and then there will probably a call from the pavilion to tell them, get a move on, chaps, to try and get Gloucestershire in again.
Yeah, they'll have mapped out, I guess, won't they? They won't have done it too firmly, because you never know how many wickets might be lost, but yeah.
Which could happen if you are chancing your arm, of course.
Akhtar round the wicket, bowls, Kellaway sways out of the way of that one, unsurprisingly, after having taken the previous one on and almost lost his wicket. Bracey continues to look to the heavens, stretch that neck out, I mean, if that were maybe the first over of the innings, and the legs have got a little bit more spring in them, he might have been able to hold on, but considering that he's been behind the stumps now in the 102nd over of the innings, it's not as though Gloucestershire are bang on top. I'm sure that does factor in a bit as well. I must say, I thought he was going to hold on to it when it came through, but it did go through quickly. Actor bowls, there's another short ball controlled well from over the wicket this time, and a single to deep square to end the over. Kellaway will keep the strike. He's on 131. Ingram has 115. And Glamorgan 369 for 4.
Yeah, just got away with that. That was a very short delivery to end the over. But these two now added 248 is the partnership.
And the next ripple of applause. It's felt like just milestone after milestone,
Yeah,
whether that be
yeah.
personal or innings and then partnership as well.
So Glamorgan trail by 11. And as we mentioned, they will be eager to get to 400 to get that batting point.
At least easier to see a result here than at Canterbury, where Kent 566 for 8 declared plays Northamptonshire 265 for 2. Lovely.
Yes, you're in for the long haul there.
Gosh, I mean, it can be flat at Canterbury, but yeah, the sort of wickets tumbling Adam Hollyoake effect early on. I'm not saying that it's down to him, because it's not, but some of that effect does seem to have worn off Kent a little bit.
Graham Van Buren continues from the Cathedral Road end to Ben Kellaway, who works that, but there is a man up on the 45 at fine leg, and there is no run.
They will find themselves bottom by a distance if Middlesex and Lancashire pull off victories, Kent.
Yeah, who came down last year.
Yeah.
Van Buren coming over the wicket. Kellaway whipping that square this time, so it enables him to come through for a single. It is not as warm as yesterday, blazing sunshine on the second day. There is more cloud cover here in the Welsh capital today, which is welcome relief, I think, for a lot.
Yeah, there's fewer people, I think, sitting down below us just purely for shelter.
Yeah. Just a rejig for the left-hand batter in Colin Ingram, who's on 115. Third century for Colin Ingram this season after efforts against Gloucestershire, and Leicestershire was his second. Van Buren coming in to Ingram, who traps him, and there's a shout, big shout of LBW, and there's no response from the umpire. Well, they all went up in unison. Let's have a look at the replay. He was trapped right back.
Maybe just outside the line.
Maybe,
That's the only thing I think.
because he rocked back.
Yeah, because he's gone back. I'm not sure that height's so much of an issue, but maybe just outside
Just
the line.
outside the line of off stump.
Van Buren has absolutely convinced that was out.
Well, it was more than a decent shout. Van Buren, nothing really going Gloucestershire's way at the moment, as Ingram knocks that to long on, and that is the ripple of applause Ed Seaborn mentioned earlier for the 250 partnership.
Yeah, and we got the announcement at lunch, which confirmed that was the record.
Yes, we did.
Partnership
for the fifth wicket. Yeah,
for that wicket against Gloucestershire. We'll get confirmation in a moment of who it beat. In fact, it's beaten it very comfortably now. 188 between Mike Powell and James Franklin,
yes.
Cheltenham in 2006.
Mr. Powell, who is part of our commentary team on T20 matches.
Mike Powell made 299 in that game.
Van Buren fires one in, and again Kellaway's in defensive mode, and it's just played up to the bowler himself.
Oh, Gloucestershire made 443 in their first innings.
Van Buren drops that one in short, and they come through for a quick single. It was played firmly towards wideish mid-off, but Kellaway had plenty of time to come through. The end of the over. So no fireworks yet here at Safari Gardens after lunch. Callaway is 133. Ingram is unbeaten on 116. What was that game?
So Glamorgan batted first,
Yeah.
declared on 647
Was
for
this
7.
here or in
Cheltenham?
Oh, this was in Cheltenham.
Gloucestershire scored 443 back in pretty good time as well, only 117 overs, but still found themselves 200 behind and therefore had to follow on and were bowled out for 244 following on, and Glamorgan then chased down 44 in 3.4 overs thanks to Brendan McCullum, 34 not out from 13 deliveries.
Baz himself.
Yeah, well, it would have been late on in proceedings. I can't say in my dim and distant youth I can remember that game, but anyway, here comes Actor bowling a short ball, and Callaway almost repeating what happened before, really. It was I'm not going to say lazy, it was sort of a languid pull shot from Ben Callaway, as though he wasn't entirely sure whether he should be going for it. He might have missed that by a bit more actually than it first looked, but wasn't really fully committed to the shot anyway. This time harmlessly through for Bracey to take comfortably enough. The square leg umpire has decided to go and stand at point. As Actor races in and bowls another short ball that's cracked away backward of square, work round the boundary to do for Ollie Price, and he'll keep it to a single. It's a good piece of fielding, 373 for 4. So the deficit now just 7. Gloucestershire with 6.4 overs to try and add one more point on the board, but you know, Glamorgan could actually play this in terms of just purely thinking about the points. I suppose you never know, 1 or 2 points could be the difference. They can actually play it such that they get to the 400 and then don't take so many risks, although of course then you maybe do take 20 minutes out of the game a little bit that way. Is it really worth that for a point when you've got 16 available for a win, or I suppose 8 extra? Actor bowls pulled by Ingram firmly, and Van Buren has to put his body on the line there. They're thinking about a second run, and actually they don't take it.
Yeah, there was an easy second there.
If they'd gone for it immediately, they'd have got there, and then if they'd gone for it immediately off the ricochet off Van Buren, they'd have got there. But Ingram maybe wasn't quite prepared after his long vigil to
he's
have
been
a
out
charge
there
down
for a
to the
long
striker's
time.
end again.
Yeah.
Maybe earlier on in the innings.
Might be dealing more in boundaries.
Yes. It was an extraordinary game, just going back, to that record-breaking partnership previously, 2006. Extraordinary game for Robert Croft, 6 for 120 and 7 for 67. There's a short ball, that's pulled in the air. Murphy is not going to get there, and he just about keeps his feet inside the boundary as he tiptoes across it and has to field it on the bounce. 375 for 4.
Another one he got away with.
That's another one. I mean, we have seen 5 or 6 times the ball one bounce
really
to a
short.
fielder. It's quite hard to control those, as Callaway just proved, even with his innings being as long as it is. Good effort from Todd Murphy to get close enough to taking that catch. He's very quick round the boundary. I think it was Murphy who had a spectacular effort at trying to take one of those catch inside the boundary, throw it back in jobs off a similar shorter ball. Actor uppercuts, there is a chance here for Murphy, and he takes it. So Ingram's innings is at an end, and the short ball does work for Gloucestershire. They have a 5th wicket, and this mammoth partnership is at an end at 254. An uppercut attempted by Ingram, but pretty much steered it into the hands of Todd Murphy down at deep third, and he gets a big hug from Joe Phillips. He was backing away and almost had both feet off the ground there, trying to play that shot, Ingram. But another cracking knock from Ingram against Gloucestershire this season. All 3 innings of real value, and again, a reminder, he came to the crease with Glamorgan at 121 for 4, having just lost their skipper, and 260, give or take, behind Gloucestershire, and he leaves the field with Glamorgan basically level.
Yeah, brilliant knock by Colin Ingram. 117, and he probably just cramped a bit as he tried to uppercut that, and it was caught at third man by Todd Murphy. So it's forced Glamorgan's hand somewhat, as Chris Cook is the new batter coming into the crease. Again, they'll want to get to 400 as quickly as possible. But a brilliant partnership, 254 between Colin Ingram and Ben Kellaway, as Glamorgan trail by 5.
So Chris Cook, what's he come out with instructions to do? Maybe to start with just bat. I mean, well, I don't know. I'm not sure that, as I said, I'm not actually sure that even a collapse really hurts Glamorgan, because then they just get bowling sooner. But I suppose having decided to get a good lead, they'll not want to give Gloucestershire any sort of a crumb of comfort out there in the field.
208 balls, 14 fours, 1 6 for Colin Ingram.
There's only 2 different batters in the match who've hit 6s. Bracey had 4 in his 133, and then that 1-6 from Ingram, and nobody else has cleared the boundary ropes. It's mostly just been manipulating the field and picking off the bad balls for 4s. There's a short leg in place. Once again, Actor was trying to come in and bowl, but Cook hadn't quite got himself sorted, but he's there now, open stance with the right arm round the wicket as Actor bowls to him, a short ball, and Cook ducks underneath it. So Gloucestershire have 6 overs for that second bowling point, 375 for 5, so trailing by 5 runs. They're still at lunch, by the way, at Grace Road, where Leicestershire were eventually bowled out for 205, replying to Middlesex's 534, but Roman Walker 40 not out from 129 balls, and Sam Wood from number 11 batted for 69 deliveries for his 33, so they've probably, I'd guess, forced Middlesex potentially to enforce that follow-on. We'll see, but there is a chance that Middlesex and Lancashire, who are in 6th and 7th starting this round, could be moving significantly up the table.
So it is Van Buren to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Oh, that was wide, and there was a bit of turn there for Van Buren.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect some turn, I guess, by now out of the foot marks there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting how when Crane and Callaway et al. Get on to bowl, Van Buren coming over the wicket to right-handed Ben Kellaway, drives, and only as far as mid-off, and it was firmly driven, no run possible.
And Crane, being the leggy, maybe, also with the ability to turn it both ways, might be a greater threat than the finger spinners.
Van Buren again, decent length ball. It's turned down the corner. There's a shy at the non-striker's end, but Kellaway is home and dry. Interesting to see how Cook, who can score very, very quickly, but has been out of form, especially in T20 cricket of late. But we know the damage that he can cause, especially when he gets motoring. 376 for 5.
Sometimes just that change of format can come at a really good time. You saw it with Gloucestershire's captain Bancroft last match.
Van Buren to Cook, who drives. It's fielded by the bowler.
But at the same time, it's probably not the ideal situation to be starting your innings, given that you've got to move the rate on.
Van Buren drops that one in shorter, and well forward is Cook to the pitch of the ball. Glamorgan trailed by 4. Good over this, only the 1 run so far. This is the last ball. Coming around to Cook, who comes forward bunch 4, pushes that into the offside, and they come through for an easy single. 377 for 5 then. So Glamorgan, after lunch, slowly going about their business. And they are now just 3 runs in arrears.
In the First Division, another really plodding game taking place at York, where Essex were bowled out for 368 in 136 overs. Yorkshire not in a magnificent position at 249 for 6 in response, but because it's happened so slowly and they've already avoided the follow-on, not quite sure how Essex win that game from there either, but maybe the pitch is deteriorating, who knows. But Snater has 3 for 50, and Yorkshire, well, they could still get pretty close to Essex's score and make life tricky for them, I guess. Sussex 411 for 5, replying to Warwickshire's 415. There's another century for James Coles, who continues to make a real name for himself. 122 not out, and Daniel Hughes made 151 yesterday. So Sussex could get a lead and put Warwickshire under pressure, I guess. You're talking in so many of these games in terms of could put a side under pressure. There's a change of bowling, by the way, from the River end. So Actor is replaced by Singdale, but the line of attack's the same as he comes around the wicket, tries a Yorker. It was a bit of a bluff with the field very much set for short pitch bowling, and Cook calmly nudges it into the leg side. Surrey, that record 820 for 9 declared yesterday. They need to take 20 Durham wickets in 2 days and a bit. They've only managed 3 so far, with Alex Lees on 67, Ollie Robinson on 26, couple of wickets for Matthew Fisher and 1 for Sam Curran. Singdale in and bowls, and that's hit Chris Cook as he tried to step inside it, and then it ricochets off his body, and wouldn't have mattered if it had been caught anyway, but it wasn't. Landed between Hammond at leg slip and Phillips at short leg. Nottinghamshire looking set to move into a lead against Somerset at 350 for 4. Somerset made 379. Ben Slater 124. Jack Haynes is on 96, and Ishan Kishan is 66 not out. Singdale bowls and Cook's let it hit him again. He's not able to. Well, I suppose, I don't know, does that count as evasive action in the umpire's minds if he's moving slightly to the offside and then just lets it hit him? It'd be a tough call to make, but so far there hasn't needed to be that call from umpire Watts, because it was fielded by Hammond at leg gully again. Jack Haynes has just reached his 100, by the way, for Nottinghamshire. It's another. I've watched a little bit of that game as well. It's a game where there's actually quite a bit of turn, but it means absolutely nothing. Nottinghamshire are 350 for 4. It's either turning too much or not turning enough. Singdale in now, and Cook takes that short ball on. 2 bounces down to Murphy, who's being kept busy at fine leg. Cook takes a single, 378 for 5, and all of a sudden, just look at the board, and Glamorgan need 22 runs from 26 balls for this extra batting point. I mean, a couple of boundaries and it doesn't matter, but they will want to get there, and Gloucestershire are now clearly trying to bang every delivery in short and hoping that by Glamorgan looking at it as a scoring opportunity, they might just be able to buy this 6th wicket in the process. 2 balls left in the over. Singdale bowls a full ball down the leg side. Kellaway just watches it go past. So 4 balls left in the over, plus 4 balls left in the over. 4 overs left in the 110, plus 1 left in this over. And it might not be particularly pretty bowling, but at this stage, actually, a dot ball is suddenly, well, not suddenly a good ball, because actually can always bring pressure, but particularly in this situation, it's welcome from a Gloucestershire perspective, and there won't be a run there either, as that's nudged off the hip to mid-wicket. End of the over, 378 for 5. I'll get Nick Webb back in alongside Kenneth Davies.
Thank you, Ed. Yeah, still striving to get to 400, our Glamorgan, to get that batting point. And they've been rewarded for the first time in a long, long while with the wicket of Colin Ingram. His headphones are chucked everywhere. Ingram departing for 117, and it was 121 for 4 when Kellaway and Ingram got together out in the middle. It's been a tough old slog for Gloucestershire. Van Buren continues from the Cathedral Road end, and Cook is forward defensively.
Yeah, Gloucester trying to get 1 wicket for their second batting point. Glamorgan have been slightly less proactive than I expected after lunch.
Because Van Buren round to Cook, who prods that into the offside. They'll take a quick single, and it's good running between the wickets, between the pair. Yeah. 379 for 5.
Cook is fairly sharp off the mark for an older player. 35, as he told me the other day.
Just mentioning, probably striving, 35 plus
a few.
Striving for a score of sorts. He's been out of sorts in certainly T20 cricket. Coming over is Graham Van Buren to Ben Kellaway, who drives, but it's firmly driven. There's no run to mid-off.
Yeah, they've placed a long-on Singdale down beneath us. Wouldn't be surprised to see Kellaway try and hit over mid-off if he can manufacture that.
Here comes Van Buren. Well, he tried to hit that to the leg side, didn't connect, and it bobbled into the offside. There's no run.
This is all a little bit frustrating for Glamorgan.
A bit.
Came with a bit of a rush to secure a bonus point at Leicester in the last over.
Van Buren. And there is the drive, and was that a chance?
I think it might have been. It was a possible run-out chance and a possible caught and bowled chance.
In the same ball, but scores are at level with that shot from Kellaway. I don't know if you'll see a replay. If it was a chance, it was a very, very difficult one. Firmly struck, barely got off the ground. So scores are level. Van Buren coming around to Chris Cook, last ball of the over. Oh, and that just bobbled up sharply and played by Cook to backward point. That is the end of the over. So we are all squared, so to speak. Glamorgan are 380 for 5. Cook has just come in, is on 3. Kellaway still there on 137 from 228 balls.
European rugby draws have been made.
Have they really?
Champions Cup Scarlets against the defending champions Bordeaux and last year's runners-up Northampton in their pool.
Oh, lovely.
Also in the group, well, you don't play all the sides in the group, but also in the group of Bristol, Poe and Bulls.
It's this silly system that they've conjured up that's horrible, absolutely spoiled European rugby, and I'll say that with no qualms at all.
Here comes Actor then to bowl, and a short pitch ball that Kellaway jerks his head sharply out of the way off.
Says here, there's no. No, they have really made a mess of that competition, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can see the draws on the BBC Sport website, but no doubt.
Fans only want to know where the trips are. Bordeaux, that's a lovely trip.
Yes, it's a lovely ground to watch rugby. Touch old-fashioned, bit of the old Art Deco.
Well, yeah, yes.
Actor bowls, short ball. Kellaway pulls it, but will pick up the fielder on the square leg boundary, and it's only a single.
I have done commentary in that ground, but the last time I was in Bordeaux, it was the World Cup opener between Wales and Fiji, and it was about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Not quite, but it was extremely warm. But that was in the football ground. That Wales football team beat Slovakia, of course, to start their 2016 campaign.
Yeah, well, I think you've just knocked over the GoPro there, Kenneth, so
Was that
apologies to our stream colleagues. As actor bowls, that's surely a wide. Surely. Not given. It just looped up miles over Cook's head. 3-8-1 for 5. And it looks as though Glamorgan might fall short of this 4th batting bonus point. Should not be great given the position they were in at lunch, but Gloucestershire have bowled intelligently as Cook is forced onto the defensive there. No run to 3-8-1 for 5, just 16 balls now to get 19 runs. So it'll require something of a change of approach from Glamorgan. And with Actor bowling short and making half the balls almost unplayable, there is a short leg in now. There's also a leg gully, short mid-wicket, and no slip. Actor is in to bowl, pushes it into the offside, does Cook, but manages to find one of only 2 fielders in front of the wicket, in the person of Singh Dale. 3-8-1 for 5.
Yeah, this point is looking unlikely at the moment.
Elusive. Bracey down doing a few stretches.
Well, he took a bang when you were on
so
your...
it's just behind a stand at the time. I didn't see the incident.
Yeah, he took a tumble when trying to take what would have been a snap chance from Callaway, gloved one behind.
As Actor bowls and Cook slashes it into the offside, and he's picked up Charlesworth fielding just forward of the umpire at point. So a chance missed there by Chris Cook. 19 off 2. Don't think this is going to happen as the 2 batters meet for a little mid-wicket chat on how potentially to make it happen. All looks very calm up on the Glamorgan balcony.
They will have to go into T20 mode.
And with that, possibility of handing Gloucestershire a point, of course.
So it will be Van Buren, so I'll have to weigh it up. Callaway on strike, 138. The Chepstow man is on. In comes Van Buren over the wicket, and Callaway is behind it, defends. So they might be giving up on the point now.
It looks that way, unless they're waiting for the possibility of a bad ball somewhere.
Van Buren, good ball once more, not that time, to mid-wicket, there's no run. And with every ball, the chance of getting that point is decreasing somewhat. They've tightened up of Gloucestershire after lunch. They've bowled accurately. That's another good ball. There's a bit of turn there as well. Kept slightly low, which will interest Callaway himself and Mason Crane.
Yeah, Glamorgan have to get something of a lead to get any pressure on, though, don't they?
Van Buren wide down leg side, and that has been called.
Yeah, I think that was a bit too obvious, really, wasn't it? It just fired dart-like down leg side.
Lead is 2, Van Buren coming in. And Callaway gives himself room now. He chops that to mid-off. So this is a very good over once more, by that wide by Graham Van Buren. And he comes, reverse sweep coming out from Callaway, only as far as deep square leg. As they come through for a single, last ball of the over, they still need 17. An unlikely 17, one would say.
Cook and Leonard got 20 off the last 10 balls to get a point at Leicester.
Well, it probably needs a boundary here. And it's not going to come, and he almost played on there with a spin, and gasps from bowler and James Bracey, the wicket-keeper, stunned Chris Cook slightly. The end of a very good over from Graham Van Buren, and Glamorgan needs 17 from 6 to get to that 400 mark.
Singdale then to take over from Akhtar at the River Taff end. Previous record 5th wicket stand, by the way, was easily eclipsed by Messrs Ingram and Callaway with their partnership of 254. It was 188 between Mike Powell, occasional inhabitant of this commentary box, and James Franklin, the Kiwi all-rounder, also played for Gloucester.
Yeah, we've just been discussing the course of that match at Cheltenham.
On drive from Callaway, first ball of the over to mid-on, no run. 3-8-3 for 5. 3 runs in the lead. Where is this game going over the next 3 or 4 hours or so? As Singdale is on his way towards us, bowls, and Cook chops it down towards point. And they're bowling well their fields at the moment, the visitors, because everything that Glamorgan attempt is being struck straight to a fielder.
Yeah. Well, boundaries are... Has there been one? Yeah, there has been one since lunch, but they've been collector's items since then. They've dried up, certainly.
As Singdale bowls down leg side, Callaway has a flick at it, doesn't get anything on it, much no doubt to his frustration, but there is a leg gully and a fine leg there to intercept anything that he did make contact with. 3-8-3 for 5. Tea today, about 23 overs.
Might be soon.
Quarter to 4. Oh, that's pulled away by Callaway and brilliantly taken by Hammond at short backward square, and Ben Callaway's excellent innings comes to an end, and Gloucestershire do get the extra bonus point with just a few balls to spare. It's 3-83 for 6.
Well, Glamorgan have been between a rock and a hard place since lunch. They've not got going, and in not doing so, they've had a bit of a double whammy there, losing both Ingram and Callaway, and Gloucestershire gaining that point. But it's been a brilliant knock from the youngster. Fantastic century once more to take Glamorgan on when they were in slight trouble yesterday afternoon.
Well, it's been such a remarkable turnaround of fortune since the lunch interval, hasn't it? When Glamorgan piling on the runs in the morning session, and then Gloucestershire drying up the runs and taking the 2 wickets at since lunch.
139 coming from 238 balls, 16 fours in total. And with that, we've had an email from Ian Evans. If Ben Callaway isn't on the England selectors radar yet, then they need to get a new radar. Surely he's a shoo-in for the Lions at the moment. Well, we have discussed that possibility. As far as this game goes, hopefully let's wield the willow and see where it gets us as team time. Well, we haven't seen that since lunch.
Not much wielding of the willow has gone on.
And I'd imagine, Nick, think that there would have been some pep talk from Richard Dawson and Sam Northeast from the Pavilion, just to see we need to up the ante slightly, or we're going to get bogged down.
Yes, Gloucestershire with 2 new batters to bowl at. Ben Davis on X has surprised England Lions, haven't picked up Kellaway and Tribe. They've been unbelievable. Mark Thomas say they play for Glamorgan, though that's an instant negative for England. Always has been. 2 exciting talents, no doubt. And Peter Miller points out no one scored more first-class hundreds for Glamorgan than Colin Ingram in the last 20 years.
Thanks for all emails. Keep them coming in.
Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Our official X account is BBC Sport Wales. As similar field for the new batter Van der Hoogten. It's very much the leg side trap. 6-3 leg side field. Singdale in bowls, and Van der Hoogten turns one off his legs past a diving Phillips and gets a single out to deep mid wicket. 3-8-4 for 6. Rather disappointing for Glamorgan this post-lunch session, but Gloucestershire bowled well and just put the brakes on after Glamorgan threatened to run away with the game in the morning. So Gloucestershire still with a chance of making it a modest advantage. It is just 4 runs as things stand with 4 wickets in hand. Batting to come Crane, Harris and Gorvin as Singdale into bowl, worked off his legs by Cook, runs the first one hard, picked up at fine leg though by Murphy, and it's just the single. And so after 110 overs it's a second bonus point for Gloucestershire, and Glamorgan have been limited to 3 with the bat, but it is 6-4 to Glamorgan overall on bonus points.
Yeah, both batters coming together in the middle, and I just wonder if the chat is, we need to quicken things up a bit, or try and put a bit of pressure back on the bowlers, because it's been all Gloucestershire since lunch. It is Chris Cook on strike. It will be Van Buren to continue. Smart chance taken, it has to be said, by Miles Hammond, because Ben Kellaway was looking to pull it aggressively, caught hold of it and was taking it backward square. That's defended by Chris Cook. The lead is just 5 with 4 wickets remaining. Van Buren over the wicket to Cook, and that misses everything. That'll be byes. Don't think, no, it's not going to get to the boundary, and it's only just 1 run.
No, dead ball, no runs. Must have come off the body with no shot being played, I guess. No runs for Glamorgan. You have to be either playing a shot or actively avoiding it if leg byes are to be scored.
Van Buren, that is driven, and there will be 1 run there to long on. So there's a bit of a lull again.
Yeah, we've had the excitement of the bonus point decision, and now it's question of Glamorgan retrenching, I guess, with 2 new batters at the wicket.
Long on comes up to long off. Gloucestershire on the attack here for a 7th wicket. Van Buren, and that's not played at all. It's Van der Hoogten on the pads outside leg stump.
Yes. If you can't be bothered to bowl on the stumps, I can't be bothered to play a shot. Cricket is not the winner.
Van Buren in, better ball that time, and man fielding at mid-wicket. Very slow paced at the moment.
Leicestershire following on 7 for 1, still 322 behind Middlesex at Grace Road.
Van Buren again padding up is Van der Hoogten. That is the end of the over. So we haven't seen the runs that we thought. The tempo hasn't quickened post lunch. Indeed, it's Gloucestershire put the brakes on Glamorgan, and the lead is just 6 runs.
This is strange. Zaman Akhtar is back on at the river end after a very brief spell from Singdale. Maybe just a swapping of ends.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
On its way.
Just giving it a bit more break, I think, is probably sure.
I suppose they are bowling some effort short pitch stuff. Probably takes it out of you. It is pretty warm out there, despite the lack of sunshine at the moment, as Akhtar is in round the wicket and bowls another short pitch ball that Cook ducks underneath. So another period of drift in the game.
It is indeed. It's a bit of a stalemate at the moment.
As we wonder where it's going. I think our speculation earlier about a Glamorgan declaration, well, that might not be possible because Gloucestershire might earn the right to bowl Glamorgan out and have things on their own terms. Cook defends on the leg side.
Well, we were discussing a healthy lead, which is still possible, of course. But less optimism than at lunch.
Yeah, from the Welsh point of view, from the Shire, it's been a really good job in the last 50 minutes or so. As on his way in is Akhtar bowls another short pitch ball that Cook sways out of the way of.
Yeah, runs in short supply at the moment.
We mentioned earlier Scarlets being in the same pool as Bristol, as well as Bordeaux, Bègles, Section Paloise or Pau, Northampton Saints, and the South African Bulls.
Oh yes, that part of Europe.
Oh, another very short pitch ball from Akhtar.
Another debate to be had.
Oh dear. Yes, I'm not quite sure when South Africa became part of Europe geographically. Only by the application of large amounts of television money. Bath, by the way, are in the same pool as Toulon, Munster, Castres, Edinburgh and Gloucester. Presume they won't play Gloucester in Europe. Down leg side from Akhtar. Cook pokes at it, doesn't make any contact because you play 4 games, and I think you don't play against the side in your own league.
Are the Challenge Cup
the Challenge Cup
groupings there as well?
In there as well. I can find it. I think they're all published. So I'll give a couple after this delivery. Akhtar in round the wicket, bowls. Cook plays to mid wicket, no run. Ospreys potential opponents: Zebre Parma, Montpellier, Montauban, Black Lion. Those are the Georgians, aren't they?
Yeah,
Black Lion.
They are.
It's not a pub team, honest.
No, they play the Ulsters.
Llandaff Derby. A little in-joke for Cardiff listeners, apologies to everyone else. And Connacht, so I presume they won't play either Zebre or Connacht being in the same league. But Montpellier, Montauban and Black Lion will be opponents of the Ospreys. The Dragons are in the same pool as Lyon, Newcastle, Benetton, aka Treviso, the South African Lions, and Perpignan, which is a lovely place to watch rugby if
the Bull Ring.
There. Yeah, the Bull Ring.
Yeah.
One of my favourite French grounds.
Yeah, I've been there for a few games. Van Buren is doing well here to curb Glamorgan's intentions of getting a good first innings lead. Dot ball to begin. I'll run through this over and then can invite Ed back to the commentary box. Short leg in for Van Buren, and interested parties there just trickled behind.
Before he comes back, Ed might care to pop along the corridor and make his tea time choice of flapjacks or Welsh cakes.
Oh yes, the important stuff. Van Buren, that's worked into the offside, and again no run, 3 dot balls, and it's good from a Gloucestershire point of view, not so from a Glamorgan. Van Buren, that's was short, but only as far as mid-wicket. No run. In comes the spinner, Van Buren. That has been caught, but not off the bat. And the news is that there's a.
I've had my selection.
You've had yours. Oh, I'll go for the old flapjack then, unless there are waffles there. Van Buren coming in. Oh, that did turn. They asked the question, and there was no interest from the umpire. So that is the end of a very good over. Maiden at that for Graham Van Buren. So Morgan struggling somewhat since lunch. They are 386 for 6. They've lost Ingram and Callaway, and the lead is 6. It'll be Nick Webb, followed by Ed Seaborn.
It'll be along in a moment. Kenneth will take him back so that they don't think we've scoffed the lot, and there are nutrition left for other media people and tech people and Morgan staff people. 386 for 6. Gloucestershire have slammed the brakes on in this afternoon session. That is down leg side from Singdale, and Cook has nothing to do with it. Well, back to extremely short spells at the moment, alternating between Singdale and Actor at that River Taff end.
Yeah, it's not the first time that I've seen Gloucestershire do this, and I think it's because Van Buren rattles through his over so quickly. It just gives the bowler absolutely no respite at all, having to bang it in short every ball.
Singdale in bowls, and Cook is up on his toes, thinks about a single. Charlesworth comes in quickly from point.
So to all intents and purposes, Gloucestershire have basically got 3 bowlers in a spell at the moment, but only 2 of them are bowling at once.
In terms of Cardiff rugby, by the way, their potential opponents in Europe, the Cheetahs from South Africa, Exeter.
I think that's a bit harsh, isn't it?
Self-proclaimed Cheetahs with an AH on the end, not maligning their integrity. Looks like there'll be a trip to Paris if you fancy it, Cardiff fans, because Stade Francais and Racing are both in Cardiff's group. Singdale bowls, Cook defends up to mid-on, and also Ulster are in Cardiff's group, so presumably they'll play, but not likely to play Ulster, I wouldn't have thought, because Cheetahs aren't in the URC, are they? I had to think twice about that one. They were, and then they weren't. So Cardiff supporters might get a nice trip to Paris. The groups are out, the pools are out, but you only play 4 matches against 5 opponents. Somehow. Singdale is in to bowl. Another short-pitched ball that Cook gets out the way of, and Bracey only saw at the very last minute, and he had to parry it in rather abrupt fashion. 3-8-6 for 6.
Lancashire have declared at Chesterfield,
All
by
right,
the way, so
already.
Derbyshire have been set a mere 513 to win. I mean, they could have batted on, I suppose.
4.5 sessions.
Cheltenham last year be a warning to you, Lanky. And I don't think that Jimmy is planning on letting that happen.
Short leg is brought in a little closer for Chris Cook. There's also a short mid on as Cook plays it past the short leg and will amble through for a single.
I was going to say, I think I know a few grounds around the country where there would have been more than a couple of supporters voicing their irony / sarcasm, that's the one I was trying to get to, at a run being scored.
Yeah, first time for best part of 3 overs.
So they've scored 22 runs in an hour since lunch. I'm not particularly convinced how that's helping, but maybe somebody's got a better case than me.
Singdale over the wicket, and Van der Hoogten jabs it past short leg and out towards backward square. They'll go through for a single. 3-8-8 for 6. Glamorgan lead by 8, and well, Gloucestershire's bowlers have ensured that, well, they might not have a chance to win this match. They're not going to lose it easily either, because they've halted all Glamorgan's momentum, as you say.
I mean, what chance in terms of the win? I think Gloucestershire would have had to have been bowled out for something like 200 were things level, and then, somehow defended a score of, relatively low proportions on the final day. I think that's the only way that you can see Gloucestershire really winning this game, because even if they were put in now, what would they have at the end of the day? We've got 50 overs, give or take. Realistically, yeah, exactly. Realistically, it's not going to be much more than that, is it, with the scoring rates that we've seen? Van Buren, left arm over to Cook. There's Cook on strike, isn't it? It's Van der Hoogten. And this is played back to the bowler.
They've got the same numbers on their back, but just in a different order.
Yeah.
Cook short sleeves, that's the easy way.
Van Buren in and played firmly past short leg, but not past Bancroft. He's been kept busy inside the ring. Strolls back to his position at mid-wicket. Van Buren in and bowls, reaching forward to defend that one. 2 from 14 deliveries from Van der Hoogten, but things had already gone as far as the bonus point was concerned by the time he came to the crease. Van Buren in now, an attempted flick off the pads, bit of hesitation here, and the throw will in the end go to the non-striker's end. It was a somewhat reluctant throw from Zaman Akhtar. Sort of got the impression he might want to save his shoulder for the overs that he needs to bowl, and they do make it through for a single. 389 for 6. The lead is on 9. And it's not amazingly pretty bowling with left arm over the wicket into the pads and short pitch stuff down the leg side from the river end, but there we go. I suppose that's the game. Cook drives through the covers, and Matt Taylor, who's on the field as a substitute, tracks back and does well to keep that to a single. 390 for 6. We've seen where pretty bowling sort of gets you at times in this match. It's not a sort of bowl 6 deliveries at off stump and expect something to happen type scenario. There'll be another fairly quick single there as Van der Hoogten just leans into a defence and takes a single with nobody fielding at cover. So 3 runs off that over. 391 for 6 and things just continue to drift slowly along, sort of a log in the Mississippi River.
So Gloucestershire continue to alternate their quicks, Actor and Singdale, at the River Taff end, with Van Buren firing through his overs at this Cathedral Road end. No slip, short leg, leg gully, short mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg, fine leg. How many fielders can you get on the leg side? As that is defended by Van der Hoogten. Had they had a silly point, he might have been out. It's a 6-3 leg side field, mind you. Was Hampshire the other day posted everyone on the leg side?
Is that right?
I think there was a 9-0 field.
Well, they're not exactly having a marvellous time of it against Worcestershire. 195 for 7 now, replying to that 679 for 7 declared of Worcestershire, with the double centuries from Libby and Adam Jose, as he was announced at Lord's at the Oval, by our long-time colleague Johnny Barron.
Surely with tongue-in-cheek.
Well,
or
I
did
don't
you genuinely
know.
think he was of Spanish origin?
Well, somebody did manage to convince him that there was an accent on the E that made it Adam Jose, but I'm not quite sure whether he may have. Well, you never know with Johnny Barron.
Yes, globe-trotting gentleman commentator. As Actor bowls and Van der Hoogten pulls, and will get 4 runs. Fine of fine leg, wide of Hammond at leg gully.
Murphy went the wrong way down at fine leg, although he probably didn't have the greatest line of sight, because he would have had Hammond in the way for a bit, but he put up a hand of apology to the bowler because he was moving to his left and then got done. Not quite like a kipper, but seems to be what people get done like.
Yes, I can't comment on that because I don't like them. Kippers, that is. 395 for 6 with Van der Hoogten's first boundary, and Actor is into bowl down leg side. Van der Hoogten plays at it and misses, and Bracey drops it.
Couldn't tell how close to leg stump that was to start with. I thought that was maybe quite close, but it's tricky to tell with this angle. But either way, that's what Actor's bowling for, with Van der Hoogten thinking that the ball's going to be very short and on the leg side, and then moving across his stumps and potentially exposing that leg stump for the bowled dismissal.
On his way in again, Actor. Van der Hoogten takes on the pull shot, and he's played that in nice controlled fashion, and he's managed to bisect the deep leg side fielders. So not huge amounts of pace on the short delivery that time from Actor, and in comparative terms Van der Hoogten plays that really well because it's got up a little bit, and he's played it along the ground and exactly between the fielders.
There's a little bit of a stare from the bowler out there, but it's tricky when you've got 2 fielders sprinting round the boundary. I think maybe if there'd only been one there, then one of them would have been able to put in the slide, but a slide would have meant a slide tackle.
That's down leg side again, and no contact made.
I wonder, even with the extra little bit of rest with the swapping from that river end, whether Actor and Singdale might be tiring a bit. They could go to Bailey to bowl similarly, but then they wouldn't have another seamer other than Charlesworth to use in partnership with him in the same way, if that's where they wanted to go. So they may have to go to double spin.
Here comes Actor again. A very short ball that's swatted and fielded at mid-wicket by... Well, that was extraordinary from Van der Hoogten. Actually,
the toe end?
Yeah, maybe. He's threw the shot very early. Actually, I said Van der Hoogten would have long sleeves on. He hasn't today. It's the first time in a while that I've seen Van der Hoogten in action with a short-sleeved shirt on. Shows how warm it is. The vagaries of the women's game. Emily Geach, who played for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan a couple of days ago, is playing for Glamorgan's academy side today.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I mean, she would be one of those players, given that she has played regional cricket, that when the time comes for Glamorgan to consider who they might want in their professional squad, she might be somebody that would be trying to push for a professional contract. One of those rare things in the women's game, almost full stop really, a left-handed batter. Here's Van Buren with a silly point and a slip. There's a little bit of turn there, and Cook, who gave him a little bit of the charge, had to ensure that he got some bat on that, or he'd have charged straight past it.
Yeah, I mean, the Glamorgan core women's squad, the actual sort of Glamorgan-based players, there are no left-handed batters.
Van Buren bowls, and Cook, I'm not sure if he got inside edge on that or whether it was just still, even though it was straighter, pitching outside leg stump, there was no appeal, but no run again. Basically no risks at all have been taken off Van Buren's bowling, as this is pushed past the silly person, and there will be a single to bring up the 400. I'm not quite sure whether he was at silly point or silly mid-off. He's standing at silly point, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Somebody in close under the helmet on the offside, but the 400 at potentially long last.
6.5 hours, 6.5 overs late.
Comes up. Remarkable. Not just to miss it, as Van der Hoogten drives off the back foot to wide mid-off and they'll take one, but to miss it by that number of overs I would not have seen at all at lunch. They had 10 overs to score 35 runs at the lunch break, and 36 runs later in 16.5 overs, as that's defended just to the onside of straight by Chris Cook for no run. We'll be at the halfway mark in terms of the day after this delivery, which is again defended by Cook with a straight bat. 401 for 6. The lead is 21.
Yeah, looks to be a bit of rough that Mason Crane might enjoy bowling into.
That was the only argument in this sort of situation for not just, going hell for leather for a quick 40 or 50 runs and then shutting up shop. If you really do think that the best bowling conditions that remain in the match would be right at the end, then that's, I guess, what you've got to try and do. There's still, as I've mentioned before, I'm pretty sure Gloucestershire have got both their goes with the heavy roller left to try and keep an eye on it. They certainly didn't use the heavy roller at I don't think even at tea time on day one. Pretty sure it was the light roller then.
Here comes Singdale, alternating with Actor still, and Van der Hoogten defends to mid-on. No run. Batting to come, Crane, Harris, Gorvin.
He has done amazingly well again as Singdale. Just time after time he impresses when there's just nothing else happening out there. He's gone at under 3 and over. He's got 2 for 53, which, if you've got an entire attack of people doing that, then it doesn't matter what's going on in terms of the surface, but where are you going to find 3 other Singdales from sometimes?
And it comes bowls. Van der Hoogten turns it off his legs, and Phillips at short leg is in action, but not catching action. Yes, Actor's gone for 3.9, Bailey over 4, Charlesworth 5.
Yeah, I suppose, 2 for 60 from Bailey, and Actor's ended up being the one that's broken that Ingram partnership, but spin was much more successful for Glamorgan than it's been for Gloucestershire. Van Buren's done a really good job of tying it down, but combined the spinners are one for about 170.
Short ball pulled by Van der Hoogten, and on the bounce to deep square, and they'll go through for a single. Shouts of catch inevitable when the ball leaves the bat in the air, but nowhere near the fielder at deep square on the boundary ropes.
I think he sort of wants Van der Hoogten to really have a massive go at that and try and hit it into the stands, but he sort of thinks probably better not at this stage.
Silly point and a short leg for Chris Cook on strike, and Cook finds it a gap on the offside. They'll take a couple of runs fairly gently. The applause continues to be somewhat sardonic.
Yeah, not many of them applauding either, is there? You can barely hear or see anybody from over at the far end.
No.
There's a few arms folded down below. There's sort of leaning back and finding some other pastimes in some cases.
Yeah. Singdale bowls a short ball that Cook ducks underneath.
Someone's playing a game on their phone down there.
Don't entirely blame them. And from the Glamorgan point of view, the first session is glorious, and you can't be too greedy. And the second session has been excellent for the Gloucesters, and quite poor for Glamorgan.
It really did end up being the worst of both worlds to just give Gloucestershire that extra point right in that last over.
Singdale in, ball short, pulled around by Cook down towards backward square, stroke fine leg, just a single on that occasion. Poor old Joe Phillips is all I can say, the short leg fielder.
We're delighted to welcome here this afternoon a group of students from Prince Alfred College in Adelaide who are making a cricket tour of England and Wales. We're hoping you're enjoying your viewing of 2020 cricket.
Yeah. Let's hope they caught a bit of the morning play, unless they're big Gloucestershire fans in Adelaide. 4:05 for
Take
6.
the ball home with you.
Oh, the Kookaburra ball, yes,
exactly.
of course.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
The reception of the Kookaburra ball around the country continues to be somewhat frosty, although I can't imagine they're enormously bothered about it at the moment at Chesterfield, but then you're probably going to get a result there anyway. Van Buren into Cook, and this is defended into the onside, but realistically, you look around the country, there could still only be 2 results in the positive fashion. Pulled away in the air, Van Buren drops it short and is pulled for 1 bounce 4, so Chris Cook has certainly bided his time for that. That is his first boundary in a near 1 hour stay at the crease, but that was a delivery that I think a lot of people might have fancied hitting for 4. He hasn't bowled many of those at all. Has Van Buren into his 27th over, but that was very short. Down the leg side and ripe for the picking.
Yeah, boundary off his 42nd delivery.
Oh, it's reached that time in the afternoon as well. Our TV screens are trying to give up as Cook defends back to the offside of straight, so Van Buren continues this.
Have you found the magic spot to keep it on?
Mine seem to be all right, but it seems to be slightly delayed from yours. Van Buren shuffles in, bowls. Cook defends with an angled bat into the onside.
Tuneless section, turn it off and turn it back on again.
There may still be more than 2 results around the country. Hampshire now 8 down against Worcestershire. and out of top order batting, 99 for 8. Van Buren is in. This is driven back to a tumbling bowler, and again there's no run, so just the one scoring shot so far in this over. Can Van Buren get out of his over? He bowls and it's padded away. So 409 for 6. As another over is ticked off. We've got 14 left until tea at 3 o'clock at the moment, so a little bit of time left in proceedings. Leicestershire now 22 for 2 against Middlesex following on. They've lost Rishi Patel as well, caught and bowled by Higgins. So still behind by 307 runs. Maybe they needed to reverse their batting order, just send after what they had done this morning, Messrs Walker and Woodback out there, and see what could be achieved. But yeah, there's just not going to be much between the top 7 if Lancashire and Middlesex do go on to achieve victory. There could be basically a win's worth, maybe give or take a few points between 2nd and 7th.
Extraordinary stuff, with still 5 to go, 2 in the block at the end of July stroke beginning of August, and
Still
then
with the Kookaburra.
and then 3 in September. A bit of spin from the river end now to break up the Actor Singdale duopoly, and that's turned away through the leg side by Van der Hoogten for a single. Have they done that often this season, then swapped overs? Single?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember whether it was last round or maybe another occasion where they've done that. So, because Van Buren gets through his overs in about 1:15, so, and then you're basically right back at the bowling crease, so you can keep warm, I guess, in that situation.
Forward presses Cook. He's got a good stride in there.
Sure, he was outside the line, wasn't he?
Would have thought so.
He stretched forward and across.
Yes. The replay proves that Murphy's imploring appeal was not justified, and Mr. Watts got it right. Murphy is in to bowl to Cook, presses forward and defends. Talking about T20, Kevin Thomas, I think, with tongue-in-cheek, says, got to play Essex, our favourite opponents. Well, they beat Essex twice this season, so I guess there's a reason for Glamorgan having Essex as their favourite opponents this year. As Murphy bowls and goes past the outside edge of Cook's bat with one that I think went straight on. Johnny Gaffer says, after being at the ground yesterday, I'm quite disappointed at the lack of urgency shown by Glamorgan. Though credit to the Gloucestershire bowlers, especially how other games are panning out as well. Down the wicket comes Cook and then defends when he gets there.
I mean, they have stuck to their task after lunch, yes, to give them their dues. Gloucestershire would have been quite easy for them to have just let things go completely, which they didn't.
Quicker ball from Murphy is defended by Cook. No run. Cook and Van der Hoogten both have 15. The batsman out today. Ingram caught Murphy, bowled Actor at third man for 117, trying the uppercut. And then Callaway caught at short backward square, short fine leg.
To be honest, I actually, because of the vagaries of the commentary box, I didn't really see it.
Okay. Somewhere in that quadrant anyway.
Yeah.
Good leaping catch from Hammond off the bowling of Singdale for 139, his second century of the season and Ingram's third. Van Buren directing his troops. He's bowled 27 overs, 1 for 68.
He hasn't had a break at all, has he, since lunch? As Cook back. No, check that. Van der Hugten goes back and tries to flick it off his pads, and the ball whacks into his pad, so there's no run. I don't think there's been any change from the Cathedral Road end, so a long spell from Van Buren as Van der Hugten can't force it past Bancroft coming to his left from short mid-wicket. His reward has been more in terms of lack of runs on the board rather than adding to his 1 wicket as he bowls, and there's a drop and run. There could be a run out here. Van Buren misses the stumps from not very far away. Van der Hugten had to get his skates on there because that wasn't far away from the bowler, and despite his long spell, Van Buren saw the opportunity to try and effect that run out. He might have been just home, but it's quite a risk for just 1 run.
Yeah, Van der Hugten's not normally a drop and run merchant.
Leads 31 at 411 for 6. Van Buren bowls short down the leg side. There's an appeal, and well, it's been answered with a call of wide. I did wonder whether that was one of those appeals that was to try and distract the umpire from giving the wide. Gloucestershire not looking as though they really felt that it was out. Whether they felt it was pad matters very little, really. It's defended back to the bowler. I don't think it really affects a huge amount of what's going to follow in terms of the game's course, that 1 run.
Thought you were going to go for a rugby league score there. Leeds 31, Wakefield Trinity 22.
Van Buren in down the pitch as Cook, and then basically just kicking it away.
Apologies if they're not in the same division. I'm not a big rugby league man.
No, wrong part of the world. If Josh Shaw's listening, I'm sure he'll point you in the right direction. This is defended off the last ball of the over by Cook as Van Buren marches to now take his cap, having picked up the ball. 412 for 6.
Mark emails, were Glamorgan more interested in trying to stop Gloucestershire getting the second bowling point than getting a 4th batting point?
Not sure that Ben Kellaway would have played that pull shot if that were the only.
No, he's getting a bit
in
frustrated, maybe, Kellaway. Looks as though the strategy is to accelerate around T and then declare, are they going to have enough wickets to accelerate around T? Can they accelerate on this pitch with this ball against some tight and controlling bowling? He says it looks as though it's going to take some brilliant cricket or some awful cricket to produce a result. Van der Hugten flicks it away on the leg side, down towards fine leg, and goes through for a single. This is Murphy continuing. Bowler bowls more than 1 over from the River Taff end shock after we had Singdale and Actor alternating there for quite a few overs.
Jimmy Anderson has his first at Chesterfield. Big wicket of Caleb Jewell, gone for 9 at 15 for 1.
Cook turns that one past short leg, and they'll go through for a smart single before the ball is lobbed back to Murphy. 4-14 for 6. Reminder of the significance of that one, and that a Derbyshire defeat would be quite useful for both these sides.
Yeah, I mean a win then, and Glamorgan in a very handy position.
Van der Hugten forward and defending. Not that we have anything against Derbyshire, given that they have 2.5 Welshmen in their squad. In the form of David Lloyd and Aaron Donald and half of Lewis Rees.
We checked that Caleb Jewell doesn't have any Welsh ancestry.
I haven't met him yet. As that is defended to short leg by Van der Hugten, no run. But Lewis Rees, despite having neither the Lewis or the Rees spelt in the Welsh manner, his father is from Llanelli. He's got a brother called Ian. But they went for a Spanish spelling of Lewis. His father said, ask his mother. As Van der Hoogten does go for the big shot and gets it away. Over, wide, mid, on, and it's gone all the way. Well, that's a heck of a pickup from Van der Hoogten with not a huge amount of flourish there. As he seized onto that one, and he has timed that one so well, because there really wasn't much back left to it.
No, it was really quite uncomplicated, but just a quick bat and then pretty much no follow through either. And it gets quite long, that boundary, as it goes a little bit wider. It's not a small hit, even though that's the slightly shorter side.
See ball, hit ball, 420 for 6. Fired in by Murphy. Defended by Van der Hoogten. The lead is 40. And we have got 11 overs to go until the tea interval, which we're talking about 10 to 40 interval by the look of it.
Oh, good. I'm going to get my dose of partially. Oh no, but we've got a mixture here in this one,
right,
of both fully and partially hydrogenated vegetable fat. So, I'd be able to taste the difference, I'm sure, between the completely partial one that I had yesterday and the fully and partially white chocolate flavour coated flapjack.
Food scientist Ed Seaborn has this report.
Cannot wait.
420 for 6.
Heston Blumenthal glasses on.
Gloucestershire are, I think, complaining about the state of the ball after it's been clobbered.
Is it that or its manufacturer?
Well, bit of both. Can we have a Dukes, please?
No, not to say that it is the manufacturer's fault, because they are not the ones that have made the decision to use it.
No, well, I'm sure it works very well in the Southern Hemisphere.
I'm sure they were quite happy for the extra order, though, but yes. Nobody's in any great hurry. It's just got that feel to it. Van Buren will continue his lengthy spell. And left arm over the wicket. It's kicked over the top of short leg by Cook.
Disdainfully.
But there we go. It's sort of up to, at this stage, as Van Buren bowls to Cook, and that's defended to short leg. It is sort of up to Glamorgan, really, to be the ones to decide where they want the course of this game to go. So often it's up to the side batting third, but as Van Buren bowls, and that was always going to be a scoring opportunity, as it was just pushed outside the off-stump a fraction and cut away towards the extra cover boundary. It won't quite get there, but they might think about 3, because it was a little bit of an escort from Actor in the final little stage of its path, but in the end, Actor, I think, was realising that his arm might be strong enough to dissuade that third run. So only 4-2-2 for 6. Van Buren bowls, that'll miss the pads and be signalled a wide. Gosh.
Aggressive applause from the home faithful.
Oh, not scoring many runs any other way. 423 for 6. Van Buren bowls and padded away by Cook. No, as I said, it's not particularly pretty cricket all round, but then
one hopes it's the calm before the storm of some sort.
Well, let's see. I can't really see Gloucestershire going out there and trying to blaze away, because it's just not been that sort of a game, as Cook goes back and drives without a great deal of force to extra cover, and they'll amble through for 1. Cook has 19 from 60 deliveries, 424 for 6, and a little bit of prodding from Van der Hoogten. The footmarks are not particularly visible either. I mean, there's clearly been some turn out of them, but as that's dug out by Van der Hoogten with a sickening thud, and doesn't make it past the bowler, so a dot ball to end the over. 424 for 6, lead 44. Still no real signs that Glamorgan have a declaration even before tea in mind. It looks as though they've decided they're even going to get that far.
No, I think mid-final session, if they still have the option, is probably about right for the declaration. They will look to get a 3-figure lead by then, you would have thought, and hope the ball spins sideways on the final day. I think probably one more over from me, and it'll be Kenneth to take us till the tea interval. And find out whether Kenneth is full of hydrogenated fats as well.
Leicestershire 3 down now, 36 for 3.
Murphy bowls. Cook comes down the pitch, drives to mid-off and takes the single. There's a yell from Murphy as the throw, I think, hit the wickets. Yeah, it's disturbed the stumps, but I think he was just getting excited by the fact that there was a direct hit rather than seriously expecting Cook to be given out. 425 for 6 here on BBC Sport Online. As Murphy to Van der Hoogten, who's forward, nurdling it down to backward point. Fielded by Charlesworth. And there is no run. There's a slip and a short leg as the attacking fielders at the moment. We're in the 44th over with this ball, so it won't be offering anything to the seamers that point as Van der Hoogten chips it back to the bowler on the bounce. And there's no run. Gloucestershire, I'm sure, will have a decent over 8 at the tea interval. As they bowled quite a lot of spin. Driven by Van der Hoogten up to mid-on, no run. Umpires need to intervene, says Graham Brill, on this negative bowling tactic of Gloucester. Well, they have intervened by giving wides.
Well, I was going to say, what else?
Yes,
they can't tell bowlers where to bowl.
No.
I mean, that's just getting ridiculous.
As Cook is forward defending.
You know, there's a slightly crazy thing that you could actually hit the ball.
Sir Andrew Radders of BBC Radio Northampton has recently won an award. Well, he does all sorts of things, Andrew. I'm sure he has won an award somewhere this year.
Who knows? Could it be for his writing? Could it be for his
archivism?
Yes.
Is that a word?
Yes.
Archivism?
Yeah. Archiving? Yeah. No, don't know.
Anyway, lovely man, Andrew Radders.
Many talents.
Yeah. As Cook pushes forward into a gap on the offside, but they decide not to risk the single. 426 for 6. The lead is 46. 9 overs to go until the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online.
Yes. So if there's I mean, it just doesn't look as though there's going to be a declaration, at least before tea, because there's just not very much time left before then. They'd have had to have surely been accelerating before this point if that were the plan, so maybe try and put Gloucestershire under pressure in the evening session. Get that lead, I don't know, close to 100. I'm pretty much giving up. I think basically any theory I could come up with is not likely to be correct.
It's not panning out.
No, no, it's that usual decision of what you do sitting in an air-conditioned commentary box versus what professional cricketers decide with their years of experience of actually playing the game out in the middle. But there we go. Van Buren wafting his fielders about, sending deep cover back. So he's going to switch to round the wicket, so I'm sure everybody will be delighted about that. This could change the entire course of this game as Van Buren switches sides to bowl. Around the wicket he comes, and would you believe it, it's defended into the leg side, and there's no run.
Well, I just think they'll carry on now until they look to get 3 figures, as Nick was mentioning.
Van Buren approaches, drops one short, it's cut away. They've got that fielder back on the boundary now, so Van der Hoogten can only add a single. 427 for 6.
So that's going to see us through to tea and beyond. Yes, almost a quote from Toy Story. Yeah, they'll look for 100 lead.
Van Buren to Cook, and that's nudged into the leg side for a single. I have no idea who let out that yell there. I think it might have been Ollie Price, who's standing at slip. Where's they put Hammond then? Extra cover. Okay. Decided that Ollie Price can have a stand at slip for a while. 428 for 6. Van Buren bowls, tosses that one right up and over flights it as it's a low full toss. Van der Hoogten drives it down to long on. 429 for 6.
But what a good lead is on this pitch, who knows?
As I say, as Van Buren is in and defended by Cook to point, the time that it has taken to score those 50 runs for that lead, he could have scored those 50 runs in 7 overs at the end of the game if there was a target that needed to be chased. But as I said, I'm not surprised, because sides just don't think that way. Sides just bat on and on and on. Van Buren is in, or hesitation, there's no run there, and having to get back at the non-striker's end was Van der Hoogten. I don't think he particularly have appreciated that one. Ends the over at 429 for 6. It's just played straight to extra cover.
He would not have got back.
No.
That would have been a run out. So, yeah, just a discussion out in the middle. These two can score quickly. It's just the scenario in front of them at the moment. With 8 overs to go before tea. Lead is 49, which is nothing really on this wicket. It can be wiped out very quickly. 40 overs remain of the day. And there will be a change with Ollie Price returning from the river end. You have to credit where credit's due. Gloucestershire have strangled Glamorgan since the lunch break in terms of their bowling.
Yes, there's been a lot of stuff aimed at leg stump or
Yeah.
outside, but, well, it's still cricket.
Indeed. Few frustrated Glamorgan fans
Who are
below.
they telling to come on? The over rate's +3.
I hope it's not us.
Extraordinary.
Might be the batters, might.
Might be.
Could very well be the batters.
Oh dear, you gotta love it.
Dot ball to start Ollie Price's over from the River Taff end. Van der Hoogten is on strike, who took 4 wickets in the first innings. Here's Price, bowls, fullish length, and again Cook is darting down the track before he's sent back swiftly by Van der Hoogten.
News from Grace Road. Leicestershire 46 for 4.
All going pear-shaped at Grace Road. Price comes in. Right arm coming around to Van der Hoogten. That's play towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Very enthusiastic is Price about that one.
I'm sure Middlesex supporters will enjoy the fact that they've removed former captain Peter Hanscom for 1
Oh
and
yeah,
6.
sure. Price, again full delivery, and again it's prodded back down the track and there's no run. 3-4 dot balls. Good over so far from Ollie Price, who made 24 with the bat. Court Carlson bowled James Harris. Here comes Price. That's pulled, but only for 1, because there's a man at deep mid-wicket sweeping on the leg side boundary. 430 for 6. The lead is now 50. It's been slow stuff since lunch. No call from the balcony to get a move on as of yet. Price in. And that is played fine. They could collect 2 here. They should. Well, again, they would have had they run the first one aggressively. As it was, only a single on offer. End of the over, 431 for 6.
It's really good committed fielding from Van Buren, who's been bowling all afternoon and then went sprinting off. Actually caught up with the ball in the slide almost head first, but yeah, you do rather feel that there was a second run on offer there. The lead has just about crept and crawled and dragged itself limply over 50, but now a change of ends for Murphy, so Van Buren's spell comes to an end. 30 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 77. They weren't willing to take risks against him, and for the most part he has not bowled in terms of loose deliveries very much, so therefore he's only gone 2.5 and over, which is roughly what he's been doing all season, really. Murphy has gone at a little under 3.5, so it's, in fact, he's basically gone for the average run rate of the innings, but Gloucestershire could really have done with that partnership between Ingram and Kellaway being broken rather sooner. It still has Glamorgan controlling proceedings, and Gloucestershire just trying to cling on as far as this lead is concerned, with a now past middle-aged Kookaburra ball. A very leg side dominant field for Murphy, as it has been for the most part, as Cook obliges and defends it into the leg side.
I think we'll just see this through till tea and then possibly have a dash.
Oh, we might see some fireworks.
Wow.
It might all kick off. 2 short mid-wickets, leg slip, as Cook flicks this one with his wrists to square leg. Ollie Price obviously keeping himself amused with a different field position basically every over. Of course he's bowling now as well. Standing at square leg, having a chat with umpire Chris Watts. Murphy bowls down the pitch, Cook to defend it to mid-off, and they are able this time to sprint through for 1. 432 for 6. As there's not even much of a breath of wind to provide much in terms of movement out there. There's the occasional move of fielder towards ball, but everything seems very still. Could almost be looking at a photograph, looking at some of those spectators. They're just not moving at all. Defended by Van der Hoogten. A party of kids from the school in Adelaide seem to have left.
To get them animated at the moment.
I hope that they've got some sort of other activity that they've gone off to enjoy. Murphy bowls, and attempting to play around that front pad there was Van der Hoogten, missing it, and appeal for LBW from most Gloucestershire fielders other than the bowler, so I'm not particularly surprised that Ant Harris was unmoved. Murphy in now and defended with a roll of the wrists to the leg side. 1 run from the over, and it's 432 for 6. At least these days I think people have got used to the fact that there is an Ant Harris and an Anna Harris. First time that Ant Harris umpired at Gloucestershire, well, sorry, I should say one of Gloucestershire's games. He was announced to the middle as Anna Harris. A little bit of a difference in physique, it's fair to say.
Price rearranging the field. 6 overs before tea. And it is Chris Cook on strike. Still largely leg side field. That's reverse swept. That may go all the way, and it should. No one down there. At what is fine leg, given that he reversed, used the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, both off spinners round the wicket have to bowl it pretty straight, or there's the opportunity, especially with the ball sliding across from Ollie Price, that opportunity to reverse sweep. Field has stayed back there now.
Cook to 27, the lead is 56. As Price comes in from the River Taff end, Cook tries to give himself room on the offside, but it's fielded at short cover by Charlesworth.
I'm sure there'll be all sorts of stewards' briefings, etc. going on at Bristol. 3 hours to go to the start of the second T20 international between England's women and India, with England certainly needing a bounce back performance after what was a little bit of a crash down to earth for Charlotte Edwards' side.
Price in, and that's cut, and that might go all the way as well. There's a chase on, but the ball is the winner through the covers for 4. So a good shot by Cook, who just gave himself some width, and it sped on the offside boundary. 440 for 6. So we have a change of gear, possibly. 2 boundaries in this over. And just looped up from Cook, with some encouragement for Ollie Price.
I reckon they're just trying to make this seem like a minefield now. Glamorgan can't score any runs on this.
Price in to Cook, who just plays that defensively on the onside. And it's a dot ball. Price is in, and Cook came down the track and thought otherwise of launching it into Rosed. End of the over, and 2 boundaries coming off that over by Ollie Price. Glamorgan a 440 for 6, which is a lead of 60.
Yeah, straight down the ground. I suppose virtually Rosed is in the river, isn't it? Down there.
Yes, a few have been lost over the years.
Gosh, I bet. I'm trying to think of something. I think the first time I came here, which it would have been a long trip from where I grew up, but I was reminding myself, because the first time I came here I saw Ty.
Oh, right.
Murphy bowls around the wicket to Van der Hoeken. That's defended back to the bowler. It wasn't the tie that was affected by AJ tie in a T20 between these two sides. I went and saw a game here in the 2013 Champions Trophy where Colin Ingram opened the batting for South Africa. Murphy in, quicker delivery, turned into the onside for no run. Ingram made 73, and then it was one of those games where it was raining in the second half. It had already been reduced to a 31 overs a side game, basically rained on and off through the afternoon and into the evening. As Murphy is in, and that's turned into the leg side for no run. It was one of those typical Duckworth-Lewis type scenarios where if they'd gone off one ball before, probably would have been a West Indies win, then a ball afterwards, and oh look, we can maybe just go off now because the scores are level, and everyone's unhappy because it's a tie. But actually I think South Africa qualified for the knockout stages on that basis, as Van der Hoeken flicks into the leg side. Sliding stop from Hammond for no run. The only time I got to see likes of A.B. de Villiers and Dale Steyn in the flesh. I was watching side on as Murphy bowls to Van der Hoogten, who's forward defending. I just remember watching Steyn side on. It's just amazing how fluid it is through the crease. I mean, he's charging in at full tilt, and just every single bit of pace that he could generate through the crease, you get a really good sense of that from side on. Van der Hoogten back and defending, and well, that took care of a maiden over. 440 for 6, 4 overs left until the tea break.
Well, Glamorgan fans were lucky to view him here for a time in T20 action, and he was a nice fellow as well, Dale Steyn.
Yeah.
There was the Dale Steyn on the field and the Dale Steyn that you saw socially.
Oh, the chainsaw celebration, I missed that.
Yes, he was some bowler. It is someone who doesn't have Steyn's pace in Ollie Price. That is continuing from the River Taff end. And that's just defended. There's no run. So this is a bit of a stalemate at the moment until the tea break. Just under 4 overs to go until then. Price in, fullish, and played to mid-wicket, and it's a dot ball.
Ticket pricing was terrific for that Champions Trophy as well, because I was still a student, and you could get in for, I think I paid something like £10 to watch that game, maybe even less than that. It was great value.
Played into the offside, and there will be a run taken this time towards where point should be.
Mind the windows, Tino, opening the
Mind the
bowling
windows,
for,
Tino,
for the West Indies.
Yeah, who can forget that? From Mr. Flintoff.
Certainly another sight to watch Tino Best running in.
In his Price to Van der Hoogten, tries to get that off the square, but it's 2 at mid-wicket. Well, fans urging everybody to get a move on. It's not quite happening at the moment. That's worked round the corner by Van der Hoogten, backward of square on the onside, and there is a single, and it's very slow paced. The lead is 62. So Chris Cook facing Ollie Price. The reverse sweep, just a single on offer. Down to Singdale at third man. They're virtually shutting up shop now until tea.
Dr. Hingle reminding everybody that there will be a tea interval. There will be some respite soon. Keep going, everyone. As Hampshire, by the way, have been bowled out by Worcestershire, so they've taken tea there. Hampshire 221 all out, so still behind by 458. Worcestershire will have to enforce the follow on there. 4 wickets for Tom Taylor and a couple of wickets each for Adam Finch and the on loan Callum Parkinson. Would shake up the relegation battle as well if Worcestershire were to win that. Murphy continues and bowls to Cook, and that's played defensively for no run. Worcestershire 14 behind Yorkshire, ahead of them in the second relegation spot in Division 1, and then a 28-point gap to Essex in 8th. Murphy in, and Cook a little hurried as he defends. So they can't certainly do all that work in one go, Worcestershire, but they drag Hampshire much closer to them with a win if they can effect it. In comes Murphy down the pitch and driving firmly, and that will, I think, make it to the boundary. It does, yeah. Long on was the only fielder who could get close to that in the end, but hit to the offside of straight, getting to the pitch of the ball. Cook not hitting it in the air. A fairly risk-free shot, really. And mid-off quite wide because he's sort of having to cover extra cover as well as mid-off. So 4:47 for 6, lead 67. Murphy into Cook and a nudge around the front pad down to backward square leg, and 448 for 6. Cook 38 from 84 deliveries. Van der Hoogten 28 from 58. Be interested to be a fly on the wall in Glamorgan's dressing room at tea, as Van der Hoogten won't get a run there, trying to play it leg side again. Whether they are talking in terms of an acceleration, or whether it's that's what we planned. Good session, boys. I don't know. Be interested to know. Gloucestershire have only taken the 2 wickets, and to a certain extent, Glamorgan maybe say, well, come on, you bowlers out then, but could take a while at this rate. Murphy bowls, meeting that on the full toss and whipping the ball away. That's a good shot from Van der Hoogten. Hit it right between the 2 short mid-wickets and out to the boundary. So the 450 comes up for Glamorgan, and Van der Hoogten showing some attacking intention there, with 2 overs to go until the tea break.
And all of a sudden the partnership is 69, the lead is 72. So it might have been the game plan all along.
Well, at some point Gloucestershire will have to bat, and Gloucestershire will have to be very careful, because I have to say, even when the game was level in terms of runs, it felt as though there was probably only one side that could win the game. But there's certainly only one side that can win the game the way that Glamorgan are building this lead up and taking time out of the game. So Gloucestershire will be under that pressure.
Dab down, and it's a long chase here. They might come back for 2. Yes, they do, because there isn't a point in place, and it was Singhdale that had to come charging a long way from third man. So there's a lot of space on the offside in which to manipulate the scoring. 454 for 6 as Price comes in, and that's defended by Cook. The lead now 74. Cook is in the 40s from 86 balls. So it hasn't been rapid pace by any means, but he's still there, and the partnership is worth 71. Price coming in, bowls fullish, and they'll charge for the first one here. This could be 2 once more. No, that time Singhdale whips it back and keeps it to a single.
Yeah, it's good work. I mean,
he's got to run from deep there, hasn't he? So he's got a lot of ground to cover.
Especially he's got through 21 overs in this innings now, a lot of which have been ball after ball hammered into the unforgiving 22 yards.
Which brings Van der Hoogten on strike. 32 runs from 60 balls. Price coming around to Van der Hoogten, who strikes that well, but it's fielded at cover.
Still haven't seen much of Bailey today either.
No, because he looked very good yesterday.
Yeah, so I sort of get the impression that they are really trying to limit the number of overs that he's bowling per match.
2 balls to go then in the penultimate over before tea. Price comes in to Van der Hoogten, steers this round the corner, but there is no run as Hammond fields. 3 off the over. The lead is a handy, no more than that at present time, 75. Price in 2 Van der Hoogten, and there is a man at fine leg up on the 45. So that is that as far as Ollie Price is concerned for this session. The end of the over. Van der Hoogten is there on 32. Cook is unbeaten on 41. 455 is 6, which means that is a lead of 75.
And Leicestershire's subsidence continues. They're 69 for 5. Now, as Ben Green is the latest to depart, it's all seemed doing the trick there, with 2 each for Higgins and Cornwell and 1 for Tom Helm. So Middlesex don't seem to have had any problems with the Kookaburra ball this round, because they've reduced the runaway Division 2 leaders to, 274 for 15 over the course of 2 innings. Miles Hammond is going to have the last over before the tea break, and what a sight it is, with his orangey pinky blondie hair and his trousers covered in mud as he bowls to Cook, and this is played off the back foot. 2 extra cover for no run. All joking aside, in the 3 overs that he bowled, Miles Hammond probably extracted some of the most turn that we've seen out of the surface today. Not that there's been much. Striking him on the pad and not out, says umpire Harris. Hammond inquiring as to whether there was bat on that. I don't think that he was told that there was, so I assume that
it's probably
Harris
sliding down.
Given, yes, we've had that next on the list of not out reasons. Hammond bowls. He chucks it very wide outside the off stump, but it just turns enough not to be called a wide by the umpire.
Very lucky, I think, to get away with that.
Yeah. So you will get those deliveries. Hammond bowls. There is turn there, very slow turn. Cook still able to give himself enough room to try and open up the offside, but he hammers it straight to Actor at extra cover. So working on a maiden over is Miles Hammond. Steady approach and bowls. That's a good delivery, which draws Cook forward. Bat and pad close together and the ball looped in the air to the left-hand side of short leg. I'm not sure that there was any glove or bat involved, but once again, just a bit of a drop of pace, and all of a sudden the off-spin looks a little more threatening. Last ball of the session. Maybe last ball of the session. It turns down the leg side. There isn't a run-out attempt at the non-striker's end. Everybody's sprawling about, lying on the floor. It's a bye, as just about diving to make his ground was Cook, as Hammond tried to tip the ball onto the stumps on the throw. And it will go down as a maiden over then, to end the session with just the bye from it. 456 for 6, with the lead 76. Am I allowed to say I'm quite relieved that that session is over?
Yes, possibly. It wasn't... Glamorgan didn't come out of the blocks at all. Obviously lost the 2 quick wickets in the shape of Colin Ingram and Ben Kellaway, and have found runs hard to come by, albeit they've put on 191 in that session, the loss of 2 wickets.
91 in 33 overs.
Yeah, 76 the lead, so you would have thought they have to get going as soon as possible after the tea break. We shall see. So it's Van der Hoogten on 32, Cook is 41. We will be back in around 15 minutes time for the resumption of the 3rd and final session on this 3rd day of the 2nd Division County Championship between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire.
got some tea time scores from elsewhere in the Rothesay County Championship. All these games, like here at Sapphire Gardens, are in their third day. So Division 1 starting off at the Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire have just been dismissed by Worcestershire. At 221, Hampshire 458 runs in arrears, and the follow-on looming. Taunton, Notts in their first innings, 431 for 5. They lead Somerset by 52 runs. At home, Sussex in their first innings, 494 for 6. So Sussex are leading Warwickshire by 79 runs. At York, it's tea time there, where Yorkshire are 370 for 8. They're leading Essex by 2 runs. And at the Kia Oval, Durham at 271 for 5, still 549 runs behind Durham. Moving into Division 2 at Leicester, Leicestershire are following on after being dismissed by Middlesex for 205. They're currently 70 for 5 in their second innings, so Leicestershire trail by 259 runs. Tea time at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, where Lancashire have declared their second innings on 406 for 6. That's left Derbyshire a target of 514 to win, and at the interval they're 38 for 1. The other score comes from the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, where Northamptonshire at tea are 390 for 5. They're trailing Kent by 176 runs. A reminder that if you're seeking a scorecard for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also obtain a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open today and it's situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until 5 o'clock tonight and selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kits, plus a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, don't forget that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Glamorgan members and season ticket holders have a 10% discount on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Cassett Howell stand, and snacks can also be obtained from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. If you haven't done so already, don't forget you can recharge your water bottles free of charge using the various refill points around the stadium. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open until the end of the tea interval. If you haven't done so already and you're here tomorrow, well, you've also got a chance tomorrow to view the new galleries and to watch the new films which have been installed and provided as a result of a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. This includes a brand new feature called the Memory Match. And for this game, the Memory Match is the Sunday League contest 50 years ago when Majid Khan of Glamorgan and Pakistan scored the fastest televised 50 of the season. The museum has many second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And that includes the newly published research monographs, with the first booklet tracing the fascinating history of women's and girls' cricket in Wales. Finally, a reminder that on Thursday, the 10th of July, the next in the very popular Walkers and Talkers events will see Terry Davis, the former Glamorgan wicketkeeper, reminisce about his time as Glamorgan's man behind the stumps in the late 1970s and 1980s. as well as talking about recent years as he's become a very successful business and cricket administrator in both Australia and New Zealand. The Walkers and Talkers event on Thursday the 10th of July commences at 10 o'clock, but there'll be tea, coffee and light refreshments available from 9:30, with the event taking place in the Museum of Welsh Cricket.
Did you see where I went? I'm going down. I just got talking to one of the lads about it. I said it's expensive.
Glamorgan 456 for 6 at tea. That's a lead of 76 runs over Gloucestershire. But after the superb centuries from Colin Ingram, 117, and Ben Callaway, 139, it's been slow going in the afternoon as Chris Cook and Tim van der Hoogten put together a painstaking stand. Glamorgan looking to declare, you would have thought, in this final session to put some pressure back on the visitors at tea. Glamorgan 456 for 6, lead by 76.
I'm only having one tonight. Might have a look. Oh yeah.
No, I mean, for me, because I'm coming here regularly, and I've been here for a year.
Yeah, I mean me.
You can get a day, you can get a week. Week to go.
Yeah.
Or a day to go to give you a day.
Yeah, I'll get it.
I just checked up on just 10 after the end of the and it was like get a bus from here to the bus station and then a bus to the there, it was like 50 minutes.
Did you see walking?
Walk to the bus station, it's down by the it's down near the station, it's down near Central
So
Station.
you're going that way, are you? Yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
I'll be going sort of up towards the castle way.
Yeah, we'll do the castle. I will do the castle tomorrow.
Yeah. I want to get my snacks for tomorrow, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to snap these bags in the big bag, and I'll get my little foldable rucksack out and bring it here, so I'm not carrying that. Because then it'll be a job packing that in the big bag when I go for the big bag.
When you get some snacks, I'll get some snacks. Just look, there's no passes.
No. Oh, Patrick, all right.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we need to do, more seats. How are you doing?
Bob, a word of warning. Oh, he's okay. No warning, you're not in work.
But not the noisy ones that we had for the first 2 days.
Oh, that last thing was a woman. Hey, you welcome White Rose supporters.
Oh no, that's different.
What am I going to do tomorrow then, Bob? When I went for the pint, I asked the guys behind the bar. I just said there's loads of pubs on the water side of the canal.
You know, even welcome your visitors.
Want me to go now, back out? You want me to go back now? What? Oh, you know what they said to me?
Very good afternoon and welcome back here on BBC Sport Online as we interrupt the somewhat lively conversation of the spectators underneath us, and welcome you, dear listener, back to the playing arena of Sapphire Gardens, where Glamorgan are 456 for 6 in their first innings. A lead of 76 over Gloucestershire. Where is this game going? Do Glamorgan intend a declaration at some point in this session? The not-out batters are Chris Cook on 41 and Tim van der Hoogten on 32. Gloucestershire effectively put the brakes on Glamorgan in the afternoon session. 91 for 2 added in that period of play.
First innings, the 2 not-out batters, Chris Cook and Tim van Hoogten, and to resume the bowling for Gloucestershire, the River End.
Ajit Singhdale? That's the boy. Yeah, he's the tall one with lots of hair and hairband. So Singhdale it is from the River End. We saw in the afternoon at periods alternate overs of Singhdale and Actor at the River Taff end, and lots of very quickly delivered spin from Graham van Buren from the Cathedral Road end, which means that Gloucestershire's over rate is +6. Oh joy. Will Glamorgan attempt to step on it in the next hour? Here comes Singhdale into bowl, and Cook works it around the corner. He's beaten the short fine leg, but it is stopped by the fine leg on the boundary, and they're back for 2 runs. We've seen a lot of leg side bowling, short pitch stuff in the afternoon session. Graham van Buren, the spinner, was wided several times for negative leg side bowling as well. But Gloucestershire have done what they had to do to grab a second bowling point and put the brakes on. Singhdale bowls again down leg side, again pulled away by Cook, and again a sprawling stop by Actor on the fine leg boundary in front of the cricket school, and this time it'll be just the single, 459 for 6. So in the afternoon we saw lots of the batters not taking on many of the short balls after Kellaway had fallen to such a stratagem, as indeed had Ingram caught at third man. As Singhdale is on his way towards us once more, clipped off his legs by van der Hoogten to one of the many Gloucestershire leg side fielders. It's still a 6-3 leg side field, 460 for 6, and
you'd think, Nick, that they want to have a go at them this evening, so they need to
surely. Glamorgan
push on.
Surely would look to have a good spell of bowling. I would think I'd guess at least 10 overs and possibly an hour's worth, 16 overs. As Singdale in to bowl, short pitch ball, and that's not cleanly taken by James Bracey. And the ball bounces away from him, and they go through for a bye. And Bracey,
he's been in the wars, hasn't he?
Had a blow in the afternoon session.
He did. That was his shoulder when Kellaway gloved one behind. It was a tough chance, but he went tumbling down. He's not happy here either.
No, that was possibly the one that reached him on the half volley or thereabouts.
Nasty ones.
4-6-1 for 6. No keeper likes conceding a bye, even in Division 11 of the South East Wales League, I can tell you. As Singdale in bowls a fast short ball with a grunt of effort, and batter Van der Hoogten has nothing to do with it. We've seen a lot of this.
Yeah.
Actor and Singdale attempting to flog some life out of the pitch.
You were about to say flogging a dead horse there, weren't you?
I was about to think of a dead parrot. As Singdale bowls to Van der Hoogten. Repeat the previous ball. Short pitch ball, no shot played. 5 come off the over. It's 461 for 6. Let's hope this game has not shuffled off this mortal coil and gone to the scorecard eternal in the sky.
Lead of 81 with 31 overs remaining, so Glamorgan will want to, as Nick was saying, good hour at the opposition, so if they can get, well, they're going to get northwards of 100 lead. It's going to be Miles Hammond, who has conjured up a bit of turn from the pitch, certainly in the last session. You're studiously looking at the ingredients of that.
I'm pondering what a polyglycerol ester
flapjack.
Polyglycerol esters of fatty acids
Well, doesn't sound great.
E475. The esters, I think, were a Scottish jungly pop band about 30 years ago, but I might be wrong. But I doubt they were connected with fatty acids.
Miles Hammond setting his field. Here he comes from the Cathedral Road end, coming right arm over. Is the spinner. That was wide, and which gave Cook a chance to cut into the offside for a single. Which brings Van der Hoogten. He's on 33. This partnership is worth 79. Way short of the, what was it, 254 in the end?
254 the partnership, yeah.
Between Ingram and Ben Callaway. A record 5th wicket partnership for Glamorgan against Gloucestershire. This is Hammond, full at that time, and that's played defensively down the track by Van der Hoogten. Still a leg side field here for Miles Hammond, peroxide blonde Miles Hammond. Did you say that was in aid of the Sid Lawrence?
The match was had a charity aspect indeed, yeah. So the hairstyle likewise.
Yeah. Hammond in, and Van der Hoogten rocks back, tries to paddle it away on the onside, but it's fielded as short leg. And it's a dot ball. So decent over again, only the 1 run so far. As Hammond comes in, and that's driven, but firmly driven to wideish mid-off. And it's another dot ball. So Glamorgan reluctant to step up so far after tea. Hammond will conclude his over, and that is an appeal. It missed everything. It's gone behind what is the signal from the umpire. It is leg byes.
Ah, yes, the signal that satisfies everyone, leg byes.
Yes.
No dishonour to bowler or keeper.
Yeah, just flicked the pad. It was way outside the line. The shot was played, so it was legitimate. End of the over. Not a dramatic one at that. The lead is 84.
Indeed, the Astors were a Scottish rock band. I saw something about them in a BBC documentary, I believe. I can't recall much about them. 464 for 6 are Glamorgan in reply to Gloucestershire's 380 all out. As Cook settles, no slip, no short leg now, and turns the first ball of Actors over off his legs. There's a throw at the non-striker's end from the ever enthusiastic Hammond. There's no real effect. 4-6-5 for 6. Lead 85.
I have to wonder what the discussion was between Coach Richard Dawson and North East regarding the tactic here.
Actor in, round the wicket, bowls. Van der Hoogten drops it down in front of him. There's probably a single there, actually. The ball rolled about 5 metres from the bat. There's a short ball, and Van der Hoogten just about managing to ride the bounce. You'd have thought there'd been some point to press the accelerator. Maybe once they get 100 lead. So I suppose the bottom 3 in the batting order, Crane, Harrison, Gorvin, there's not really a hard striker in there, as Van der Hoogten hooks that one and is caught by Hammond at deep backward square. One of 3 fielders out. Van der Hoogten falls into the trap. Actor has his wicket. It's 4-6-5 for 7. Kenneth is baffled.
Well, I'm just baffled by the lack of foot on accelerator, because now they've lost another wicket, and someone, as we know, that can take it on.
Was caught by Miles Hammond off the bowling of Zamana.
So I think they'll have to now, because they are running out of options.
Stand of 82 for the 7th wicket. The wicket falling in the 136th over of the innings. 70 of those overs have been delivered by spin, by the way, with a net aggregate of 1 for 210. So Glamorgan will be hoping that their spinners are rather more effective in the 3rd innings of this match. Is this Mr. Gorvin coming out?
Coming back to
Yes.
is Andy Gorvin.
Gorvin, Harrison, Crane, 9-10 Jack in any order, really. Doesn't make a huge amount of difference there. They all know which end of a bat to hold. And none of them you would characterise as men to open their shoulders and play huge shots. So maybe work it round, be a little bit more busy between the wickets. As Gorvin comes out at 9. The lead is 85. 100 is reasonable significance. It would take Gloucestershire at least until some point in the morning session to knock it off, you would have thought, even if there's a clatter of Glamorgan wickets now. It's been a decent containing effort from Gloucestershire to try and to some extent have a say over their own destiny in the match, but once Glamorgan had moved into the lead with 5 wickets standing. It was unlikely to be a dominant Gloucestershire over the last day and a half of this game. Short leg is back in now as Actor bowls to Gorvin, who glances down to fine leg for a single. So once more the leg theory continues from the Shire, with a 6-3 leg side field. 466 for 7. If you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. As Actor bowls and Gorvin ducks, probably didn't have to, as that one ballooned up to James Bracey. Be nice to hear from some new contributors on the email. Listeners of either county or none, very welcome. 466 for 7 as Cook taking evasive action to the last ball. Will he have aggressive intent at all? Just runs this one down for a single towards third man. So a successful over from Actor. A wicket to go with the 3 singles that Glamorgan got off it. The lead is 87, and there are 29 overs remaining in the day's play, which isn't too bad. It means we'll finish about 20 past 6 or thereabouts, hopefully.
Which is far better than last night.
Yeah, we went on a bit last night, but we finished at 2 minutes past 6 on the first day. So swings and roundabouts and all that.
So we reckon a good hour Glamorgan will fancy with the ball. Cook is on strike, 3 short of half a century. In comes Miles Hammond, who's bowled tidily, says he, and then he's rather wide, and will give 2 runs away to Chris Cook on the offside. A lead of 89.
So one contributor on Blue Sky was questioning the ability of BBC commentators to remain awake around the country at the moment.
In comes Hammond, bowls fullish, and forward is Cook defensively, and it's fielded a short leg.
With some sympathy, I think, rather than critical of us.
Miles Hammond, reverse sweep coming out from Chris Cook, and that is his half a century. That's come in 103 balls, much to the applause of the Glamorgan faithful.
4 fours.
As he raises his bat aloft. A lot will depend now on him in terms of what the Glamorgan lead will be. And if indeed Glamorgan will push on, go through the gears. Andy Gorvin, the new batter, is on strike, facing Hammond, and that is played down to short fine leg, and there's no run.
R.J. Evans asking about the whereabouts of Dan Douthwaite. Well, just not selected at the moment in the red ball side.
Hammond coming in and bowls full, and that's a good shot. It should get to the boundary. No, it doesn't. Very good bit of fielding, and they should have got 3 for that, but they settle for 2. Well, he's been ever present in white ball cricket so far.
Yeah, R.J. Evans says he would have rested Van der Hoogten for this game. Well, I think Van der Hoogten probably needs a rest sooner rather than later.
Miles Hammond cut aggressively, but it's fielded at point. He's so important though, Nick, isn't he, for Glamorgan? But indeed, the problem is he plays all formats. So it is an issue. It does get through an awful lot of work. Hammond to conclude the over. And that's a full toss, but won't beat the man at mid-off. Good piece of fielding there. And that is the end of the over.
Cook's 50 came off 103 balls with 4 fours. And when he reached 45, Chris scored his 8,000th first-class run for Glamorgan.
There we are. Confirmation from Dr. Hignell that Chris Cook has now scored over 8,000 first-class runs for Glamorgan.
Plus a few in South Africa.
Plus a few, but he's been ever present. He's been here since 2011 now, Chris Cook.
Ajit Singh Dale to bowl.
Yes, just had a few first-class games in South Africa at the start of his career before coming over to Britain, playing a bit of league cricket round the south of England. Chris Cook in the Hampshire area, notably. Eventually picked up by Glamorgan as Cook blocks that one back to Singdale. Gloucestershire continuing with this alternating tactic of Singdale and Actor at the River Taff end, while the spinners wheel away from this Cathedral Road end. Hammond's bowling has looked more likely for things to happen. There have been the odd bad ball, but there's been some interesting turn for the offie. As Singdale tears in bowls and pulls it around to fine leg. Single down to Murphy, grazing in front of the members' stand, away to our left. 4-7-5 for 7 Glamorgan. So the lead moves up towards 3 figures. But will Glamorgan be able to turn any pressure on the Gloucestershire openers, you would have thought? A declaration in an hour's time, if they're still going, to give some sort of chance to the Glamorgan opening bowlers. As Singdale into bowl, Gorvin deflects it down towards Phillips, who is fielding at a not too short leg. There for the ballooned chance rather than the pure bat and pad, you feel. 4-7-5 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. Nigel Harris and Barry Bados has emailed. Short ball pulled by Gorvin. Shouts of catch it, but it's mostly along the ground, down to fine leg. With play, let's say, mostly tedious since lunch, Nigel's words, but with Leicestershire and Derbyshire potentially heading for defeat, do you think Glamorgan are just ensuring a draw at worst to catch the top 2 and also to keep Gloucestershire behind them? To be honest, even as a pessimistic Welshman, I don't think there's much chance of Gloucestershire winning this match. I think Glamorgan will want to give themselves some sort of chance to win it. Singdale bowls and Cook works it out through the covers for a single. I suppose Callaway had gone just after Glamorgan were in the lead. Maybe they thought that they needed to build a partnership rather than going hell for leather and risk being all out with sort of a lead of 30 or something, which would have been neither here nor there. At the moment it's 97 the advantage for the home side, 6-4 on bonus points. Fielders crouch at short mid on, short mid wicket, short leg and short cover. Singdale bowls, and Gorvin deflects it down to one of the areas that's not covered. Might have carried to leg slip. As it was, it's picked up at short fine leg, and they go through for a single. 478 for 7. Gorvin moves to 5. So,
well, as soon as we think that they're going to go through the gears, they still are methodically going through their business.
Or Nigel suggests, has the warm weather plus the kookaburra just made everyone lethargic? Don't think there's been that much lethargy from Gloucestershire. They've plugged away gamely, despite the warmth.
Still going with Miles Hammond. There's Cameron Bancroft. That's driven forcefully, but fielded at cover by Van Buren off the bat of Andy Gorvin.
As for the kookaburra, the less said the better.
We've said enough about the kookaburra.
Grumbling on about it, Muppet style. Waldorf and Stettler of the BBC commentary box.
Miles Hammond, who's had a bit of turn out of the pitch. Here he comes, full. And that's firmly driven, fielded by Hammond. 98 the lead. And Hammond comes in short that time, and it enables Gorvin to clip it round on the onside for a single through square. And I mean, the lead depends, it's all about time as well. It'll come down to in the end.
Yeah, a lot of shifting factors, aren't there? Time, lead, wicket. Not sure if the wicket is a shifting factor.
No, that's been a constant, I think, through the course of the 3 days. Hammond for the reverse sweep, so there should be runs here. Might not be 4 of them. Yes, it is. And that was well executed off the bat of Chris Cook. Some welcome relief for the Glamorgan fans to applaud.
Yeah, Dean Thomas said, to be fair, Glamorgan scored 137 in the morning. Gloucestershire negative bowling since lunchtime has inevitably slowed the run rate down.
Well, they will say they had to do that.
Well, yeah, they're entitled to employ the best tactics that suit them.
Penultimate ball of the over. Here comes Hammond bowls. Good length delivery, and Cook is forward to the pitch of the ball and smothers it. And there's no run. The lead over 100 after that boundary. 103. So we are north of 3 figures. As while Hammond concludes the over, Cook charging down, but it's fielded by Hammond. End of the over. Hammond 0 for 24. Gorvin is on 6. Cook is unbeaten on 56. The lead 103.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Derbyshire 63 for 1, chasing 513 to beat Lancashire. Derbyshire in second place, ahead of Glamorgan and Gloucestershire in the table at the start of this round. Kent against Northants, and that game is even less thrillingly poised than this one. Kent 566 for 8 declared. Northants have just avoided the follow-on there. 424 for 6 centuries for Vasconcelos and for Harrison. Man on the drive on the leg side now as Actor bowls a short pitch ball that is pulled gently by Gorvin to Hammond. One of which have to be careful they don't get 3 behind square now. Gloucester on the leg side, which of course is not allowed because Hammond is at short fine leg. There's a fine leg, there's a short leg just fractionally in front of square, and a square leg also fractionally in front of square. No wonder the umpire's on the offside. Actor is in to bowl. Gorvin works it away into a gap on the leg side. They'll take a single. Been a little bit cautious on the running today, Glamorgan. Have erred on the side of safety when it comes to going back for twos. At Leicester, Middlesex are going to romp to victory over the leaders there, it seems. Leicestershire 80 for 6 in their second innings. There's still 249 runs in arrears, so looks like a very comprehensive reverse for Leicestershire. As Cook works one off his legs for a single. Roman Walker was 40 not out rather in the Leicestershire first innings, the North Walian. But Middlesex working their way very rapidly through the Leicestershire batting again in their second innings. Division 1. Hampshire following on against Worcestershire, 35 for naught. Still 423 runs in arrears. As that's nicely driven by Gorvin back down the ground. He gets into double figures with that, moves on to 11. 485 for 7. And if Gloucestershire, 489 for 7. And if Gloucestershire are really unlucky, that one's disappeared underneath the hover cover. One fielder only gone to find it at the moment. He's lucky it's not underneath the cover as such. Just hopped over the advertising boards. Gorvin, a top 5 batter at club level with St Fagans. Not that he plays for them much anymore, I should imagine. As Actor in to bowl. Gorvin flicks it away on the offside, but Charlesworth fields at backward point and there's no run. At Taunton, the Gloucestershire fans will be delighted to hear that Nottinghamshire have moved on to 460 for 5, 81 runs ahead, with 5 wickets standing, with Haynes 143 not out, Slater made 124 and Kishan 77. Actor on his way in. Bowls. Gorvin neatly shuffles out the way of a short pitch ball on the body. End of the over, 489 for 7. The lead is 109. At the Oval, after Surrey run up 820 for 9 declared, Durham are 285 for 7. Despite a century from Alex Lees, they've fallen away rather. Ollie Robinson, the keeper, made 79. So Durham have got 13 wickets left to hold out until 6 o'clock tomorrow, or thereabouts. Half time at Hove, effectively. Sussex 5-3-3, Warwickshire 4-1-5, all out.
Still Miles Hammond here at Sophia Gardens from the Cathedral Road end. Reverse sweeping is Chris Cook, and to full effect because that has gone all the way to the boundary.
So Sussex lead by 118 on first innings. Warwickshire going in the third innings. There were 151 for Daniel Hughes and 150 for James Coles.
So is Cook going to push on with 113 lead? Hammond, well, he is charging down the wicket. That is more like Chris Cook. A few bounces. No, it's full maximum. That's only the second one of the innings for Glamorgan. The first being from Colin Ingram a while back. Has he made the decision?
Yes, we've seen this before. Chris Cook move from stolid defence to all-out aggression in the space of a couple of overs.
I think I remember the Derbyshire game, where he was in and he decided that was that, and it wasn't quite enough in the end. as Derbyshire survived on the final day. Here is Hammond coming around to Chris Cook, who cuts only a single this time, as the man sweeping on the offside boundary is there to field. And that is 500 up for Glamorgan and a lead of 120.
Yeah, it was the game against Derbyshire, wasn't it, where Glamorgan suddenly accelerated before lunch.
Well, they just thought there was a sniff of victory that could have gone their way. Just ran out of time at the death. This is Hammond. Oh, and that just missed everything outside edge, outside the off stump of Gorvin. Taken by Bracey, standing up. There's a short leg in. In comes Miles Hammond. The reverse sweep is the order of the day, but it doesn't beat the man at what changes to backward square. He is at backward point. He's going back now to a more deep point. Deep backward point. As Hammond comes in. Last ball of the over. And Gorvin just rocks back and defends. So that is the end of the over. Gorvin 11. Cook is unbeaten on 68. Glamorgan 507, which is a handy lead of 120.
At York, Yorkshire 430 for 8 in their first innings. That's now a lead of 62. After a very useful ninth wicket stand from Matthew Revis, who's 125 not out, and Ben Code batting at 10. He's 85 not out, and they have added 157. This must be more bowling changes than Dr. Hignell has announced in a session of play for a long time in a championship match, because Actor and Singdale continue to alternate at the River Taff end. And Cameron Bancroft is wandering over for a little chat with his bowler to decide exactly where he wants his six-leg side fielders deployed. 500 for 7, and they're not going quickly about their task at the moment.
I think it's my turn to exit stage left for the time being.
Kenneth Davis replaced by Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol, and Simon Actor replaced yet again by Ajit Singh Dale. Charges in, bowls another short pitched ball that Chris Cook ducks underneath. Remarkable percentage of short pitch stuff, mostly around leg stump delivered since lunch, really, where Cameron Bancroft and troops decided that Glamorgan were having things far too easy. 137 added in the opening session without loss by Callaway and Ingram. And as the sun breaks through, Singdale is in to bowl. Cook drives into the offside and calls for a single up to wide mid-off. 501 for 7. It's not exactly many big shots at the moment, apart from that Cook hoik over wide long on against Hammond, but there's a little bit more busyness about it.
Yeah, I did.
Ed looks slightly unconvinced.
Well, no, I just imagine there probably would come a point where they'd had enough of Hammond bowling at them and thought, let's just try and take him down and see if we can bring somebody else back on. I think Van Buren was stretching down below us, so might see him return.
Singdale on his way in to bowl down leg side. That's flicked something and gone down to fine leg. Bat. Just a little leg glance from Andy Gorvin, and the ball races down to this shortish straight boundary, and was well wide from James Bracey. It's always fairly short, straight boundaries at Sophia Gardens, but because of the need for a physical sight screen, a small one to provide sort of half the viewing, together with the white tarpaulin, the boundaries in a few metres from usual. Singdale bowls, Gorvin defends. He's on 15. It's 5:05 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online.
It is a very trim sight screen, that one. You'd imagine that barely covers where it actually needs to cover, but I suppose the awning's doing most of the job, isn't it, I guess?
Yeah, it's basically because there's a walkway behind it, so you can't really put a white tarpaulin over that. So it's a bit of a patchwork job. Singdale bowls short. Gorvin ducks. It's been a day of two very different sections, isn't it? Up till lunch, batters on top, pushing it round, moving on. 137 runs at over 4 runs and over, and since then, run rate dropping again as Gloucestershire adopt these particular tactics. A lot of short pitch stuff from one end, a lot of spin from the other.
Ball's got older as well. I suppose that makes a bit of a difference.
Singdale bowls. Gorvin runs it down off an angled bat. Should pick up a couple of runs here because Van Buren has got some ground to make from third man. Rounds to a 45-degree position. Gorvin goes through for 2. It's 507 for 7 at the end of the over. The lead is 127. What do you reckon? About 40 minutes of batting left before declaration. Leads 160.
I think I may have reached the point where I can't speculate anymore.
You've got bored of speculating about Glamorgan's intentions.
Well, it just I don't know. You know, they haven't left themselves a great deal of time this evening either way. So you know, you whether it's an hour or 40 minutes, I mean, you're sort of quibbling over a couple of overs here or there could make the difference, but you won't know what wickets you might have taken if you declared at a different time. So you know, you're giving yourself some sort of time this evening, maybe, but who knows? They could even bat all the way through and just see if they could build the lead right up. I think it certainly wouldn't have been what any of us would have done, but I wouldn't know.
Going to turn square on the last day, maybe.
Well, just build the lead up to as much as possible. Make Gloucestershire bat pretty much all day tomorrow. I don't know. Van Buren into Cook, and this is played defensively into the offside. So back to the status quo, really. I think after that one over of opening the shoulders against Hammond just to knock him out of the attack. Van Buren bowls and Cook gets himself in a tangle there as he skips down the pitch and then tries to play into the leg side and ends up skewing it off to extra cover. Oh yes, definite spot on that pitch there. That needs to be pointed out right on a full length on middle stump. Driven in the air by Cook. That's a handsome shot, but it may just plug a little bit, which is not something you've said too many times this summer. I think on most outfields that would have been skipping on for 4, but this is in such good condition despite the warm weather that actually Cook ends up only taking 2 for a lofted extra cover drive. 509 for 7. Van Buren to Cook, and that has been edged and off the fingertips of Ollie Price, maybe even 2 sets of fingertips there, as that seemed to deflect oddly, and they take 2. Did that go off Bracey's glove? Yeah, I think it went off Bracey's glove and then just tipped over the head of Ollie Price. Dear me, don't see that very often. 2 runs, 511 for 7. Van Buren quite close to a second wicket, but not to be. Down comes Cook and plays it to long on. Kellaway was leading a slightly charmed life for a little bit before he was eventually dismissed. There was a one-handed catching opportunity. There was the glove that was almost caught by Bracey above his head. There was a caught and bowled chance down low to Van Buren, which was a chance. So looked back as Gorvin opens the face of the bat and won't get a run to backward point, 512 for 7, and then eventually Kellaway dismissed for 139, so I suppose he offered up 4 chances in the space of about 20 runs there, which maybe is why Glamorgan was so hesitant to try and take risks.
Yeah, could be.
I don't know.
It's a fairly chanceless century as such. Steve in Newcastle messages on X. Looks like the Kookaburra ball is having an impact on county cricket. Lots of high scoring matches and big innings, but not sure this helps the standard of English cricket. Surely batsmen need a sterner test to improve technique and overall batting standards. I think it's designed to give the bowlers a sterner test rather than the batters, isn't it, this particular experiment?
Yes, suppose so. I mean, you don't want it to go too far the other way, but I definitely agree that it's the old thing about improving exam results by making the tests easier to a small extent, because it does go from some of the games that we've seen in recent times where you feel where's the next run coming from, to the other way.
There's another change of bowling, and there's a bit of Todd Murphy to replace the alternating seamers at the River Taff end. Don't think we've seen spin at the far end since before lunch. First ball, dot ball. Murphy in again, bowls, and Cook is on the defensive, back to the bowler. The field for saving the single. Mid-off, halfway back, point on the boundary, long on mid-wicket, backward square leg on the boundary. Cook works it into the leg side, but there's still no run.
There are quite a lot of games that have followed the pattern of this one as well, in terms of a side batting first and scoring a pretty big score, and then the side batting second.
Cook stepping back, steering it into the offside. It might have been a quick single had Price collected a little more cleanly, but he went tumbling down, probably unavoidably, and there was a single.
Side batting second then bats really big. Essex Yorkshire's gone that way. Sussex have got about 120 odd run lead against Warwickshire. Nottinghamshire are doing the same to Somerset as well. They've got about 100 run lead with 5 wickets in hand. I mean, not all of them have done that, of course. Lancashire ended up getting a 100 run lead against Derbyshire as well. So the majority of games have followed the sort of pattern of this one as well, and yet again, as has been the case for a lot of recent county championship games in recent years, win the toss, bowl first, because you think that's the time when it's best to bowl.
Forward pushes Gorvin defensively. No run.
You might get now into this part of the season, you might get the odd pitch which does possibly take a bit of turn later on, but there's not many that break up.
As forward is Gorvin again, playing back to the bowler, just one off Murphy's first over. Back in the attack, 0 for 104 for him though at the moment. Took 5 wickets in the first game for Gloucestershire, but quite expensive. And on the balcony, and see 2 men padded up, Mason Crane, and I think James Harris was just in the corner of the shot earlier on, as Kieran Carlson is attempting to enliven proceedings by some sort of bizarre impersonation on the balcony. Smile, Kieran, you're on the telly.
Yes, there's nobody seemingly hurrying for whites at this stage. No. And if they were to pull out after this over, they'd have, 18 overs. Short ball down the leg side. Oh dear me, how's Chris Cook missed that one?
I'd have fancied to go at that one.
Van Buren firing it down the leg side quite short, and Cook tried to swivel on it and missed it. Next delivery comes in, and that's been edged and caught at first slip. Van Buren does have a second wicket, and Chris Cook pretty much guiding it into the hands of Ollie Price at first slip, and he does have a second wicket. He's toiled away his Van Buren and done a job for Gloucestershire, clearly a job that some Glamorgan fans feel has been a negative one, but he now has 2 for 82 from 31.2 overs and has got rid of Cook for 75. He's moved that lead on to 133 and ended up rather being a bit of catching practice for Ollie Price there. Pretty much nudged it right into Price's hands, taken quite low down but scooped up off the floor. 513 for 8.
Yes, when we saw a shot at the Glamorgan balcony a couple of moments ago, as Ed made the good point that only the remaining batters were in full whites, as Harris comes out ahead of Crane. So you would have thought that if any sort of swinging of the bat and declaration were on the way, then the rest of them would have changed out of their blue and yellow kit back into the whites. Ready? 513 for 8. Gorvin, Harris and Crane left to nudge whatever extras they can out of the last 2 wickets, maybe over the maximum of half an hour batting, I'd like to think, but I don't know what's in some North East's head. I mean, I don't see how Glamorgan would not want to bowl a few overs at Gloucestershire tonight. Have the bowlers deliver maybe 5 overs each, the seamers, an over or 2 a spin maybe, and give themselves a little bit of chance and then come back fresh in the morning for another go.
It's a little bit concerning for Gloucestershire that the man due in at 11 finished 43 not out from 85 balls in that finish last year, as James Harris comes out ahead of him and he's straight on the defensive out to extra cover.
Yeah, it's a really good knock from Mason Crane in that draw, in that tie, apart from not taking the single earlier in the final over.
Van Buren bowls and Harris drives, flowing drive through the covers to get him off the mark. Josh Shaw out there on the boundary, 514 for 8. Doing the usual scanning about to see who's not on the field. I don't think I can see Archie Bailey out there. Van Buren in and Gorvin defends the dead bat into the offside.
He hasn't pulled a lot today, has he, Bailey?
No, he had one spell in the morning. I think that may have been it. I think he was out on the field for most of that time. Again, Gorvin keeps that one out, and an over that has just produced 1 run and seen Gloucestershire at last take that wicket of Chris Cook, as it's 514 for 8, and lead to 134.
Yeah, I mean, we've been going on about the slow pace of play, but Cook's strike rate was actually fractionally above that of Ingram and Callaway.
Yeah, I think it's more probably the fact that you expected acceleration rather than continuing at a fairly similar pace, and also he had that 6 and the 4, didn't he, off Hammond in consecutive deliveries. I think it was mostly the afternoon session, really, wasn't it? Where was it 91 runs added in 33 overs?
Some Glamorgan supporters might have thought it was slightly turgid stuff, but there we are. That is what we got. Harris on strike on 1, and Murphy looking for his first wicket of the innings. As is in and bowls. Harris drives to long on for a single. How long is Murphy's spell with Gloucestershire?
2 more games in terms of first-class cricket. I'm not entirely sure if chosen, whether he might be. I guess he's registered because they've only got the 3 overseas. So in theory, if they wanted him to, I guess he could play instead of either Bancroft or Short in the T20 as well.
Down the wicket comes Gorvin and carts it towards mid-wicket. He'll pick up a couple of runs. Gorvin is not naturally a slogger, as you might have gathered from that.
No, I mean, there are some batters, I mean, Graham Van Buren, for example, who's also more diminutive than some, but who can strike the ball a very long way. He doesn't look like your archetypal power hitter, Andy Gorvin.
He's pretty correct technically batter. He's on to 19, 5-17 for 8. Murphy bowls and Gorvin produces a delightful little reverse, and will pick up a couple of runs because Van Buren has run round the boundary and picked it up in front of us to prevent it going over the boundary. Gorvin moves to 21 not out. Gorvin did have an unbeaten half-century in the opening defeat against Leicestershire. As he's forward to defend that one, and a lot of followers have thought he should be more of a fixture in the side, but has only played the one away championship match.
Yeah, there was a certain amount of surprise they didn't play at Bristol, wasn't there, I seem to remember.
He's forward driving, but it's well stopped at short mid-on by the skipper. Bangers. 5-19 for 8. There's a bit of space for Gorvin to straight drive through if he can hit it a little harder, but not that delivery, as it's a bit shorter and just turned round towards backward square for a single. It's all quite sedate still. Gorvin moves on to 22, Glamorgan to 520 for 8. The lead is 140.
Still, looking at the wickets in the match, there are very few wickets that, and particularly top order wickets, where you'd say that it was, a ripper of a piece of bowling or an unplayable delivery. It has tended to require a certain amount of assistance from the batter, and certainly today we've seen that produce the few wickets that Gloucestershire have managed. As there's an appeal for a stumping here to start this new over. Brace is convinced that it's out, but umpire Watts says, no, dear me. Calm yourself down, sir. 5:05 in the afternoon, that's far too much activity. There's a bit of turn there. Gorvin,
he's got a case.
Forwards.
He's got a case.
Does he? I couldn't really see the foot.
I think Gorvin's foot was from that angle on the line rather than behind it.
I was too busy watching the delivery. Down the pitch, and I think that is quite clearly stumped. And James Bracey makes doubly sure by whacking off the bails to one side as Gorvin gave Van Buren the charge. He went for a massive yahoo over the leg side. It turned away from him, and James Bracey completes the stumping. So it's 520 for 9, and we will certainly see Mason Crane, because James Harris is leaning on his bat. Gorvin departs, having added 22 runs to this now 140 run lead.
Yeah, for a moment I thought, given that Gorvin had just danced down the pitch, that Glamorgan might pull in on his dismissal, but Mason Crane is going to have a turn with the bat. And this is second championship match of the season, and indeed his second championship innings of the season. Batted no, Gorvin didn't play in the last one. Leonard was 11, so Crane was out for just a single last time round.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Mason Crane.
By process of elimination.
Indeed. Crane, who did pretty well with the bat last season. Where are we? He actually averaged 36 due to a fair few not outs. Had a couple of half centuries and a high score of 61. Tends to look quite well organised, but Glamorgan haven't really got a slogger in this particular bottom three, in the absence of Ned Leonard, who is quite a big hitter.
Yeah, I mean, his overall numbers, he's scored just over 1,000 first-class runs at an average of 16 and a quarter, which is certainly not number 11 numbers. The strike rate is 38.2. As Van Buren bowls to Crane, who runs that one off the back foot to backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, so judging by that, it must be a bit of a waste really to send Crane out to slog, but doesn't seem to be the plan, because he's just forward defending to this one, so Corbin obviously fancying a charge in that over, but the message hasn't been hit out or get out. Van Buren lobs that one up there, it turns away from Crane through behind the stumps. Again, there is a little bit of turn there, whether it's quick turn is another thing, but it'll be interesting to see what Crane himself can produce when the time comes. Van Buren bowls, that's been edged but short of first slip, played with soft enough hands by Crane. They will come back for 2, and it was a pretty much agreed couple of runs, and he's back on the field. Tom Smith just sent that one in. I'm not sure whose shirt he's wearing though this time. You're not going to get me with that one again. You know who you are. Social media clip on just about everywhere. So we've got actually Josh Shaw, I think, and Tom Smith out there.
Shaw's 5, is he?
Yes.
Is
Tom Smith is
he
walking
six,
off. Yes,
6 number?
he would be.
6, Tom Smith.
But I'm not sure whether he's wearing his
not got his own shirt on.
It looked like Tom Smith anyway.
Payne was wearing a numberless shirt.
5:22 for 9. Yeah, he's got Archie Bailey's shirt on.
Okay.
Which is always helpful when you've got somebody who's even playing in the game.
2 Archie Baileys, there's only 2 Archie Baileys.
Well, was it the Glamorgan game where we had 2 Dom Goodmans in line with each other? You hit Cheltenham a couple of years back.
Harris turns one away on the leg side, the first ball of Murphy's over, down to fine leg. Single taken. There's only 2 Tony Cotties as the title of the autobiography of the cricketer Tony Cotty, who will be working with Kenneth on Sunday here at Glamorgan against Kent. Rob Phillips will be joining Anthony Gibson down in Taunton, and presumably Mark Davis, on Friday night. 5-2-3 for 9. Glamorgan lead by 143. Gloucestershire in no particular hurry. We've got 17 and a half overs remaining, less the 2 for the change of innings. So finishing probably 6:20, and Gloucestershire now crowding the bat for last man Mason Crane. No leg slip is dropping back. How far back, Skip? Short fine leg. Murphy bowls, Crane works it on the leg side to short mid-wicket, no run. So there's a short leg and a slip. It is it's now 4 on the offside and 5 on the leg. It has been a 6-3 leg side field for much of the afternoon. As Crane forward, driving to mid-off, no run. This innings rather petering out, slightly tamely. 5-2-3 for 9, 143 ahead. Murphy, in the continuing quest for his first wicket of the game, fires one in, and Crane defends it off the back foot, and Hammond runs across the path of the ball and almost boots it wide of mid-on in the course of it.
He does feel he can probably do anything in the field after recent times. 5 catches in a match the other evening.
As Crane is forward defending, one pretty smart one to get rid of Kellaway.
Yeah, and then the 2 spectacular ones to start the wicket taking in the evening session of the Derbyshire game as well. He's had quite the time of it in the field.
Murphy and bowls. Crane forward in unhurried manner. A bit Louis Armstrong that, all the time in the world. 5:23 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online.
See trees of green? No?
Trees of green, we got those.
I've
Yeah.
got skies of blue as well.
Skies of blue, yeah. Tick,
Can't
tick,
see
tick.
any red roses though.
No, Lancashire somewhere else.
No. More terrible footballing skills on display from Gloucestershire as the ball was rolling towards Graham Van Buren, who stuck out a boot to try and stop it and missed it. So clearly they need to be working far harder in their kick volley warm-ups. Glamorgan going with a full-on game of football before the start, and Gloucestershire restrict themselves to that strange kick volley game with the cones. Van Buren hunting another forfeit here. It'll be back-to-back innings where he's done that. Won't get a wicket there, but Harris also will not find a run as he plays a pokey shot to cover. And the time that Glamorgan will get at Gloucestershire this evening starting to tick down a bit as Harris drives to cover. They will, however, have to bat pretty much all of tomorrow to save the game now, though.
Yeah, they're not going to get very far ahead.
Might save themselves a bit of time at the end if they've got wickets in hand, as down the pitch Harris driving to long off, and they'll come through for the 524 for 9. I mean, yeah, it'll take them probably at least halfway through tomorrow to knock the deficit off, and then need to bat for a good length of time after that to dwindle the number of overs down. So that's the task that's ahead of Gloucestershire, which brings its own pressure, I guess. 2 slips in place as Crane defends back to Van Buren, who's ever willing and energetic, but the speed of his march back to his bowling crease not quite what it was earlier in the day, as that's pushed in the air and wide of Hammond at extra cover. It wasn't that far off, but ends up at mid-off for no run, as the last ball of this over to be sent down. It's chopped away to backward point, and another over that's only gone for 1 run, as it's 524 for 9. Be grinning now, will Graham Van Buren, but especially if he takes another wicket, he may seal his fate as the interviewee of the day, which he's not going to be happy about, but I'm sure he'll do.
Well, I think he's in pole position at the moment, isn't he?
I'm afraid.
3 wickets.
He'll do it with a smile.
2 apiece for Singdale, Actor and Bailey.
Oh no. I thought this was over when I gave up the captaincy after these sorts of days.
Well, stop turning in the best performance of the day then. Murphy, who has laboured in vain today, not his happiest day as a professional cricketer, I'm sure, is still looking for some token reward, as down the wicket comes Harris and hoiks him over the top, and that one is well kept inside the boundary, and they'll go back for 2 runs. A bit of relay fielding from long on and long off.
It's Josh Short round the boundary from long on, tipping it back to Ajit Singdale. 2 fast bowlers at long off and long on.
Harris showing intent as if he'd been given the nod from the dressing room. Let's just knock this one back to the bowler. Maybe just fancy that particular delivery. Where's Shaw in terms of his schedule? Is he likely to be playing in the Blast?
Yes, I imagine it's pretty much a guarantee that he'll be in action on Friday.
As down the wicket again comes Harris, but drives back to the bowler. It was he, of course, who hit a last ball 6 here, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
To win a game for the Shire.
It was dropped on the boundary, I think, the ball before, and they took 2, and then last ball 5 to win, hit it for 6.
Harris belts this one through the offside, slightly uppishly, but we'll just get the single up to Singdale at long off. The pigeons at deep extra cover remain undisturbed.
Yeah, I think all of Payne, Matt Taylor and Shaw be fixtures on Friday for that game at Chelmsford, and then depends what Gloucestershire want to do as far as extra spinner or extra seamer possibly.
Next delivery turned just past short leg by Crane. No run. Number 3 batting. Number 3 bowling.
They don't really have a great deal of choice, Gloucestershire, other than people who've taken part in this game beyond those, with Goodman, Tom Price, Luke Charlesworth all on the sidelines. Probably somebody else I've missed there. Apologies if I have.
Murphy bowls. Crane stretches forward and defends. 3 runs have come off the over despite the aggressive intent from James Harris, the first ball. And Gloucestershire have now been out in the field 150 overs, which I suppose is a factor in Glamorgan grinding on and on. There are more overs in the pitch and more weariness in the legs and the brains of the visitors.
Yeah, although you might say that the argument therefore is, would you not want more overs at them this evening before they've had a chance to have a rest and come back tomorrow? But yeah, of course I had forgotten the fact that Marchant de Lange, I think, is quite close to a return, so he may, whether it's Friday I don't know, but he may come back into the reckoning. Van Buren bowls and back goes Harris, drives past short extra cover. Hammond stays sprawled on the floor and they'll take a single down to long off. Aman Rao might be an option as well, having made his T20 debut earlier in the competition. Well, I say earlier in the competition, he made his debut in the first game, so I'm sure he'd be in the reckoning if they go for the extra seam bowler, as Crane is forward and defends back to the bowler. Gloucestershire starting with 5 consecutive losses in the Blast and then have won their last 2, so see whether they continue to drag themselves out of the extremely large hole they've dug for themselves, as Crane is forward to defend.
They've got 7 left, have they?
Yes.
All right, I thought everyone had played 8.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire might be the only team that has not played 8. Van Buren round the wicket, bowls, and Crane respectfully plays it straight back to his fellow spinner. I'm sure that's not the reason why, but 2 from 17 deliveries from Crane. We've seen a lot of people get off to slow starts in fairness, not really a criticism, as this push to extra cover. I think Zainul Hassan took something like 22 deliveries to get off the mark. James Bracey went on to make 100, and I think it was his 17th ball that he got off the mark with. Van Buren leans forward, stalks in, bowls, and Crane once again is blocking for the close as it's 528 for 9. There are 14 overs left in the day, although of course we won't get all of those in if Glamorgan do lose their final wicket.
Actor is swinging his arms in vaguely business-like fashion, as if his fast bowling activities are about to be brought back to the table, rather than his wander down there at fine leg activities. Yes, he wants a bowl. He thinks he's going to get a bowl, unless Murphy can break this. Well, it's not really a partnership yet of 8. As Harris tries the reverse sweep and he's out. Harris goes for 8. Murphy at last has some reward, and Glamorgan are dismissed for 528, which is a lead of 128 runs. So the Glamorgan innings rather petering out. An attempted attacking shot from Harris, and he's running off, knowing that he's going to get his bowling boots on and be out there opening the bowling in all probability in 10 minutes time or so. So Glamorgan 528 all out. The Main contributors: Ben Callaway 139, Colin Ingram 117 and Chris Cook 75, while Graham Van Buren with 3 for 87 was the most successful bowler.
Yeah, the pain for Gloucestershire at least is over for now with the 151.1th pull at last providing the end of the innings. Glamorgan have certainly made them sweat there in the field. It's gone on for rather longer than I must say I thought would happen, but anyway, they'll have 11 overs, will Glamorgan at Gloucestershire, and we will see if Glamorgan can make some inroads this evening. If they can grab 1 wicket even, that would be certainly something to take in to tomorrow. So Bancroft and Phillips, I'm sure, will be out in due course to see whether they can survive those 11 overs with the deficit at 148.
For those of you who would like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Gloucestershire bowling figures in just a moment. So Glamorgan all out for 528, Mason Crane unbeaten on 2, 26 extras in that total, comprising 2 byes, 10 leg byes, 6 wides and 8 no balls. Here are the Gloucestershire bowling figures. Ajit Singh Dale 24 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 72. Zaman Akhtar 21 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 84. Archie Bailey 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 60. Ben Charlesworth 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 45. Todd Murphy 34.1 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 114. Graham Van Buren 35 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 87. Ollie Price 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 19. Miles Hammond 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 35. There are 11 overs remaining this evening.
Explain that in it right there, you know.
We want to tell you what's right. Just killing all what's good. I do the work today. We like 10 or 8. We want two goals at the ball, so we want 16 today. I said if we start better side in.
Yeah, but then you have Norman running down like 10 to 10, 15 straight. And then Harris, third ball every over. And Craig was playing one way. You know, all improved, right? And 8 for 2.
But you don't have to move. It's resting time, what resting time.
I'll pick you up if you go out.
Is that right? You're resting, but resting, you know. What do you mean you're ready? Yeah. Throwing it at the spoiler. Yeah, throwing it at the spoiler. You fancy a ball, won't it, Bob?
See how it goes. See how it goes.
I'd like to see it going on.
So from the batting in Gloucestershire's second innings, Cameron Bancroft and Joe Phillips.
And a warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens. And if you're just joining us here on BBC Sport Online, I can tell you that Glamorgan's first innings has come to an end. They were 520 all out, but more importantly, in the context of this game against Gloucestershire in Division 2 of the County Championship, it is a first innings lead of 148, with Gloucestershire about to get underway in their second innings, with Cameron Bancroft and Joe Phillips out in the middle, and it will be Tim van der Hoogten who will get us underway, and it will be Ed Seaborn to take us through the first over with an uphill task, Ed, facing the visitors.
Yes, an uphill task in terms of saving the game, but one which you would feel with 107 overs remaining in the game, give or take. They can still get through more than that, Glamorgan, if they bowl their overs especially quickly. Gloucestershire should, you would have thought, have a chance, as Van der Hoogten starts off by dangling one outside the off stump of Bancroft, who's immediately tempted into an injudicious shot as he didn't really commit to that drive and has been beaten by that first ball.
Well, that would have been a dramatic start.
Well, it would have been the absolute most nightmarish start that Gloucestershire could have envisaged, with their captain facing the first ball, Joe Phillips at the non-striker's end, and Bancroft, somebody such a steadying presence. Van der Hoogten in now, and Bancroft forward and across, and playing that almost slightly slicing defence across the ball out to cover. They're not just giving Bancroft a single into the covers this time, sort of splitting defence and attack by having two slips and that leg slip that you do see a lot of teams employ for Bancroft, who was adjudged LBW in the first innings, walking across his stumps to Van der Hoogten, who bowls to him, and they want a sprinted single. He'll be a shot at the stumps, it misses, and that would have been out with a hit, guaranteed. Joe Phillips would have been run out for a diamond duck if Ben Kellaway had hit the stumps. He had maybe 1.5 to aim at, and Phillips, there was some hesitation, but to be honest I don't blame Phillips, because I don't think he could believe that he was being called through. To have been miles short with a hit, and Bancroft with a nervy start to this 11 over spell that Gloucestershire have to survive. Crazy cricket, and I'm sure there's a word of apology, and just not exactly what you need as Joe Phillips either. You're the junior partner in the opening partnership. You're feeling probably a little bit of pressure anyway, opening the batting, and then
I remember that happening in a second Ashes test years ago to Simon Catich, who hadn't faced a ball and was run out at Adelaide.
Well, I don't know, maybe it gets rid of some of the nerves. He's going to have to get his height right down now as Van der Hoogten bowls to Phillips. He defends calmly out to cover, so clearly it's Phillips who's providing the calm for Gloucestershire so far.
Well, we've got a play and a miss and a potential run out in the first over already. In terms of the lead, we were deliberating earlier at lunchtime and did think that 150 would have been there or thereabouts, so possibly that Glamorgan would have got there slightly sooner, but hey, it might be the perfect time. We'll see. We've got 10 overs. We lost a few in the changeover.
Van der Hoogten into Phillips, who is pushing this one to backward point. Kellaway does the fielding. No surprise, there was no run. So for Phillips, they have that gap in the covers, so if he so chooses, he can try and rotate the strike in that area, and it's quite a packed leg side field. The leg slip has gone to a fairly short backward square. There's a short mid wicket and a short leg as well. Just about every short on the leg side field that you can imagine, they've got one. As Van der Hoogten bowls, he left it alone. And that is the end of the first over of the 11, with Gloucestershire 1 without loss somehow. And I wonder who's padded up there, probably with 10 left. I'd imagine they'd feel that was a bit long to send the night watchman out, but it would not surprise me at all if they didn't decide to use one as it gets down a bit, if they were to lose a wicket, because there's a handful of overs left, and basically you are only batting to save the game, and if the night watchman comes out and survives for the first half hour tomorrow, then actually that is one situation where, and I'm sure there are still some people who say they don't agree with it, but I think that's one situation where I certainly would have thought there was a pretty strong argument for one.
It'll be James Harris from the Cathedral Road end. Here he comes. And that's fended off into the onside. where short leg would have been, and they come through for a single.
Yeah, he did the short leg for Bancroft as well as Phillips, as it turned out. It's not quite seemingly exuding the air that he did in the first innings before he was out, and to be honest, in each of his last 3 innings in the Championship, Bancroft, there'd be a lot going through his mind after a heavy workload in the field as far as captaincy is concerned, 150 overs.
Harris with the 1 wicket in the first innings. That's fended off into the offside, and they come through for a big single.
Wow.
And
out by a mile again if he'd hit.
Well, and it's an overthrow, not backing up, so they'll come home for a second. Be interesting to see the replay of that again. We've had 2 shy at the stumps. Both have missed.
Extraordinary. And that would have been Bancroft that time. Phillips just played it straight to backward point, and I mean, Bancroft just gave that up at about halfway. It was even worse run than the first one.
Harris, we could have had some drama already in Gloucestershire's second innings, as they trail by 144 after Glamorgan made 520, thanks largely to that mammoth 254 partnership in the middle between Ben Kellaway 139 and Colin Ingram 117. Record 5th wicket partnership for Glamorgan against Gloucestershire. In comes Harris bowls, and that's just dabbed down defensively by Phillips, and it's another dot ball.
Yeah, that's the shortest 2 you'll ever see, pretty much, out to backward point. And I mean, the only thing is Kellaway sort of slung it sidearm. I think he had a bit more time than that, Bancroft having virtually given it up.
There is now a short leg in for Phillips, 2 slips, leg slip as well, short mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, and point, and that is played into the onside. There's no run. Glamorgan on the attack with runs to play with. The only fielder defending is down at long leg.
Potentially still a chance of being an attacking fielder with a top edge.
In comes James Harris, last ball of the over, and that's a good ball. And Phillips plays it defensively, so we've had a bit of drama already. You could have had a few wickets. 4 for none, Gloucestershire in reply.
Just to keep you updated with what's happening in the other games in Division 2, Derbyshire now 96 for 3 at Chesterfield, having lost Mitch Wagstaff for 25 and Harry Kame for 32. Jimmy Anderson already having dismissed Caleb Jewell, Tom Bailey and George Balderson the other wicket takers, so fair to say Wayne Madsen has a stiff task to probably really just save that game for Derbyshire. Van der Hoogten starts his second over, bowling to Bancroft, who's forward pushing to mid-off, taking a couple of big steps down the pitch, and then this time
he's eager to get running, isn't he?
Yes, realise there's definitely not a single there that time, but yeah, it's fairly skittish from the Gloucestershire captain at the moment. Leicestershire 138 for 7, still might not see the morrow, that game, trailing Middlesex by 191 runs. Roman Walker's back out at the crease. Van der Hoogten goes in now, he bowls to Bancroft, they're going to come through for a single again. There's going to be another shy at the stumps, it misses. I think that one probably was just about a single, but again, why? There's been a lot of why moments today, and that really another one of them. It was an off-balance throw for Kellaway, who's just being teased at backward point. And you just think this isn't exactly helping themselves here, Gloucestershire. They're up to 5 without loss, and I think there's there been 1 run which was scored with some comfort. They're pretty much just making their own drama here, Gloucestershire. Van der Hoogten goes in and bowls to Phillips, who pushes that one to backward point, and there is no run. Dear me. It's extraordinary. I mean, we've mentioned how most of the wickets have come through batter error, but we haven't had a run out yet. It's the one thing that we've not had. Not for the lack of trying. Van der Hoogten, steady approach past the umpires. There now he bowls, and Phillips comes forward and defends softly to mid-off, and there's no run. The Canterbury debacle continues. Northamptonshire 522 for 6, replying to Kent's 566 for 8. There have been some centuries scored in that game. Congratulations to the batters who scored them. Yes. Take those away from them, but it's not as though every batter scored 100. Van der Hoogten goes in, bowls full ball. Phillips head over the ball, playing in defence to mid-on. Things may have just livened up at York, though, because Essex are now 7 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Yorkshire by 84 runs. Yorkshire did accelerate a bit towards the back end of their innings. Ben Code struck 89 from 110 balls with 8 fours and 3 sixes. Matthew Revis made 150 in pretty quick time as well. And Ben Code, having scored those runs, has both the Essex wickets. Van der Hoogten in, wide delivery. Oh, he's almost chopped that on. Phillips, he had a go at that, driving off the back foot. Inside edge goes onto his leg, but misses the stumps. It ricocheted basically directly back off it. So 5 without loss after 3 overs. Warwickshire 49 for 1. Hove in their second innings. That's the one. Trailing by 69 runs. Robbie Yates, the man out there. Surrey being held up at the moment by Graham Clark and Matthew Potts, who are blocking for, I suppose, the close. 20 and 16 not out, but they've been together for 45 minutes already.
Here comes Harris, and Bancroft ducks out of the way. It's taken by Chris Cook.
So Durham 317 for 7, trailing by over 500 runs still, but runs are basically immaterial in that game. Nottinghamshire still building the lead at Taunton. They're 509 for 8, so leading by 130. So Somerset will be in a relatively similar position to Gloucestershire here in terms of, I'd have thought, having to bat most of tomorrow to save the game there. And Hampshire 73 for 3 in their second innings against Worcestershire, trailing by 385 runs following on.
Harris, and that's forward by Bancroft, and they'll take a single into the offside.
I have to say, I mean, Worcestershire, they may be bottom of Division 1, but they've proved in most of their games, they had a bit of a rough start, had that massive record defeat against Yorkshire, I think in round 2, but for the most part they've certainly proven their worth, even though they may be at the foot of the table.
Harris, and that's played firmly down to Tim van der Hoogten at mid-on. So minimum of just over 7 overs of the day. So nervy time for Bancroft and Joe Phillips to negotiate, and we've seen that already. 6 for none, as they still trail by 142. Harris, with 1 wicket in the first innings, comes in, and that's a first boundary of the Gloucestershire innings, played confidently behind backward point and runs all the way for 4.
Yeah, we've certainly seen in Phillips's career, if you just give him a little bit of width and just enough length outside the off stump, he's happy to play with an open face through that backward point region, and well timed. And Gloucestershire, whilst they may want to reconsider a little bit in terms of the running between the wickets. It's important they don't completely shut up shop, because we saw that get them into trouble in the first innings.
Harris in bowls and played down to mid-on once more.
Stagnate completely, and then the pressure starts to build. Although you could argue it's a little bit different this time, because they're not thinking solely in terms of runs, but of course if they get ahead when they get ahead, they'll hope more to the point tomorrow. They can also take off 2 overs plus the change of innings possibly as well, just to make their life a bit easier.
Last ball of James Harris is over. That's pulled aggressively, not timed though, and Phillips was looking to pull beyond mid-wicket but got it all wrong and ended up with Tim van der Hoogten at mid-on. End of the over. Gloucestershire 10 without loss. Bancroft is 4. Joe Phillips is 6.
Might have been a few words of advice for Joe Phillips there from James Harris. Certainly seemed to be having a word or two with the Cornish-born youngster.
Very mild-mannered is James Harris usually.
So is Joe Phillips. Here comes Tim van der Hoogten. He's got Bancroft in his sights, and Bancroft coming well forward and holding the pose on that defensive shot. Do you reckon Glamorgan might give one of their spinners a couple of overs this evening?
I would have thought.
You'd expect that it would be worth a go. Get some men round the bat towards the end as well.
A bit of pressure,
exactly, yeah. Nothing like a few fielders round the bat to exert some pressure on the opposition. Van der Hoogten to the crease, bowls and beats Bancroft, who's gone.
With that.
Yeah, he's gone fishing. And that is what happens when Bancroft's a bit less settled in his last 3 innings. And it's been noticeable how still he's stayed at the crease, but there he's just wandered that bit further across and has ended up playing at a ball that's quite a way outside the off stump. And Van der Hoogten will no doubt continue to probe away at that outside edge. He's in and bowls over pitches a fraction. Bancroft on the drive but can't get it past the hands of Van der Hoogten in his follow through. And the score remains 10 without loss. 6.5 overs remain. I shall, from the point of view of commentating, desperately miss getting the opportunity to say Van der Hoogten over and over again. It's a great pleasure. He's in and bowls.
Well, there's a few
across his stumps playing defensively
different
onside.
versions of it.
Yes, there is. Yes.
But is a Dutch name, of course. As he goes back to his mark.
Yeah, it was one of those. I'm sure I can remember, because I definitely can remember watching Glamorgan before Van der Hoogten was playing, but it feels almost as though he has been playing for Glamorgan for longer.
He has.
Van der Hoogten in now and defended into the ground, fielded sharply by Asa Tribe at short leg, who had to think about throwing down the stumps, but Bancroft hadn't left his crease.
He's been ever present since 2016 as Mr. Van der Hoogten.
Feels longer than that.
It does, yeah.
But I mean, if we're talking about the fact that he's not missed a game this year.
He's got a heavy workload, and Nick was saying that there may become a point where you'll have to think about resting him, but he's such an important cog for Glamorgan.
So metronomic. In he comes. Bancroft steers that one to backward point, and I was actually just rehearsing leaving that ball. I was wondering whether he was looking to try and play it finer than that. There's no run anyway. It's a maiden over. 5 overs seen off, 6 overs remain.
We're not going to see spin yet, as we see Richard Dawson and Dave Harrison having a little wander around the boundary.
I haven't seen Richard Dawson on a huge number of wanders in.
He does
in this
like
game, but
a
he does.
wander,
Yeah, I remember that
yeah.
from his Gloucestershire days. Very often would be wandering around the boundary, just having a bit of a word with a fielder, passing on what he'd noticed.
Harris continues from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, good length, good delivery, but they are through for a quick single. Soft hands by Phillips, stabs it down into the offside. And home safe and sound. 11 for no wicket. Still a tall order. As we were mentioning, in terms of time, it'll take time to wipe these runs off before they can even think about posting a lead. Turning round is Harris to begin his run-up. Here he comes, right arm over past the umpire, bowls, and that's left outside off stump by Cameron Bancroft, the captain. And opening batter, who scored 50 in the first innings before he was trapped LBW by Van der Hoogten, one of 4 victims that fell to Van der Hoogten's bowling.
Yeah, the only surprise really being that Van der Hoogten didn't complete his fifer before reached to Crane and Van der Hoogten. Crane surely a danger man here.
Harris, again it's left on length outside off stump, and there's no run.
They'll only have 2 overs, you'd think, of Crane if they did decide to throw in the ball this evening. I can't see Van der Hoogten being replaced at this point, and well, if Harris gets a wicket, they may just even keep going with the 2. But it might be, I'd have thought, if seam doesn't work, worth just giving Crane a couple of overs.
Harris in, Fuller that time, and Bancroft gets everything behind that in defence mode, and it's a dot ball. Good over again by James Harris in his third. 2 slips, leg slip, short leg, backward point, mid off, and a wideish mid off rather. Mid on is in a conventional placing, and mid wicket, the only one back, is on the long leg boundary. That's a sharp bit of fielding by Asa Tribe at short leg, who again had a think about shying at the stumps.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far out of his crease Bancroft's batting against Harris. He certainly seemed to be getting quite a way down against Van der Hoogten, so you can see where Tribe's going with that, but I think both times Bancroft has realised where the ball's gone immediately, but good on Tribe for giving it a go.
Harris, and again, good length delivery, he likes that one. And Bancroft got everything behind it. Got over once more, only the 1 run coming off it. And Gloucestershire are 11 for no wicket, and they still trail by a mammoth 137.
Yes. And scoring quickly, as we've seen many a time in this match, is not something that comes too easily. Zaman Akhtar certainly managed it when he came out in the first innings, 58 from 67 balls, and then James Bracey in that last wicket partnership, but certainly going to have to take on some risk to come out really playing his shots, so will continue to be fairly attritional, you'd have thought. Van der Hoogten in to Phillips, who plays forward. Defensive shot in good working order. There's no run to mid-off. But yeah, it sort of feels like, once again, the Miles Hammond at Old Trafford saying, which I keep going back to, listening to the commentary of Gloucestershire games throughout the season: just bat. That simple. Too much more strategy to it than that. Van der Hoogten goes in, bowls now, and Phillips down the pitch and across, looking for a single, but no, not there. Backward point, who's been kept on his toes, Ben Kellaway. Once again fielding the ball, and then, yeah, just a little warm-up. They'd go to Kellaway before Crane. Maybe with the two right-handers out there. Bowling it into the footmarks, possibly. Van der Hugten in to Phillips, who touches that to point. Again, Kellaway will field and bowl the ball to mid-off. You can see what he's looking for, Phillips. He's thinking about rotating the strike, not just about blocking and keeping it out. He's trying to get the ball to that cover
doesn't want to get bogged down.
Yeah.
But they've had a few close shaves already.
I mean, also, because he wants to wait for the ball to come to him rather than, because you think you probably are going to get yourself in more trouble if you try and go at the ball. It makes it harder to hit that defensive shot to cover. Van der Hugten in now, and, well, here again, he's doing the right thing, Phillips, really, even if he can't score. He's just got to still have safety first in his mind, and typically Van der Hugten giving him absolutely nothing to go on. Every ball pretty much on the sixpence, which I suppose I still say, even though yeah, maybe I better not finish that bit off. 11 for no wicket. Van der Hugten in and back of a length, forcing Phillips back into his crease that time, and he plays it straight in defence. So one ball remains in the latest examination.
Is Phillips one to slug it out, or is he likely to lose patience with...
Well, he's certainly shown patience in his Gloucestershire career so far, but I guess we'll find something a bit different out of Joe Phillips potentially in this scenario. I seem to remember he was batting in the game against Worcestershire in 2023 at Cheltenham in a situation where Gloucestershire had to save the game. Van der Hugten bowls wide outside the off stump, there's no shot, and a maiden is completed. 4 overs left in the day's play. Gloucestershire behind by 137 at 11 for no wicket. And yeah, look back and see how many he made. I think he made about a 60 odd, something like that. He certainly did occupy the crease for a while. In fact, 80 in the first innings and 26 in the second innings. But I seem to remember the 26 lasted for a bit of time. So yeah, I think he will. He will probably just bat, actually. But yeah, we'll see. I suppose any batter could have a lapse in concentration at any moment. Nick Webb has returned.
Yes, just fairly briefly to hopefully complete a BBC Radio Wales update in the next couple of minutes. As Kellaway takes over from this Cathedral Road end, 4 overs left, and Gloucestershire 137 runs in arrears, but it's the no wickets that count, and that remains the case as Bancroft defends the first ball from Kellaway on the offside. So good to see Glamorgan posting some attacking fielders, a short leg, a leg slip and a slip, as well as a short mid-wicket on the drivers. Kellaway is in to bowl, and Bancroft flicks that one to short leg, and it bounces back off the pads of Tribe. No run. Don't think it was too aerial. Wasn't really a chance as Kellaway in to bowl. Bancroft turns it round the corner, and it's well stopped. As Richard Dawson is actually doing some suggestions from the sidelines now. Glamorgan coach. Don't very often see that in the course of professional cricket, do you?
Yeah, as I said,
fielder here.
Richard Dawson would do that in his Gloucestershire time. Just call the attention of somebody closest to him and point something out.
Can we have someone there, please? Another one on the leg side now. Kellaway is in to bowl And turned around the corner by Bancroft, a single taken down to backward square leg. 12 without loss. Some fairly vigorous instructions seem to be put over, and as a result of which I think Glamorgan have got one more on the leg side than they did previously. Chris Cook giving a signal there.
I wonder if they want another helmet, maybe. Dawson seemed to be miming the forward defensive shot, almost as though he might be saying get somebody under the bat on the offside.
Callaway bowls and Phillips is forward defending, no run.
He liked that delivery though. That met with approval.
Go on, bowl one left arm, Ben. Just the lols. 12 without loss as Callaway is in and Phillips presses forward. 3 overs left for the Shire to survive. 12 without loss after 8 as Messrs Dawson and Harrison, who have a few county wickets between them, continue their perambulations around the perimeter.
There's a change of bowling as well.
Phrases you never thought you would hear leave Nick Webb's mouth just for the lols.
It's reading too much of the family WhatsApp group.
We've got Andy Gorvin coming on. We have.
Thought there'd be a bit of Crane before a bit of Gorvin, to be honest. Update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly, I hope. As Gorvin will come on and bowl, well, it'll be the penultimate over from that end. There are 3 remaining. 12 without loss. Gloucestershire in response to a deficit of 138 on first innings. So 2 slips. Northeast at second slip is actually wearing a helmet because he's fairly close. There's a short leg and Gorvin is in to bowl and Bancroft defends on the onside. Gloucestershire are 12 without loss in their second innings. That's still 136 runs behind, and they're just trying to defend these last couple of overs in the day's play. Glamorgan were 528 all out, 3 major innings today. Colin Ingram 117, Ben Callaway 139, and Chris Cook 75. They were restricted rather in the latter stages of that innings, but still a big first innings lead and a chance to win this game tomorrow. Gloucester's 12 for naught, 136 runs in arrears. As another Gorvin delivery ticks by.
Bit of a tester for Chris Cook.
Yes.
Fired way down the leg side. But of course he still mopped it up.
Yeah, standing up. There's now a leg slip as Gorvin bowls. And there's a shout of excitement from Chris Cook, who I think managed to knock the ball onto the stumps without gathering it. Not entirely sure whether he meant to pull off a stumping attempt, but the bail went off, so I thought he might as well ask the question there. As Gorvin on his way in again, and Bancroft on the defensive, pushes up to mid-off, and there is no run. So 2 more after this one. Morgan giving 4 bowlers a try. I thought there'd be a bit of Crane. Maybe he'll bowl the last over. Glamorgan swapping around their fielders constantly. Northeast, and the helmet is now going to Silly Point. Callaway is going to leg slip. As Gorvin is into bowl down leg side. Grunt of effort. Bancroft plays no shot. Cook just shows the ball to the bails.
Just wonder if Gorvin might be trying a little bit too hard here with this. Massive grunts of effort, but he has fired 3 down the leg side in this over.
There's 3 members of the Glamorgan staff. I'm struggling to identify the other one from the back as Bancroft is forward safely enough, pushing out on the onside. It's not Jonathan Trott there, is it? He's been around from time to time. Anyway, 12 for naught. Gloucestershire still 136 behind, and there are 2 overs left, and we've caught the bug off Cameron Bancroft is switching every over. Kenneth.
We were coming off, well, actually, say we. I was coming off my long run earlier, so maybe I should have a spell with 1 over to go.
I think it is Mr. Trott, isn't it?
It did look like him from the brief bit that I could see from the back.
He has been a batting consultant in the past few weeks.
2 to go. Callaway to bowl the first of them, and Phillips back and playing this one with full attention and caution into the ground. Fielded at short leg, and I think that was what Richard Dawson was signalling, because just got a silly mid-off end now.
Yeah.
As well as the short leg slip and leg slip. Callaway in now, Phillips forward and guiding to safety.
Yeah, it's a nervy time for any batter where there's a few crowding the bat.
Bit of chat.
Leg slip and slip. Silly mid-off, short leg.
Callaway bowls, it's back of a length and just played down into the ground, into the onside. It's Northeast, who's right in the eye line of Joe Phillips, and even if you're not going to take a catch, sometimes that can be effective. He's going to switch it up though now and position himself
Joe Phillips guessing.
Leg gully, yes. So we've got 3 fielders standing almost right next to each other on the leg side. Callaway in and bowls and roll of the wrists there from Phillips, keeping it down, playing it in front of square. 2 balls remain in this penultimate over of the day, and the changes continue to be rung, with the exception of Callaway having switched arms to bowl with, just moving everybody a little bit
Harris
further
is
in front of square on the offside.
On cover.
Round the wicket, Callaway bowling, and Phillips struck on the pad. It's looped up in the air, but surely there was nothing else on that other than pad, was there?
It sounded like a thud of the pad initially. Wow. They got very, very excited.
Joe Phillips has actually taken both his gloves off, which is a bizarre move. So let's have another look at this. It pitched outside leg, and it looks like it's just come straight off the pad, doesn't it? I don't know. I struggle to see how that kind of come off glove or bat, and then he just whipped both his gloves off. Callaway into Phillips, who's defending on the front foot back to the bowler. So there's 1 over left, and we won't get to find out who Gloucestershire would have sent out. They lost a wicket thanks to that silly rule where if you take a wicket in the final over, the new batter doesn't have to come out. I think that they absolutely should have to.
And it is going to come down to Andy Gorvin in the final over. Ned Leonard is in discussion. Former Somerset man, of course. So 1 over to go of the day. First ball, Andy Gorvin in, and that's played confidently, firmly by Bancroft to Kieran Carlson at mid-wicket.
Bancroft, being the veteran that he is, quite often in this situation will look to try and find a single quite early in the over, but
they're all
I'm not sure if he's going to do it this time. There's not many singles about. It's mostly gaps or straight to field.
Gorvin in, and Bancroft is forward, and Gorvin likes that one. Very excited. It's played to mid-on. There's no run. Yes, there is a leg slip in the shape of Ben Callaway. Ingram is the conventional slip. Silly mid-off, shortish leg. mid-wicket. Man saving one at cover, which is Zainul Hassan. This is Gorvin, the third ball of the over, and Zainul Hassan called into action. The only man behind is the one on the pull. Down a deep long leg. So they have 3 balls, Gloucestershire, to negotiate the end of the third day's play. Still trailing by 136. Wheeling round is Andy Gorvin. Standing up is Chris Cook, and that's chopped down to Zainul Hassan on the offside. And there's no run. 4 dot balls. And Bancroft, I'm sure, is just thinking of getting back to the pavilion now. And regrouping and gearing up for what could be an intriguing final day's play here at Sapphire Gardens.
Yeah, I feel he's going to bear the weight of responsibility for tomorrow if he can get there.
Gorvin, and that's played, might have stayed a shade lower for Bancroft.
That's one thing that we haven't seen a massive amount of, which
No.
I did wonder whether we might start to see a few just stay down.
There has been much uneven bounce at all.
I mean, you so rarely see it go the other way in terms of the uneven bounce, but you'd have expected a couple to skid low, but I can't remember really a single one.
Final ball then of the third day's play coming up. Andy Gorvin coming in to bowl, which is negotiated by Cameron Bancroft, and that is stumps on the third day's play of this Division 2 County Championship match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. Certainly Glamorgan's day doing the business with the bat. They were all out earlier for 520, thanks largely to Ben Kellaway, Colin Ingram, and the supporting act at the tail was Chris Cook with 75. That put them in good stead to give them a lead at the outset of Gloucestershire's second innings of 148. It's been hard work since then. Gloucestershire have been wary. They may have lost a wicket or two in the process with certain run-outs, but they are unscathed with Bancroft and Phillips trudging up the pavilion, but they still have it all to do, Ed, before the final day's play. Well, they'll restart trailing by 136 runs.
Yeah, I think the first 11 overs has probably shown a couple of things, really. It's shown that the pitch is still fairly true. You can pretty much trust what is going to happen off it. I still think that Crane may provide a different test when he gets the ball turning each way. I did think Glamorgan might have given him a go this evening, but he'll certainly surely have a part to play tomorrow. But again, the other part of that, though, is that with the exception of those ill-judged runs at times, there were really no alarms in those 11 overs for Gloucestershire. They stuck with their defence. They didn't really stray too far from that, and I think if they continue to do that, they will certainly and should be backing themselves to bat out for the draw.
Yeah, it might be a tall order. Patience, perhaps the order of the day as far as Glamorgan are concerned, because Gloucestershire will have to bat the best part of 90 overs. It is still favouring the batting side, the wicket here at Sapphire Gardens, but Glamorgan will be motivated and eyeing a fourth win as they try and close the gap and ensure that second spot to gain promotion to the first division. It promises to be an intriguing final day's play here at Sapphire Gardens. I do hope you can join myself, Kenneth Davis, Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb on BBC Sport Online. Until then, a very good evening. Noswaith dda.